women's D single sculls. So there's 2 heats for that event at 9:05. We've then got the women's F double sculls at 9:15 through to 9:25. And then from that, racing is as per the program from the men's G quad sculls, but all events have been pushed back by 15 minutes. So the events, just to reiterate, the women's D single sculls will be our first racing of the day, and that will be at 9:05 a.m. The women's F double sculls will be at 9:15 with 3 heats for that one. And then we have the men's G quad sculls at 9:30. So from race 201 onwards, everything's been pushed back by 15 minutes. It does mean that our lunch break has been pushed back, compressed a little bit as well. So racing for the rest of the day will be as per the program, finishing up with the 6 interstate races later on today. So we'll be back with the first race of the day, the first heat of the women's D single sculls at 9:05.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and here on day 3 of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships, we have been greeted this morning with fog. As a result, racing has been delayed until 9:05 a.m. Racing has been delayed until 9:05 a.m. and at the moment the competition lake is not open for training, and please be very careful if you are on the back lake. The morning's session has been somewhat adjusted with the compression of some events and the pushing back of most events by 15 minutes up until the lunch break. With effect from the lunch break, the schedule should continue as originally published. We would encourage you to go online to the Rowing Australia or Rowing New South Wales websites and look for the regatta calendar to have a look at the revised schedule of racing this morning. So repeating that racing will not commence until 9:05 a.m. As a result, this morning's race schedule has been compressed in some events and racing has been pushed back by 15 minutes in other events up until the lunch break. After the lunch break, racing should continue as originally scheduled. For interstate crews, you were originally allowed an opportunity to have a paddle on the back lake between 12 and 12:40. As a result of people's adjustments to their race times, that will now be extended until 12:55. That's interstate crews only, may train on the back lake between 12 and 12:55, but you must obtain a bow number to flag yourselves as interstate crews before going afloat. Any questions, please don't hesitate to go to Bay 1. day 3 at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Beaming to you on the live stream from the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Rather moody conditions here this morning. Let us begin by acknowledging the local and traditional custodians of the waters on which we are rowing and the land on which we meet, the Darug people of the Gadigal Nation. And we pay our respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people with us here today. We've got a beautiful day ahead of us. The weather has been very kind, but a little bit foggy. I'm Lizzie Chapman, and I'm joined in the commentary box this morning by Stuart John from the ACT. Good morning, Stuart.
Good morning, Lizzie. It's day 3. It's Interstate Day, so the excitement around the park absolutely building up. Everyone getting ready to go for we've got the 2 para races, the 2 quads and the 2 8s coming down to finish today.
Today's racing, which is really exciting. And the most beautiful water, again, I think this is the 3rd day of lovely water.
Day 3 of Glass, you can't go wrong. The weather today, it's supposed to be a top of 24 degrees and partly cloudy, so again, you know, it's just light winds. I mean, we're looking out towards the finish here, and these first crews that are lined up at the start, they're going to be cutting glass as they go over the finish. So
they certainly are. We are kicking off this morning. Well, we've had a few changes to the original race schedule as a result of early morning fog. Some of the races this morning, the events have been compressed. Some of the times have been reshuffled, but generally the race schedule has just been put back about 15 minutes. And from the lunch break, we'll be running in accordance with the original schedule. You can find all the updates on the Regatta website, and you can access that through any of the State Association Regatta calendars or through the Rowing Australia website. Our first race is the women's D-aged single scull. In this event, the first heat, race number 193 on the original programme, we have got Edith de Boer of Mossman Rowing Club in lane 1, Rayleigh Ison of Lake Macquarie Rowing Club in lane 2, Julia Underwood of Corowa in Victoria in lane 3, Rosalie Furness of Endeavour Rowing Club in New South Wales in lane 4, Marie-Cécile Lacoste from Albert Park in South Melbourne, Victoria in lane 5, Michelle Duzel of Lake Macquarie Rowing Club in lane 6, Phoebe Sanders of Newcastle Rowing Club, New South Wales in lane 7, Tanya Nishibata of Melbourne Rowing Club in lane 8, and Anya Weaver of Balmain Rowing Club in Sydney in lane 9.
And they are now underway in our first race of the day. It's race number 193. The first heat of the women's D single sculls. So racing is now underway, and you can see there the footage, just a little bit of residual fog and cloud out towards the Blue Mountains, as we just see that footage from the BRO boat following these boats down the course. So we do have a number of cameras set up on the BRO boats, so we'll be able to see those throughout the day. So at the moment, just seeing some lovely footage of our scullers heading down towards the 500 metre mark. So the Masters racing over 1,000 metres. I mentioned a little bit earlier that we do have people going in today that are involved with the interstate races. So Tanya Nishibata, who'll be stroking the Victorian quad later on today from Melbourne Rowing Club. She's over in lane number 8. Expecting to see some strong things from her, and in fact does look like coming in through the first 500 metres that she is out in front. We've then got Phoebe Sanders from Newcastle Rowing Club, Michelle Duzel from Lake Macquarie, Marie-Cécile Lacoste from Albert Park, South Melbourne. Also Balmain's Anya Weaver in lane number 9 doing quite well as well. So coming up towards the 500 metre mark, we do look to have Tanya Nishibata from Melbourne Rowing Club out in front, as we just see them coming up towards the 500 metre mark now. And also lane number 3, Corowa Rowing Club's Julie Underwood doing quite well. So you can see there Tanya Nishibata very much in control through the first 500 metres. So a commanding lead early on. Second place, Julie Underwood through the 500, 6.6 seconds behind. Then Phoebe Sanders, Michelle Duzel, Rosalie Furness, Marie-Cécile Lacoste, Anya Weaver, and then back a little bit further to Edith de Boer and Rayleigh Ison making up our field. So 9 scullers in this race. We've got 9 scullers in the next couple of heats as well. A little bit of consolidation going on with the fog this morning. As Lizzie mentioned, it does mean that we do have 2 heats for the women's D single sculls, and then we've got 3 heats for the women's F double sculls. So they'll be coming up straight after this. The rest of the morning races after this will be going on for... the rest of the races for this will be about 15 minutes delayed, but do check the regatta page for final details and also just to confirm the lanes. Into the red boys now, marking the last 250 metres. Tanya Nishabata has led this one from start to finish, and she is looking very comfortable. The rating quite low. She's got this very much under control. Corowa Rowing Club's Julie Underwood. She's coached by Wesley Canny, and she's sitting in second place at the moment. So looking good for that second qualification position. And then, Lizzie, we've got, looks to be Phoebe Sanders from Newcastle Rowing Club, just ahead of Michelle Dezelle from Lake Macquarie, Mary Cecile Lacoste, and also Endeavour's Rosalie Furness, all going for those final 2 qualification positions into the last 200 metres. So Tanya Nishabata out in front. She's looking good and she should qualify, barring catastrophe. Julie Underwood from Corowa Rowing Club sitting in second place. And then that battle for the final 2 qualification positions. They're into the last 150 metres. Our 2 leaders still looking comfortable. They're going to go through and qualify quite easily. The stroke seat of the Victorian women's quad scull. Tanya Nishabata from Melbourne Rowing Club. She'll go through and take the heat win and take that very, very comfortably. Corowa's Julie Underwood sitting in second place. We've then got Phoebe Sanders from Newcastle Rowing Club being pushed hard as well there by Albert Park South Melbourne's Mary Cecile Lacoste sitting in fourth place. Big push coming here from Michelle Dezelle from Lake Macquarie. It's going to be Phoebe Sanders coming through in third, and then just Mary Cecile Lacoste coming through just ahead of Michelle Dezelle from Lake Macquarie. Rosalie Furness from Endeavour Rowing Club coming through in sixth place, but not missing out on a qualification position by a lot. There was about a second and a half between fourth, fifth and sixth. So absolutely nothing in it there. But confirmation there, it's a win for Tanya Nishabata from Melbourne Rowing Club. She's qualified for the final of the Women's D Single Sculls. Second going to Julie Underwood from Corowa Rowing Club. Phoebe Sanders from Newcastle Rowing Club in third. And then the final qualification position going to Marie Cecile Lacoste from Albert Park, South Melbourne. The winning time there for Tanya Nishabata of 4 minutes 16.38.
And amazingly, that was a 10-second lead she had over Julie Underwood of Corowa. So in both the final of the women's D single, and I believe she's stroking the Victorian women's quad in the interstate regatta later on today. I think we're looking for some impressive performances from Tanya Nishabata. So the first 4 progressed through to the final, which is race number 216 on our programme, and the remainder are now eliminated from the event. The second heat of the women's D single is now in progress. In lane 2, we've got Lynette Parker from Commercial Rowing Club in Queensland. In lane 3, Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club in New South Wales. In lane 4, Alexandra Thornton from Swan River in Western Australia. In lane 5, Fiona Milne from Albert Park, South Melbourne. In lane 6, Kate Wareham from Glebe Rowing Club, New South Wales. In lane 7, Joe Emerson from Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club in Queensland. In lane 8, Svetlana Vikolov from Toowong Rowing Club in Queensland. And in lane 9, Amanda Berrand from St George Rowing Club in New South Wales. And they're just coming up to the halfway mark. And we can see the excellent footage there on the live screen. We can see that Fiona Milne, who was a lightweight rower for Canada, now living and working and with family in Melbourne, of course. She is in the lead at the halfway mark in this second heat of the women's D single scull. She's closely followed by Joe Emerson of Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club, and then Amanda Berrand and Trudy McDonald, both of whom are in the New South Wales sculling squad for the interstate competition. All very close together, along with Alexandra Thornton from Swan River, WA. And then it's 14 seconds back to Lynette Parker from Commercial, Svetlana Vukolov from Toowong and Kate Wareham from Glebe Rowing Club. So 5 people contesting hotly for those 4 qualifying positions for the final.
Yeah, it's going to be another strong finish coming up here, as you say, Lizzie. The 5 and a 4 doesn't go. It's doesn't even work in music, I don't think. 5-4 time.
Probably not. Well, it's a long time since I did music, though. And Amanda Berend looking very strong indeed. She's in lane 9, which is the lane closest to the grandstand. She's representing St. George and wearing the white and red colours of St. George. Amanda, a very strong performer indeed in small boats, singles and doubles. This season she's had an incredibly successful pairing with Katrina Davis of Shoalhaven. And looking good for a qualifying spot into the final in the women's D age single. She's having a good battle with Svetlana Vukolov of Toowong. Joe Emerson of Noosa, who is in lane 7. Svetlana is back a little there. Fiona Milne still progressing very calmly there, just raising her rate of striking now. She comes into the last 100 metres.
So it is Fiona Milne from Albert Park South Melbourne Rowing Club out in front at the moment. Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie has put in a big effort over the second 500 metres and also sitting up quite nicely. We're just seeing Alexandra Thornton from Swan River Rowing Club just a little bit off that final qualification position. Noosa's Joe Emerson looking strong as well. So it'll be a win there for Fiona Milne. Second place going to Amanda Berend from St George. Third to Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie, with 4th going through to Joe Emerson from Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club, with Alexandra Thornton from Swan River Rowing Club finishing in 5th, just outside of those qualification positions for the women's D single sculls. And then coming through in 6th place will be the commercial sculler, Lynette Parker, in 6 over there in lane number 2. And then back a little bit further again, we have the Toowong sculler, Svetlana Vukolov, in lane number 8 in 7th, and then Glebe Rowing Club's Kate Wareham in 8th place. So confirmation, our qualifiers for the women's D singles: Fiona Milne from Albert Park South Melbourne Rowing Club, 2nd place to Amanda Berend from St George, 3rd to Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie, with 4th going through to Joe Emerson from Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club. A winning time there of 4 minutes 17.91. As we're getting ready for the start of race number 198.
Yeah, should be 198. So this is where we've compressed some of the races. So due to withdrawals, we were able to compress that women's D single from 3 heats into 2. That's given us a little bit of time, and we're now on to the women's F double scull with 3 to progress through to the final, which must mean we have 3 heats. Just checking. Yes, we do. So in this first heat, in lane 1, we have Celia Cornwell of Perth Rowing Club, WA. In lane 2, Cecily Young of Black Mountain. In lane 3, Pamela Nash of Black Mountain. In lane 4, Alison White of Curtin University, WA. In lane 5, Suzanne Hafner from Pine Rivers, Queensland. In lane 6, Robin Wakefield. Oh, sorry, it's a double scull, isn't it? I'm missing some names out. Sorry, Celia Cornwell is with Deb Barry, representing Perth in lane 1. Cecily Young is with Yvonne Poles from Black Mountain in lane 2. Pamela Nash is with Jeanette Gasson in lane 3. Alison White is with Pam Nichols of Curtin University in lane 4. Suzanne Hafner with Jennifer Missenden of Pine Rivers in lane 5. The Shoalhaven crew is Robin Wakefield and Linda Eddington, lane 6. Lane 7, Lake Macquarie's Louise Termine and Marie Brown. Lane 8, Commercials, Sherelle Rowan and Joe Cook. And lane 9, Perth, Adele Chapman and Catherine Kennedy.
Now, we mentioned earlier Tanya Nishabata rowing for the Victorians. We had Trudy McDonald rowing for New South Wales.
Awesome.
In this race, Pamela Nash from Black Mountain Rowing Club will be rowing for the ACT in the women's quad. So a few interstate competitors in our first 3 races today.
So tell me, Stuart, you're representing in the para-men's single, is that right?
That's correct.
And who are you racing?
That's Kevin Wall from Shoalhaven. So
representing
it should be
New South Wales?
Representing
Excellent.
New South Wales. So that should be a very good battle, that one. I've got 3 seconds on Kevin, and I think I'm going to need every single one of them. The joys of getting older.
But you did race him in the double at the National Championships, didn't
Yes.
you, at the Open National Championships.
That's correct, yeah.
Excellent.
And he did give me a bit of a touch-up in the repechage of the singles.
Yes, that's right.
But that was with some a lot different conditions.
Yeah. Yes, it's like chalk and cheese with Perth, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And I think particularly when you have a hand difference and you're trying to control an oar through a headwind, it's it makes life interesting.
Yes.
It makes life very, very interesting. Through the first 500 metres, it is the crew from Black Mountain, Pamela Nash and Jeanette Gasson. So Pamela Nash has subbed in for Adair Ferguson, who is unfortunately unwell. Big shout out to Adair. I know she'll be listening, as will a lot of the other guys from ANU Boat Club down there in Canberra. So Black Mountain leading Pine Rivers by a second, then quarter of a second back to Commercial Rowing Club. The second Black Mountain crew making up sitting in fourth place. So we've again 4-3 times, so we've got some very interesting musical signatures. And then the second part of the race, Shoalhaven, Lake Macquarie, the two Perth crews, and Curtin University, there's only about 2 seconds between those 5 crews as well. So 3 qualifiers for this race going through to the final, and at the moment it is certainly a race in 2. You can just about throw a blanket over our field right now. Commercial Rowing Club, Sherelle Rowan and Joe Cook, looking quite nice. We've also got the, it looks to be the crew in lane number 5 from Pine Rivers that's doing quite well there as well. So they're into the red buoys now, marking the last 250 metres. We've got 4 boats out in front at the moment. It's the Black Mountain crew of Pamela Nash and Jeanette Gasson. Next door to them, we've got the Curtin University crew, Alison White and Pam Nichols. A couple of lanes over, we've got the, it looks to be the Pine Rivers crew. Is it the Pine Rivers crew? Or the Shoalhaven, Robin Wakefield and Linda Eddington. And then over in lane number 8, the commercial crew, Sherelle Rowan and Joe Cook. So coming into the final stages now, Black Mountain, Curtin University, Perth Rowing Club, and then that crew there in lane number 5, Pine Rivers, in the distinctive green Zooties. So Black Mountain out in front. It's Black Mountain, Pine Rivers. It will be the Black Mountain crew, Pamela Nash, Jeanette Gasson coming through. Second, Black Mountain as well. So they've got a 1 and 2. Pine Rivers finishing in 3rd place, just ahead of their Queensland compatriots, Commercial Rowing Club. Then coming through in 5th place will be the crew from Perth Rowing Club in lane number 9. And then just about throw a blanket over the rest of the field. We've got the Perth crew in lane number 1 in 6th place, Shoalhaven and Curtin University in 7th and 8th, and then Lake Macquarie coming through in 9th place. So Black Mountain 1 and 2 ahead of Pine Rivers, and a winning time there of 4 minutes 16.86. First heat of the women's F double sculls. Second heat is underway, it looks like.
So it looks like it is, yeah. Here we've again got what was originally listed as lane 10 is in fact lane 1, and it's Pine Rivers in lane 1 this time. Anne Holmes and Solvig Ward. In lane 2, Bairnsdale of Victoria, Louise Avery and Lynn Broad. In lane 3, composite between Rowena Stewart of Drummoyne Rowing Club and Joe Ward of St George Rowing Club. In lane 4 from Nelson Rowing Club in New Zealand, Sue Bonham Carter and Maud O'Connell. In lane 5, a composite of Geraldine Goss from Richmond Rowing Club and Jennifer Bingham of Melbourne University Rowing Club in Victoria. Another Victorian crew in lane 6 from Carrum Rowing Club, Mary Hunter and Helen Kelly. In lane 7 from Tasmania and Mersey Rowing Club, Mary Hanson and Alison Kirkwood. In lane 8, a composite between Kenwyn Fay of Rockhampton Fitzroy in Queensland and Chris McCready of St George. And in lane 9, representing Victoria, the Nagambie Rowing Club, Wendy Cotter and Suzanne Andrews. So Stuart, you won't be surprised to see that Kenwyn Fay, who performed very strongly in the single yesterday and is now doubled with Chris McCready of St George in the lead at the halfway mark, and they've got almost 2 seconds over Mersey Rowing Club, their closest competitors. Both of these very well-established scullers, And Chris McCready, well known to me as a member of the New South Wales sculling squad for our Masters interstate team. An excellent oarswoman and very fit lady, and doing a lovely double. I know she really enjoys it. They're coached by Bruce Williams of St George.
Yeah, looking quite strong there. Sitting up next to them, the crew from Mersey Rowing Club, Mary Hanson and Alison Kirkwood, sitting quite nicely there in second place at the moment. And then if you go a couple of crews over, the Melbourne University Richmond Composite of Geraldine Goss and Jennifer Bingham sitting in that third qualification position as things stand. So first, second and third to go through to the final.
And that final, they don't really have much turnaround time because the final is at 10:15, so they'll be pretty much going straight back up again, I think. Although 1,000-metre racing is a little more kind to your turnaround times, isn't it?
It's a little more kind, but it's, you know,
less kind on the body.
Yes.
Especially an ageing body, yeah.
It's a veteran's body.
Veteran, sorry. Oh,
So
this
the
is
Mersey,
a great finish. Goodness me, Mersey have really taken it to the St George Composite, and I think they've managed to get their bows in front, Stuart.
yeah, the Mersey crew just ahead of that St George Rockhampton Fitzroy Composite, and then the Melbourne University Richmond crew sitting in third place. There are 1, 2, 3. It was a strong finish, as you say, Lizzie, from that crew from Mersey in lane number 7. They'll qualify in first. The St George Rockhampton Fitzroy Composite in second place, with the Melbourne University Richmond crew coming through in third place. So there are our 3 qualifiers. Not much to split. Our 4th and 5th, and the crew from Nagambie coming through in 4th place ahead of St George Drummoyne Composite in 5th place. Nelson will come through in 6th, the crew from across the ditch, and then Carrum in 7th place, Pine Rivers in 8th, and Bairnsdale in 9th place. Winning time in that heat of 4 minutes 12.54. So they're it was a little bit quicker than the first heats, but also there was a lot more pressure that was being put on, and particularly with that finish from Mersey Rowing Club.
Yeah, a great finish there. We'll be looking forward to seeing them race again in the final, and I wonder if that was Kenwyn Fay and Chris McCready playing some strategics there and not racing it in the last few strokes just to keep themselves a bit fresher. Well, we've got heat 3 of this women's F double scull now in progress. In lane 1, we've got a crew from ANA of Western Australia, Sue Howard-Smith and Frances Conchie Stanley. In lane 2, Murdoch University of WA, Linda Pepple and Melissa Harpley. In lane 3, from Endeavour Rowing Club, New South Wales, Katrina Whiteley and Diana Trescott, coached by Susan Philpott. In lane 4, from Riverway and Mackay in Queensland, the composite of Therese Clancy and Jacqueline de Jong, again very strong in the singles yesterday. In lane 5, from North Shore, a personal favourite, Mary Walsh and Sally Edwards. Great to see them sculling this season and sculling so well. In lane 6, a composite between Louise Phillips from Melbourne Rowing Club and Julia Wood from Exeter Rowing Club in Great Britain. In lane 7, from Tamar in Tasmania, Marie Coulson and Nerily Ellis. And in lane 8, two more. In lane 8, from Glebe Rowing Club, Catherine Maxwell and our para rower Mika Kelly. And in lane 9, from ANU of the ACT, Elaine Bissiker and Sue Donoghue. Oh, we have our 2 para rowers from the interstate competition racing each other in the doubles here.
We do. So Sue Donoghue will be I'll start that again. We'll be racing for the ACT in the women's para single sculls, and Mika Kelly will be the New South Wales representative. So
awesome.
Chance to get some early bragging rights coming through. It should be some really interesting races. It's been such a great, I mean, for me personally, it's been a great addition having the para races that are in there, because particularly for the para races, and we've got such strong competition within the Masters community for those quads, for those 8s. As para rowers, we're not always going to be able to be, we're generally not as quick. So to have the ability to still be able to come out to participate in these races, to have that opportunity to come through, I think is such a, it's such a great addition to the interstate races.
100%,
but
yes.
You know, I'm hopelessly biased on that because that was my first opportunity
and I'm
to row for the ACT.
biased because I think it's, as you rightly say, it just opens up the opportunity for all members of our community to get involved.
So out in front with into the last 150 metres, the crew from Queensland, the Riverway Mackay crew of Therese Clancy and Jacqueline de Jong out in front, but being challenged nicely there by the Tamar crew of Marie Colson and Neroli Ellis out there from Tasmania over in lane number 7. And then back a little bit further then, we've got the, it does look to be next to them, the Exeter Melbourne Composite of Louise Phillips and Julia Wood. And then they're being challenged by the North Shores, Mary Walsh and Sally Edwards for that final qualification position. So we've got a strong race coming up there. Back a little bit further are the ANU double, Elaine Bissica and Sue Donoghue. And then Murdoch University in lane number 2, ANA in lane number 1. Back again. But it is that Riverway Composite, Therese Clancy, Jacqueline de Jong, they'll go through and qualify in first place, about half a boat length ahead of that crew from Tamar in lane number 7. So they'll finish in second place. And then coming through with a strong finish, it will be the Exeter Composite in lane number 6. So that's the Exeter Composite of Louise Phillips and Julia Wood. They'll go through for the final qualification position. Fourth place will go to the North Shore crew of Mary Walsh and Sally Edwards. Fifth will go to ANU, so an early bragging right for Sue there. Elaine Bissica and Sue Donoghue from ANU. Murdoch University, Linda Pepple and Melissa Harpley will finish in 6th. Endeavour finishing in 7th, Katrina Whiteley and Diana Trescott. And then back a little bit further to ANA's Sue Howard-Smith and Frances Conchi Stanley. And then the Glebe double coming through in 9th place. Winning time there of 4 minutes 12.71. So again, just seeing a little bit of a push there between our first couple of crews. But certainly I think we're in for some exciting finals racing a little bit later on today.
I think we are, yes. Thanks, Stuart. I know you have to go off and race in the Cox's seat, is it this time? Not the single, not the quad, not the pair, not the double. The man who does everything around here, Stuart John, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to be joined in the commentary box by Mark Tejan and Mike McRae. Before they join in, I'll just give you the roll call for our next race. Race number 201 on the programme, which is the Men's G Quad Scull. Again, it's a heat with the first 4 to progress through to the final and the rest dropping out of the event. In lane 2, we're going to have a crew from Murwillumbah of John McDonald, Gary Betts, David Rees and Scott O'Reilly. In lane 3, we will have a composite of Jim Stafford from Wide Bay Rowing Club. I don't know that one at all, so please enlighten us, anybody out there. Doug Rolfe from the Tablelands Country Rowing Club. Lachlan MacDonald, who's also from the Tablelands Country Rowing Club, and Wayne Roy from Riverway. In lane 4, from Sydney Rowing Club, Ken Ambler, Jeffrey Raymond, Stuart Cowap and Ken Rickard Bell. In lane 5, from up the coast here in New South Wales, Colin Bruce, Roy Halliday and Murray Doust from Manning River Rowing Club and Rob Wallace from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. In lane 6, from Essendon and the Mossman Rowing Clubs, Tim Josefowitz, Mark Williams, Stuart Alsop and Bill Nugent. In lane 7, from Melbourne University, Sandy Marshall, Anthony Langford, Jeffrey Rees and Peter Anthony. And in lane 8, from New Zealand, Alan Cleaver from Mercer Rowing Club, Kerry Dombrowski, Gus Bergen and Jerry Steenkamer, and Gus Bergen are from Clifton Rowing Club and Jerry Steenkamer is from Hawke's Bay, all of them from the Auckland area.
And Lizzie, looking at those names, there's going to be some very tough competition here.
Yes.
I'm a G classification, so I'm
So
very
you're familiar
aware
of
of all
them,
these
yeah.
names. That Essendon composite, they have Mark Williams in with them now, but they were the state quad for Victoria, who won consistently for about 2 or 3 years.
Very annoying, these Victorians, aren't they, the way they win
it is.
consistently?
It's
So unfair.
You know, Alan Cleaver is from Hawke's Bay, Mercer, sorry. He cleaned up the G singles yesterday. He's, as they say, a machine. He's a massive guy.
Yes.
Yeah, and then the Lake Macquarie bunch, they usually take out the win here. So, yeah, we're going to see some very exciting racing, and this is only the first heat.
It's only the first heat, and the New Zealanders are sending a very strong message to the Australians that they want yet another one of our national medals. Good
And-
luck to them. They are in lane 8 and they are currently in the lead. It's Alan Cleaver, who you mentioned, with Kerry Dombrowski, Gus Bergen and Jerry Steenkamer. So they had 1.39 seconds over that Victorian composite that you just talked about at the halfway mark, and a further 1.13 over Melbourne University. The first New South Wales crew is the Lake Macquarie crew, the strong crew that you mentioned there, currently sitting in 4th. But really, as Ray Ebbett would say, you could throw a pashmina over this and it would be hard.
It could be anyone's, really. So very close for the whole field.
And they are storming down towards the finish now, coming up to the last 250 metres.
We can see the Sydney crew in lane, the third from the other side, is dropped back, as has the Riverway Composite. But a real battle going on here for the first 4 to qualify. And it does seem to be the New Zealanders over here in lane 8, the Hawke's Bay Composite, and don't discount the Manning River guys over on the far sorry, the Murwillumbah guys over on the far side. And we can see the Essendon have just taken it up, and the Riverway Composite is going with them. It's going to be a pretty close finish here, particularly for the qualifying spot. So it does look like it's going to be the Hawke's Bay Composite, followed across by Essendon, then Melbourne University, and I would call the Murwillumbah crew for the 4th position.
Yes, I would too. Yeah, just being
Very
squeezed out
close,
there
though.
was the Riverway Composite. Yeah. So, unofficially, the results of the first heat of the men's G quad scull: a win for the Hawke's Bay Composite, 2nd Essendon Mossman Composite, 3rd Melbourne University and 4th Murwillumbah. They will progress through to the final. 5th Lake Macquarie Manning Composite, 6th the Riverway Composite and 7th Sydney Rowing Club. The provisional time for that, I'm looking at the wrong thing now, hold on, 3 minutes 29.08. And the margin 0.6 and 0.96 and 1.41. So we are looking for a a lot of entertainment there in race number 210.21, which will take place at approximately 11:20. The second heat of the men's G quad is now in progress with a New Zealand composite in lane 4, so I need to get my pronunciation right after my tutoring from Rebecca Carrow on the commentary team yesterday. Chris Blumfield and Gordon Williams and Mark Robinson are bow 2 and 3, and they hail from North Shore Rowing Club in Auckland. Robert Evans is from Union Wanganui, also in Auckland. He's in the stroke seat. They're in lane 3.
As
in
a
lane
New
4,
Zealander, Lizzie, Whanganui.
It's where, sorry?
Whanganui.
Whanganui.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
I was told it was
WH is
Wanganui.
yeah,
There we
yeah.
go.
It's one of those language things where we're actually learning to pronounce things as the indigenous people
Absolutely.
do,
100%,
rather
the
than
way it
our
should be.
anglicised versions.
Exactly. In lane 4, we have a composite of Peter Hayes from Centenary, Guy Elliott from Dragons, Brian Cox from Brisbane and GPS, and Andrew Retty from Dragons. Those are all clubs based in Brisbane in Queensland. In lane 5, a composite between John Straps and Lee McIntyre of Ngambie Rowing Club Victoria, Chris Raymond of Canberra Rowing Club, and Andy Horsburgh of Ngambie. In lane 6 from Shoalhaven, New South Wales, Oliver Radic, David Eddington, Andres Medenis and Rick McAllister. In lane 7 from Pine Rivers Rowing Club of Queensland, Jeffrey Ward, Ian Russell, Ian Flockhart and Peter Zello. And in lane 8, a composite of Gabriel Haythorne-Waite, Stephen Shenagle and Richard Jones of Drummoyne Rowing Club, with Steve Hill from the local club Penrith Rowing Club.
So it'll be interesting to see. I suspect this heat will be a little bit slower than the previous, just given the qualifications of some of those crews in the previous heat. But we'll see how it pans out. One never knows. Perfect conditions here. Fog's lifted. Water's very smooth. No wind. So some great footage there as the video on the umpire boats, following what looks to be the, I think it's a Nagambie composite and Dragons, not composite. So again, it's another very close race by the look of it. We'll get a clearer picture as they come through the 500 metre mark. It does seem to be the Nagambie composite has a lead, and then over this side, the Penrith composite. No, sorry, it's the Pine Rivers. So as they came through the 500 metre mark, it was the Nagambie Canberra composite, followed through by the Penrith Drummoyne composite, then the New Zealanders from the Union and North Shore, then the Dragons composite, Pine Rivers and Shoalhaven. Okay, so the first four through to qualify, the real battle is going to be on for the third and fourth place. It looks to be a clear lead there with the Nagambie composite out in front, and then across to this side we have the Penrith composite. As they're coming closer to coming up to the 250 metre mark, over on the far side the Union composite. But they're being pushed very hard in lane 7 by Pine Rivers. And then Dragons over there in lane 4, so the second in from the far side, don't want to miss out either. Shoalhaven have upped their rating, but I don't really think they've just realised they're not in it. It does look like they've actually been washed off a little bit by the Nagambie composite ahead of them, who are looking very nice as they head towards the line. So that's going to be the Nagambie composite will cross the line in first position. Then the Penrith composite, closely followed by the Union composite, then I would call it for Pine Rivers. So those will be the first four qualifiers. They were followed across by the Dragons and then Shoalhaven. The unofficial time for that one was 3 minutes 42.06, so somewhat slower than the first heat, which was pretty blistering for G category rowers. I've just been joined by Michael, who's really on the ball with these things, but he's only a junior rower, so we're still educating him into the ways of masters rowing.
Couple years yet, Mark. Race 203 underway, ladies and gentlemen. It's the first heat of the Women's Masters B double. The progression is that the first four crews will proceed to the final at race 223, and the remainder will be eliminated. In lane 2, representing Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club, Charlene Herman and Fernanda Carrag, coached by David Doyle. In lane 3, from Nagambie Rowing Club, Linda Cafaso and Caitlin Johnson. In lane 4, it's a North Shore composite crew, Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt Rowing Club and Olivia Tong from North Shore. In lane 5, it's a Newcastle University and Endeavour composite from comprised of Sarah Barnes and Teresa Chadwick, coached by Chantel Lindsay, Rowan Hislop and Peter Bond. In lane 6, representing Shell Harbour City, Sandra Bridgen and Georgina Graham. In lane 7, from Richmond, Helen Pearce and Kate Dybel. And finally, representing Nelson Rowing Club from New Zealand, Ivanka Clarice and Erin McNary.
So again, this is 2 heats. The first 4 through will go straight through to the final.
So it's looking pretty close on the live stream at this stage, Mark.
I think the first three, unless something changes, are fairly well sorted. It does seem to be the North Shore Composite over on the far side in lane 4, so, and then closer to us, Richmond Rowing Club. So Helen Pearce and Kate Dyball. They are followed by Sandra Brigden and Georgina Graham from Shoal Harbour, and close to us on the in lane 8, Ivanka Clarice and Erin McNary from Nelson. It does look like those 4 should be the qualifiers. There's a little way back to the Ngambie ladies, Linda Cafasso and Caitlin Johnson, and it does look like the crew over the far side has dropped back, so the Noosa crew of Charlene Herman and Fernanda Correa.
Yeah, that's right, Mark. And as the crews approach the finish tower, it does appear, as you've alluded to, Mark, Richmond Rowing Club in the lead, and they're being pursued by, I think it's Lepresti and Tonge from North Shore and Leichhardt Rowing Clubs. They look poised to claim second place behind Richmond. Third at this stage looks to be Shell Harbour City in lane 6, and then fourth and final qualifier at this stage looking to be Nelson. That's the New Zealand crew. So it's going to be a win for Richmond Rowing Club. They claim the first heat of the Women's Masters B double, second to the North Shore Leichhardt Composite, third to Shell Harbour City, and indeed fourth to Nelson, Ivanka Clarice and Erin McNary. Newcastle University Composite approaching the line to claim 5th place, Barnes and Chadwick. And they'll be followed across the line by Ngambie Rowing Clubs, Cafasso and Johnson. And finally, Noosa Rowing Club in lane 2.
And the unofficial time with that race was 3 minutes 56.14.
So moving right along, it's the second heat of the Women's Masters B double on the course. We've got to start, so we'll just run through the roll call. In lane 2, representing Glebe Rowing Club, Elizabeth Lester and Heidi Lindahl. In lane 3, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Judith Eyes and Taryn Innes. In lane 4, from Glebe Rowing Club, is Belindy Rowe and Jacqueline Harris. In lane 5, it's a Pine Rivers Commercial Rowing Club composite, Christine Taylor and M. Schmeider. In lane 6, from Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Rebecca Cook and Georgina Owens. In lane 7, representing the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, is Emma Davey and Zanna Janse de Jong. And finally, it's a Mossman and ANU composite comprised of Zoe Lynham and Amy Clay. So a predominantly New South Wales race is this one, Mark. Just one Queensland crew in it.
And our Glebe ladies will be battling it out with each other. They are pretty strong, but we'll see how they go with all these other crews. Elizabeth Lester at the States a couple of weeks ago, she would have, so for the club, not the club points, but the medal tally, Liz would have come 9th on the medal tally by herself. So quite an achievement there, fantastic rower. So they're coming up to the 500 metre mark. And it does seem to be the ladies over on this side, just from the video we're getting. So that's the Mossman composite of Zoe Lynham and Amy Clay. They were followed across by the Pine Rivers composite of Christine Taylor from Commercial and M. Schmeider. Then Elizabeth Lester and Heidi Lindahl from Glebe, and Belindy Rowe and Jacqueline Harris from Glebe. There's a bit of a margin back to Emma Davey and Zan Jans de Jong from Lake Macquarie, and they were pretty close to Taryn Innes and Judith Ease, and a big margin back to Rebecca Cook and Georgina Owens.
Well, just to give you a brief idea, Mark, a couple of weeks ago at the New South Wales State Masters Championships, it was Lester and Lindahl from Glebe Rowing Club who took out the women's B double scull. They're over there in lane 2 in this race. Second place was Rowan Harris, also from Glebe. And then third place was North Shore. Now, that was the New South Wales Championship. But we have Lynham and Clay representing Mossman and the ANU Boat Club, respectively, who didn't actually start in the New South Wales event. And they're at the front of this race, and they're on the grandstand side of the course. So,
but Leicester and Lindale coming up over the far side, but I dare say they're just being tactical and making sure that they get through to the final to conserve a bit of energy.
well, that's right, Mark. Of course, the first 4 crews across the line will qualify for the final at race 223 later on in the program. But Clay and Lynham making the best of things at this stage.
It does, did notice the Leichhardt ladies, Judith Eyes and Taryn Innes, just look to have a bit of a steering issue there. So they've bounced from one side of the lane to the other.
And they're in the hot seat at the moment. They are currently at 5th place, and they've got some work to do, but I think they've left it a bit late. It's going to be a win for Zoe Lynham and Amy Clay from Mossman and ANU rowing clubs in the second heat of the women's B double. Second place goes to Leicester and Lyndall, I should say. Third place to Pine Rivers Commercial. Fourth place and final qualifiers are Rowan Harris from Glebe Rowing Club. Eyes and Innes from Leichhardt will have to settle for 5th. 6th place will go the way of Lake Macquarie's Emma Davy and Zanny Janse de Jong. And finally, Rebecca Cook and Georgina Owens of Shoalhaven Rowing Club.
So coming up will be race 205, which is the first heat of the men's Masters E single. So the first 4 through to the final. Over on the far side in lane 2 from Easter in Singapore is Matthew Ridgewell. In lane 3 from Yarra Yarra, Colin Rawson. In lane 4 from Lake Macquarie, Stuart Boyd. In lane 5 from Cairns in Queensland, David Bellamy. In lane 6 from St George, Ayrton Granger Ramos. In lane 7 from Yarra Yarra, Justin Negri. And in lane 8 from Newcastle University, David Hislop. And they are underway. They're just coming up to the 250 metre mark. Got some great footage there of the, that looks like the Lake Macquarie uniform. So of David Bellamy, Stuart Boyd and Colin Rawson just off to the side there. So the live stream is, we just get ever improving footage or video. We don't speak in feet anymore, but video of the proceedings, particularly with these cameras that are attached to the umpire boats. It's fantastic to be able to get that close-up shot.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt about it. We're getting right up and close to the action with this fantastic footage. Sponsored by Bont Rowing. The live stream looking really, really good for the 2023 AMRC. So we should have an update on how our scullers are progressing through the 500 metre mark in this race in just a moment. You can see on the live stream the scullers are approaching a sign that says 1500 on the far side of the course at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. And it's Justin Negri.
So Michael, I can only see 5 rowers here where there should have been 1, 2, yeah. Can you see any more? There should have been 8. Oh, sorry, 7.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Really, the only thing in this race is to not come last. And then you'll be qualified. And I was watching that close-up footage of Stuart Boyd from Lake Macquarie. A little early, you could see him drop his rating down. So he probably thought, well, okay, I'm ahead of someone.
Yeah, but it is Justin Negri in the lead at this stage. He's followed by Ayrton Granger Ramos. Third place at this stage, David Hislop of Newcastle University, and Stuart Boyd in 4th. So currently in the hot seat is Colin Rawson.
The battle is really going to be for that 4th qualifying position. So David Hislop are closest to us in lane 8, and across on the far side it is Colin Rawson from Yarra Yarra. But it does look like David Hislop from Newcastle University, closer to us, has a lead over Colin Rawson, but it could be anyone's.
So you can just see the race leader
the Yarra Yarra rower in the red Oh yeah, it is Colin Rawson over the far side there.
Yeah, that's right. So in lane 7, it's Justin Negri from the Yarra Yarra Rowing Club in the lead, and he's got a very, very gentle rate of striking, so just conserving his energy. And he is representing Victoria in the interstate men's quad later on this afternoon, so showing his class in this heat of the men's Masters E single.
I'd have to look it up, but I think he might have also raced the D single yesterday and done very well.
Well, looking very calm and very competent indeed. It's a win for Yarra Yarra Rowing Club and Justin Negri in this first heat of the men's Masters E single. Second place goes the way of Ayrton Grania Ramos from St George in New South Wales. Letting it drift across the line now is David Hislop from Newcastle University, who claims third place. Fourth and final qualifier, it's going to be Stuart Boyd from Lake Macquarie, and narrowly missing out, Colin Rawson from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club in Victoria.
And the finish time there was 3 minutes 58.65.
So race 206 is on the starting blocks. It's the second heat of the men's E single. So we're about to get underway. So in lane 3, representing Powerhouse Rowing Club from Victoria, Chris Schlicht. In lane 4 from Wentworth District Rowing Club, also in Victoria, Darren Howard, coached by Rebecca Marshall. In lane 5 from Black Mountain Rowing Club in the Australian Capital Territories, Mark Partridge. In lane 6, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club from New South Wales, Richard Medway, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 7 from Shoalhaven Rowing Club, New South Wales, Mark Whittaker, coached by Andrew Parry. And finally, from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club in Victoria is Jack Chatyatskumis.
And Jack is rowing down here. He's actually an F from the age we're seeing on the sheet here. So a lot of these guys are sort of the mid to top end of the age bracket. And in your 50s, I don't think you slow down so much, but I'm certainly feeling I'm not as fast as, I'm at the top end of my age bracket, and not as fast as I was 3 years ago. So interesting twists on Masters rowing.
So we saw in lane 6, just on the live stream a moment ago, Richard Medway of the Leichhardt Rowing Club get a pretty fast start, and he claimed it at the New South Wales Championships a couple of weeks ago, Mark, third in the men's D single scull, and he won the men's E single scull. So a pretty accomplished Masters sculler. So he's certainly one to watch at this championship.
And as we can see there again, the video from the umpire boat, we can see Richard there on the right-hand side rowing very strongly against Mark Partridge from Black Mountain, also a very accomplished rower. So as they approach 500 metre mark, we'll get a better idea of their positioning. But those two are now looking fairly relaxed, so I think they've probably got a healthy lead and they know they can get through to the final.
Again, Mark, it looks as though we've only got 5 scullers on the water, so we've had at least one sculler not start.
It does look to be lane 4, Darren Howard from the Wentworth District Rowing Club.
Yeah, I think that might be right. But certainly a pretty tight affair at the top end of this race. Mark Whittaker of Shoalhaven Rowing Club doing battle with Richard Medway and also Chris Schlicht.
So the trick in this race, as usual, is to simply not come last. And it does look like the battle for that coveted 4th position is going to be between Jack, I won't try and pronounce that, Jack from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club,
That's right.
and over there the Mark Partridge from Black Mountain. But Mark Partridge does look, as they're coming up to the 250 metre mark, it does look like Mark Partridge just stepped on the gas. Well, so has Jack. Chatsiakumis, I think would be the way to pronounce it. Apologies if that's incorrect. So they're all starting to up their rating here just to make sure that they are not going to miss out on that final.
Yeah, well, it's a pretty tense affair here, Mark, and Chris Schlicht from Powerhouse Rowing Club, a bit of a dark horse on the far side of the course. I think he might have even stretched out and is now in the lead.
He has a very comfortable lead, I think. The battle's going to be for that 4th position, and I think Jack Chatsiakumis is going to take it over Mark Partridge.
Well, at this stage, it certainly looks to be the case. He's raising his rate of striking, is Chatsiakumis from the Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, just to get his bow ball in front now of Partridge from Black Mountain. But it's going to be a win for Schlicht of Powerhouse. Second place is going to be tight, but it'll go to Whitaker of Shoalhaven. Third place will be really tight. I think it's Medway from Leichhardt who claimed third, followed by Chatsiakumis of Yarra Yarra. Missing out is Mark Partridge.
Chatsiakumis actually came through and took out Medway there, so
pretty tight margins
we'll wait
in any
and see
event.
when the official results come through. So that was a finish time of 4 minutes to 4:02.66.
Well, that'll be a really good final to watch later on today, because that's pretty tight racing.
So down on the start line.
So we've just got a...
It looks like we've had a false start there. No, sorry. I'm looking at the wrong screen. We just got a bit of a break now.
Yep, so we'll have the final of the Women's Masters F double at 10:15. So 10 minutes break or so, and we'll come back and bring you the first final of today's program in just a short moment.
So it looks like we're back to racing. Down on the start line, we have the first final of the day, which is the Women's Masters F double. Over on the far side from Pine Rivers, we have Susan Hafner and Jennifer Missenden. In lane 2, we have Louise Phillips from Melbourne and Julia Wood from Exeter in the UK. In lane 3, we have Kynwyn Fay from Rockhampton Fitzroy and Christine McCready from St George. They're coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 4 from Black Mountain, Pamela Nash and Jeanette Gasson. In lane 5, Therese Clancy from Mackay and Jacqueline de Jong from Riverway. In lane 6 from Mersey, Mary Hanson and Alison Kirkwood, coached by Jack Pearce-Kavanagh. In lane 7 from Tamar, Marie Colson and Nerily Ellis. In lane 8 from Black Mountain, Cecile Young and Yvonne Poles. And in lane 9, Geraldine Goss from Richmond and Jennifer Bingham from Melbourne University.
So a stacked nine-lane race, I should say, Mark, for our first final of the day. Looks to be a cracker. We're just getting some really great vision on the Bont Rowing live stream. And you can see that's vision from the 2,000 metre starting block right down the far end of the regatta centre, looking up towards the 1,000 metre starting blocks, where of course all our races will be starting from today.
So for a race with 9 contenders in it, there would have been 3 heats and it would have been the first 3 through to the final.
You would have thought so, yes.
So yeah, it should be some very exciting racing about to start.
And certainly some names that we've seen pop up time and time again. Certainly Julia Wood of the Exeter Rowing Club in the UK performed very well indeed over back at the New South Wales State Masters Championships a couple of weeks ago. So I dare say she'll be one to watch.
And she has been, the last couple of days, she's been doing very well as well.
Yes.
So she's going to be taking quite a few of our medals all the way back to the UK. So it does look like the starter has a line. They're set up and ready to go. And we see there our fantastic video man, John, upstairs has just zoomed in on the starter so we could see him calling the roll. And an interesting start here. As they came out of the blocks, there's already quite a bit of gap between some of these boats. So it'd be interesting to see how they pan out once they get to the 500 metre mark. As we all know, some of us start very fast and try and hold our lead, whereas others are slow burners and really annoy you as they crank up and just gradually come past.
Well, at the end of the day, it's who takes the least amount of time to cover the distance, I suppose. And so it really is up to the individuals beyond that. But we are underway. So we should have some numbers for you soon. But yeah, as you said, Mark, there did appear to be a couple of lengths opening up between. I think it's crews in the middle of the race, in the middle of a competition lake, I should say, that opened up a little bit of a lead. I think it was that if I was to hazard a guess, that St George composite boat, Kynwyn Fay and Christine McCready, who got away with a good start. And McCready, if I'm not mistaken, is representing New South Wales in the Interstate Women's Quad.
But later on today, so make sure you hang around to watch those races. They'll be very exciting. So it does look like none of them are foxing it in the heats, because they're coming down the course in the chevron, what we'd expect. So the fastest crews were given the middle lanes and the slower crews the outside lanes, and that looks like a perfect chevron coming down the course. So they're just coming up to the 500 metre mark, and indeed it looks like the Mersey, well, very close as they come through. So we have 4 boats as they come through. It's the Riverway Mackay boat in the lead, then Tamar, Mersey and the St George composite very close together. Bit of a margin back to the Melbourne Uni and Richmond crew. They're being chomped on. been chased very closely by Black Mountain, both crews there, Pine Rivers and the Exeter and Melbourne crew. So we might see Julia Wood put on a slow burn, but she may also have worn herself out over the previous couple of days.
But it's going to be a pretty exciting conclusion to this race in any event. The first final for today's program, it was Riverway Mackay, the Queenslanders, in the lead through the 500 metre mark. They had a narrow advantage indeed ahead of the Tasmanians, Tamar and Mersey, in lane 7 and 6 respectively. Fourth place, looking to push their way into the medals, is Faye and McCready from St George and Rockhampton Fitzroy, and so they are in the hot seat at this stage. Of course, wanting to pinch a medal off of Hanson and Kirkwood from Mersey.
So it is interesting because the crew there of, is it the Mersey crew, just looks to have been dropping back, or the others have actually given a push as they came into the last 250 metres. The real battle here is going to be for second and third positions. It does look to be 3 boats in a pretty straight line, which is the Tamar crew, the Mersey crew, and over on the far side there, the St George Composite.
Well, this is going to be really exciting, Mark. It is Riverway and Mackay in the lead, and they are looking poised to claim the national championship for the women's F double. Clancy and De Jong. Second place is going to be really tight between Tamar and Mersey. The Tasmanian crews going head to head. First place is going to be Riverway Composite from Queensland. Second place, really tight. And here comes St George Composite as well. Really close. I can't call that. It was between Tamar, Mersey and St George Composite. Fifth place now going the way of Melbourne Uni and Richmond. Black Mountain running 6th and 7th as well. In lane 1 now, Pine Rivers cross the line. 8th place, 9th place now goes to the Exeter Composite crew.
So I would call it, from what we could see, as it's come up on the unofficial finish times there, the Riverway Composite of Therese Clancy and Jacqueline De Jong in first place. Marie Colson and Nerily Ellis from Tamar, and I would call it for Kynwyn Fay and Christine McCready as the third place getters, but we'll just wait until the official results come through, because it was very close.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we don't have much time to exhale, Mark, because another big event is underway. It's the final of the Men's Masters F8, and it is a stacked race. We have 9 crews competing, so I won't run through all of the names, but we have in lane 2 from North Shore Rowing Club in New South Wales. In lane 3, a Melbourne Rowing Club crew. Lane 4 is Corio Bay Rowing Club. In lane 5, the University of New South Wales North Shore Composite. In lane 6, it's a Brisbane and GPS Composite combined with Riverway, Dragons and the Australian National University Boat Club. In lane 7 is a Toowong Composite, and they're combined with Murwillumbah Rowing Club. Lane 8 is a St George, Lake Macquarie, Manning River Composite. And finally, it's a pure Mossman Rowing Club crew in lane 9. So this will be another exciting one, Mark.
Indeed, it will. Interesting, I understand that the highest number of entries for this regatta are in the F category. When I first started racing Masters about 10 years ago, it was D. So all these people are just moving up through like a wave. But as they're coming into view there, it does look to be the Toowong Composite has a lead. Yes, they've just crossed the line slightly ahead of the St George Composite. Then too close to call as they come through the rest of the crews. They're all very close together. So it looks like the battle here, if those, the Toowong Composite and St George Composite can hold off the rest, they will cement first and second positions, but the real battle here is going to be for the third.
Yeah, between North Shore and Corio Bay, that's where it is at the moment. Toowong and Murwillumbah, the Queenslanders making the best of things.
Well, indeed, you know, if the Brisbane and GPS and the Melbourne crews all push hard at going on the 500 metre splits, any of them could take that coveted third place. And will the leaders from Toowong and the St George Composite be able to hold their lead? It does look like they're actually extending it as they're coming into the final 250 metres.
Well, that's right, Mark. Toowong and Murwillumbah looking very polished indeed, and you can see those predominantly yellow Zooties, the Toowong Rowing Club colours, hailing from St Lucia up in Brisbane. But they're being pursued by St George, Lake Macquarie and Manning River Rowing Clubs, an East Coast of Australia crew.
And North Shore over the far side are really pushing hard now. They seem to have about half a canvas over the Melbourne crew just inside them, who also have about half a canvas over the Toowong, over the Corio Bay crew.
Well, the race for bronze is really heating up, so I think it's going to be Toowong who claim the gold medal. They're being pursued by Manning River, the composite, but it's not going to be enough. Toowong run first. Second place goes to lane 8, St George Composite. Third place, it's really tight into the final couple of strokes. I think lane 2, North Shore claim it by a very narrow margin ahead of Melbourne and Corio Bay. Sixth place goes the way of Brisbane and GPS. 7th to Mossman, 8th to the University of New South Wales and North Shore Composite. Well, we're going to have to take some time just to exhale and consolidate the results here, Mark, because that was a really, really tight finish between first and second, and then, of course, for that bronze medal. And I think it was North Shore by the narrowest of margins, just on the boat surge. So
they got it, I'm pretty sure. And the unofficial time there was we did have it available. It was 3 minutes 16, I think. 3 minutes 13.69. A margin of 0.41 back to the St George Composite. And although we've been saying the St George Composite, it was mostly Manning River and Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. There were only 2 St George rowers in the, well, 1 St George rower, and the Cox was from St George. We've just moved to the presentation of medals for the Women's Masters F double. So the bronze medalists representing St George and Rockhampton Fitzroy, we have Kynwyn Fay from Rockhampton Fitzroy and Christine McCready from St George. They were coached by Bruce Williams. The silver medalists from Tamar Rowing Club, Marie Colson and Nerily Ellis. Some big cheers there going from the Tasmanians in the crowd. And the gold medal winners and champions for the Women's Masters F double, Therese Clancy from Mackay and Jacqueline de Jong from Riverway Rowing Club. Congratulations to our medalists, and now we're going to move very quickly to the race that's roaring down the course.
Thank you, Mark. It's race 209, the men's I Masters single. So we have a couple of scratchings in this race. So in lane 3 from Nagambie Rowing Club in Victoria, John Straps. Scratching in lane 4. So in lane 5 from North Shore is Len Walter. In lane 6 from Murdoch University in Western Australia, Ken Price. In lane 7 from Corio Bay is Peter Benson. And in lane 8 from Bairnsdale in Victoria, Ivan Knight.
So Michael, being I, these are 75 to 80-year-olds. You've got 50 years to go yet. So, and they do look pretty close as they come through the 500-metre mark there. It does look to be Ken Price had a bit of a lead over Len Walter and John Straps, and not much of a margin back to Ivan Knight. So anything could happen in this race in the last 500 metres here. They're about 400 metres out now. Peter Benson was some way back, so the real battle's going to be for that second and third position, provided Ken Price can hold his lead. So Ken Price is the one in the red boat, but he's now been pushed pretty hard by John Straps over on the far side. And we can also see Ivan Knight over on this side looks to be taken his rating up. It's going to be some close racing here, and Len Walter out there in the middle from North Shore is not going to let this one go easily.
Yeah, looks to be really tight between Knight from Bairnsdale and Benson from Corio Bay, Price from Murdoch University.
So some fantastic sculling. I've no doubt they've all been out there for 50 years anyway. It's a masterclass in technique watching these guys come down the course. And it's not a red boat, it's a timber boat by the look of it. So some fantastic rowing here. So our apologies for not talking you through the final of this I single. Ken Price from Murdoch University won that in a 4 minutes 39.46. He was followed across the line by John Straps with a 2.2 second margin, and then Ivan Knight in third position from Bairnsdale. So out on the course we have race 210, the lightweight men's masters single scull. So these are also 75-year-olds at least. Over in lane 4 from Murwillumbah, Michael Mills. In lane 5 from Port Pirie, Alistair Burns. In lane 6 from Mossman, Phil Titterton. And in lane 7 from Melbourne, Ray Young. So what's happening is they're running the normal, well, I wouldn't say heavyweight, but the non-lightweight races ahead of the lightweight races. And they do look to be fairly close as they come down the course, but Phil Titterton does look to have a lead. So from the positions that they came through the 500 metre mark, it was Michael Mills, followed closely by Alistair Burns at that stage, but Phil Titterton, closer to the grandstand here from Mossman, does look like he's worked his way into the lead. Phil's a very experienced rower, as I dare say they all are. But as they come up to the last 250 metres here, Phil Titterton battling it out there with Michael Mills over the far side. They're followed by Alistair Burns from South Australia, Port Pirie, and further back to Ray Young, closer to the grandstand from Melbourne. So the battle is on. Michael Mills over the far side has taken up his rating.
Yeah, certainly closed the gap on Philip Titterton from Mossman Rowing Club. Really, really strong finish from Murwillumbah Rowing Club's Michael Mills. Question is, has Philip Titterton done enough just to hang on to the title this year for the Men's Masters Lightweight I-Single Scull? It's going to come down to the final couple of strokes, lane 4 and lane 6. A couple of dirty strokes there, and I think it will be Mills from the Murwillumbah Rowing Club who takes it on the line. Fantastic effort. Second place to Mossman Rowing Club's Philip Titterton. Third place to lane 5, Port Pirie, Alistair Burns.
And that will be rounded out by Ray Young from Melbourne Rowing Club.
So ladies and gentlemen, moving now to the presentation of medals for the Men's Masters F8. The medals are being presented by Peter Baird, Masters rower at Sydney Rowing Club between 2010 and 2007 and 2010, and a Rowing New South Wales volunteer since 2010. So in third place from North Shore Rowing Club, Kimberly Ballinjal, Stefan Kerr, Eric Luck, Chris Walsh, Richard Lawson, Alistair Smith, Justin Peters, and Jeffrey Franklin. Their cox is Jennifer Pollock and their coach is Kim Rudder. Second place and silver medalists, St George Composite, Murray Doust, Colin Bruce, Nick Johnston, Roy Halliday, Rhett Patterson, Peter Armstrong, Stephen Harrison, Christopher Jones, and their cox is Jackie Peel. Please congratulate your medalists in the men's Masters F8.
And coming down the course is race 211, the Women's Masters I single. There are only 2 scullers in this race, but it looks like they're putting on a good performance. Over on the far side in lane 5 from Phoenix Rowing Club in South Australia, Caroline Mussered. And in lane 6, closer to us from Manning River, Kay Smythe. So it does look like Caroline Mussered has a bit of a lead over Kay Smythe, probably a couple of lengths there. So not as many older women as men at this age group, the over 75s, 75 to 80. But all kudos to them. So the interesting thing is, of course, as we all get older, we watch them and they look to be going pretty slow and not very high rating, probably not lost a bit of their range of body movement, but we can be sure that they're putting absolutely everything into these races.
Yep, Mark, so it is Caroline Mussered from Phoenix Rowing Club in South Australia who has a lead over Kay Smythe from the Manning River Rowing Club, which is in the mid-north coast of New South Wales.
And I think she probably has extended her lead by probably about a boat length there. Getting fantastic run off that boat. So long, hard strokes. Looking very nice as she comes up to the finish line. So that's Caroline Mussered from Phoenix Rowing Club, has crossed the line in first position, so she'll be the champion of the Women's Masters I single. And she's about to be followed across the line by Kay Smythe from Manning River. The finish time there, 5 minutes 11.91. And with a margin of 18.06 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the men's Masters I single scull. In third place, representing Bairnsdale, Ivan Knight. And gold medalist from Murdoch University Rowing Club, Ken Price. Please congratulate your medalists from the men's I single scull.
So just while we wait to do the medal presentations for the lightweight men's Masters single scull, coming down the course we have the Women's Masters A4. Over in lane 2 from, we have a Carrum Wendouree Ballarat composite. We have Jackie Diebel from Carrum, Jess Fishman from Carrum, Rebecca Gribble from Wendouree, and Morgan Dunham from Carrum. In lane 3 from Leichhardt, Daniela Bourget, Jennifer Zonga, Taryn Innes and India Evans are coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 4 from Mossman, Alexandra Walding, Lucy Stackpole-Moore, Kelly Ross and Christina Larson, coached by James Taylor. In lane 5 from Glebe, Enya Hensbergen, Catherine Poulter Alice Wilkinson and Elizabeth Carroll Shaw, and in lane 6 from the University of Queensland, Narelle Walters, Carla Forbes, Amanda Rikawai and Kathy Witt, and they're coached by Edward Drayton. And they're just coming up to the last 300 metres of the race, and it does seem to be the Mossman crew over there in the distinctive yellow boat are battling it out with the... It does look like we probably have a consolidated race, because there are 7 boats out there. So the Women's Masters Coxed 4 has been blended in with this. And these are lanes 7 and 8. That's why they're a bit further back. So we have 2 races in one here. And look at that, the Carrum Composite over there is really powering on the power. They don't want to go back to Victoria without a medal. And will they be able to overtake the Mossman crew here?
Well,
it's very exciting racing.
What a fantastic push from Carrum Composite Wendouree Ballarat, who are really pressing Mossman all the way to snatch the gold medal off them. Can Mossman hang on? We've got a couple of strokes to go. I think Mossman have done enough in the final couple of strokes to resist that assault from Carrum Composite. So it's a win for Mossman. Second place and silver medal to Carrum Composite. Third place to the University of Queensland. Fourth place goes the way of Leichhardt Rowing Club. Fifth place goes to Glebe. And in the Women's Masters A Coxed 4, it's going to be a win for Carrum Composite. And second place to Commercial Composite. Well, plenty of action in that race, Mark. Well, that was a really
exciting,
fantastic wind from those Victorians over there on the far side of the course.
And pretty close for the third position as well. The Leichhardt crew were really pushing to try and secure that third spot, but not quite hard enough, unfortunately.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Lightweight Men's Masters I Single Scull. In third place, bronze medalist, representing Port Pirie Rowing Club, Alistair Burns. In second place, recipient of the silver medal from Mossman Rowing Club, Philip Titterton. In first place, gold medalist and champion in 2023, Murwillumbah Rowing Club and Michael Mills. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in the Lightweight Men's Masters I Single Scull.
You know, usually at the...
So, Mark, on the course now is the final of the Men's Masters A Single Scull. So we've got plenty of younger Masters athletes competing in this race, and we've got a full 9-lane final, which will be awfully exciting indeed. So we'll run through the competitors. In lane 1 from Leichhardt Rowing Club in New South Wales, Kawan Gawaimares, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 2, representing Newcastle University, Odin McIntosh. In lane 3 from Toowong Rowing Club, Jack Price, coached by Terry Mulligan. In lane 4 from Centenary Rowing Club is Cody Elam Allen. In lane 5 from Banks Rowing Club in Victoria, Tom Marshall. In lane 6 also from Banks, Heinrich Venske. In lane 7 from Newcastle University, Rowan Hislop. In lane 8 from Newcastle Rowing Club, Ben Homer. And in lane 9 from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club is Gareth McShay.
So these are all the relative youngsters, except for Kawan Guimaras, who is actually a B category. And I think Ben Homer, who joins us up here in the commentary box from time to time, looks like this is his debut, because his age is showing there as 27.
Well, that's right. It is his first year of Masters competition. But shout out to Jack Price from Toowong Rowing Club in lane 3, current incumbent member of the Queensland Open Men's Lightweight 4. competed over in Perth for the Penrith Cup earlier this year. Queensland ran second in that event. So, as you alluded to, Mark, some younger competitors, and it is Price in the lead, ahead of Guay Mares from Leichhardt, and McIntosh from Newcastle in third at this stage.
And we'll see Karan Guimaras racing in the Interstate Quad later this afternoon.
But it's a pretty tight race, Mark. You just look at the margins on the live stream. You've got only a couple of seconds between first and second, and then that race for third is on between McIntosh and Venskay. And only a short distance back then to Ben Homer, Rowan Hislop, Tom Marshall and Cody Elam Allen.
Okay, some very exciting racing on the course here. It does look like Jack Price from Toowong has a lead, and he's really battling it out with Quan Guimaras over on the far side there. Then out here in the well, and Odin McIntosh has just taken it up. He wants to be in the mix, as is Heinrich Venskay from Banks, closer to us.
McIntosh from Newcastle University really lifting his rate of striking, and the question is whether he's going to overtake Price from Toowong in the final 50 metres of this race. I think he has done that. McIntosh from Newcastle University coming through really strongly ahead of Jack Price, the lightweight athlete from Toowong. Guay Mares from Leichhardt just falling back into third as the placings crystallise a little bit. It's a win for Newcastle University, second to Toowong, and third place goes to Guay Mares from Leichhardt. Fourth place is going to go to lane 6, Heinrich Venskay from Banks. Fifth place to Ben Homer from Newcastle Rowing Club. Sixth place goes the way of Tom Marshall from Banks. Seventh now to Newcastle University's Rowan Hislop. And eighth place to Cody Elam Allen from Centenary.
And that was a very fast race. The unofficial time is 3 minutes 36.62.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Women's Masters I Single Scull. And it was a win for Caroline Musseret from Phoenix Rowing Club. Please congratulate your champion in 2023.
So out on the course we have the lightweight men's Masters A single roaring down. Over on the far side from Commercial Rowing Club is Matthew Napper. In lane 5 from Nepean, Jason Waddell, coached by his brother Daniel Waddell. In lane 6 from ANU and the ACT, Benjamin Lim, coached by Darren Grant and William Hatcher. And in lane 7 from Yarra Yarra, Gareth McShay. So as we can see on the live stream there, it does look to be very close as they probably at about 400 metres. Heading up to the 500 metre mark, we'll get a clearer picture as they come through. And you can see from the vision we have there from the umpire boat, they are very close. So real battle going on out here for the lightweight men's Masters A single scull. Very hard to call, but from this angle, it does look to be the Jason Waddell might have a slight edge over the rest of them. Yes, as they're coming up into the camera from the 500 metre mark, Jason Waddell does have a fairly healthy lead over the other two, which it's pretty close. Matthew Napa over on the no, it's Benjamin Lim. And then back to Matthew Napa and Gareth McShay, but some very close racing here. The battle's going to be for that bronze medal.
That's right, Mark. And unsurprisingly, Jason Waddell in the lead. He's a very experienced sculler indeed from Nepean Rowing Club, just down the road. So a local Western Sydney resident. And Jason also represented New South Wales, much like Jack Price did in the earlier race. He represented New South Wales in the Penrith Cup, a crew earlier this year over in Champion Lakes in Perth for the Open Interstate Regatta.
So Jason Waddell does look like he's extended his lead, but the real battle is in for that second position. Over on the far side, Matthew Napa is battling it out with Benjamin Lim from the ANU. A little bit further back to Gareth McShay from Yarra Yarra, closer to the Stag Grandstand. Pretty hard to see who's going to get second and third at this stage. We'll see them as they cross the line. Jason Waddell does look like he's just cruising. He knows he's extended his lead sufficiently that he can doesn't have to really burn himself out to take the coveted gold medal.
Yeah,
and
well, that's right.
As I've come closer, sorry, Mike, the Matthew Napa over on the far side does look like he's going to take the silver medal in this race, and then it will be Benjamin Lim from the ANU. That'll be rounded out by Gareth McShay from Yarra Yarra. So Jason Waddell has crossed the line in 3 minutes 46.72, followed through by Matthew Napa from Commercial, then Benjamin Lim from ANU and Gareth McShay from Yarra Yarra.
Thank you, Mark. So moving along now, ladies and gentlemen, to the presentation of medals for the Women's Masters A Coxless 4. In third place, recipients of bronze medals, the University of Queensland. Narelle Walters. Carla Forbes. Amanda Rukawai. And Kathy Witt. The University of Queensland are coached by Edward Drayden. In second place, recipients of silver medals, Karam and Wendouree Ballarat. Jackie Deeble. Jess Fishman. Rebecca Gribble. And Morgan Dunham. Karam Composite are coached by Drew Holman. In first place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, Mossman Rowing Club. Alexandra Walding. Lucy Stackpool-Moore. Kelly Ross. And Christina Larson. Mossman are coached by James Taylor. Please put your hands together for your champions and medalists in the Women's Masters A Coxless 4.
And coming down the course, we have race 216, which is the Women's Masters D single final. Over on the far side in lane 2 from Albert Park, South Melbourne Rowing Club, is Marie-Cecile Lacoste. In lane 3 from Lake Macquarie, Trudy McDonald, coached by Odin McIntosh. In lane 4 from Corowa, Julie Underwood, coached by Wesley Canny. In lane 5 from Albert Park, South Melbourne, Fiona Milne. In lane 6 from Melbourne Rowing Club, Tanya Nishibata. In lane 7 from St George, Amanda Berent, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 8 from Newcastle, Phoebe Sanders. And in lane 9 from Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club, Joe Emerson, coached by David Boyle. And coming up to the 500 metre mark, so we'll have a fair idea of how they're going. It does look to be fairly close, but a bit difficult to tell from this angle at this stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, just interrupting this race to present the medals for the Women's Masters A Coxed 4. Gold medalists and champions in 2023, Carrum and Powerhouse Rowing Clubs. Jacinta Rodriguez. Angelique Everett. Cindy Plowman. And Sarah Hayward. Their cocks, Jessica Cuddy. Carrum Composite are coached by Drew Holman. Please put your hands together for your champions for the Women's Masters A Coxed 4.
And as the Women's D single final roars down the course, it does look to be Tanya Nishibata from Victoria, Melbourne, has a healthy lead, well, a reasonable lead, probably a boat length and a half over Fiona Milne. Trudy McDonald very hot on her heels and not far back to Jo Emerson. So the real battle's going to be on here, probably for second and third place. Some great sculling there we see from Tanya Nishibata. She looks to be extending her lead. Over on the far side there, Trudy McDonald is pushing hard. They're into the last 250 metres. It is then Fiona Milne, I think Julie Underwood from Corowa pushing hard there, but look at the way Trudy McDonald has come through from over there on the far side. So it does look like we've got our place getters. That's going to be Tanya Nishibata from Melbourne Rowing Club. She'll be followed across the line by Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie. If she can hold off Julie Underwood from, Fiona Milne from Albert Park, and she has by half a boat length. She's then followed across by Amanda Berent from St George. Then it will be Julie Underwood from Corowa, Jo Emerson from Noosa, and over on the far side there, Marie-Cecile Lacoste.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Men's Masters A Single Scull. In third place, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Kawan Gawai-Marez. In first place and recipient of the gold medal, Odin McIntosh from Newcastle University. Please congratulate your champion and medalist for the Men's Masters A Single Scull. So, ladies and gentlemen, a change in the commentary tower. I'm joined up now by Rob Glendenning. How are you, Rob?
I'm very well, thanks, Michael.
So on the course now is race 217, the lightweight women's masters D single scull. In lane 2, representing commercial is Annette Quayle. Lane 3 from the University of Queensland, Rachel Thompson. In lane 4 from Easter is Serene Sear. In lane 5 from North Shore is Zita Briones. Lane 6 from Glebe Rowing Club is Cecile Ferret. Lane 7 from Brisbane and GPS, Janine Reid. And in lane 8, finally, from Drummoyne is Wendy Roncolado and a scratching from lane 9, Noosa Rowing Club. So just while we're waiting for this race to come down to the business end of the park, folks, we will present medals for race 215, the lightweight men's masters A single scull. So in third place, recipient of the bronze medal representing the Australian National University Boat Club, Benjamin Lim. In second place, representing the Commercial Rowing Club, Matthew Napper. In first place, gold medalist and champion in 2023 from Nepean Rowing Club, Jason Waddell. Won't you congratulate your champion and medalist for the Lightweight Men's Masters A single scull.
And crossing back onto the course, and we have, coming through the 500 metres, we have Janine Reid coming through from Brisbane and GPS from lane 7, closely followed by Rachel Thompson, Zita Briones, Cecile Ferrer, Annette Quayle, and then Wendy Roncolado and Serene Sear. So all scullers through the 500 metre mark in this final of the lightweight women's D single scull.
Yeah, that's right, Rob, and a healthy lead for Janine Reid from Brisbane and GPS. Rachel Thompson in second, and yeah, it's a relatively stretched out race. Thompson and Briones not under real pressure. The results are a bit, I should say the placings at this stage are a bit spread out. So we'll just see how that all pans out as they come down towards the pointy end of the race.
Yes, as we come down and we're through the 250 to go mark, and Janine Reid looks to have a very handy lead at this time, and over the University of Queensland sculler, Rachel Thompson over there in lane 3. A little bit further back to Zita Briones and Cecile Ferrer, who are fighting out for that third and fourth bronze medal position. But look, no problem at all for Janine Reid, Michael, as she just pulls the way further as she gets towards the line.
That's right, Rob. Reid from Brisbane and GPS looking very strong indeed, and now all but certain to claim the Women's Lightweight Masters D Single Scull Championship of Australia. It's a win for Brisbane and GPS. Second place is going to go the way of the University of Queensland, represented by Rachel Thompson over there in lane 3, and a relatively gentle rate of striking across the line in her final couple of strokes. Thompson from the UQ claims second. Third place a little bit tighter, but it's going to go the way of Zita Briones from North Shore Rowing Club in New South Wales by the looks of things. Fourth place to Glebe Rowing Club, Cecile Ferrer in lane 6. Fifth place, drifting over the line now, Annette Quayle from Commercial Rowing Club. Sixth place to Wendy Roncolado from Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 8. And finally, seventh place to Serene Sear from Easter in Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Women's Masters D Single Scull. In third place, recipient of the bronze medal, representing Albert Park, South Melbourne, Fiona Milne. In second place, recipient of the silver medal, representing Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Trudy McDonald. First place, gold medalist and champion in 2023, Tanya Nishibata from Melbourne Rowing Club. Please congratulate your champion and medalists in the Women's Masters D Single Scull.
And on the course, we have had a start in the Men's Masters D4 minus final. In lane 1, we have University of Queensland. In lane 2, Mossman. In lane 3, A&A Composite. In lane 4, Melbourne. In lane 5, Riverside. In lane 6, the Lindisfarne Composite. In lane 7, another Lindisfarne Composite. Lane 8, A&A. Lane 9, Nelson. As they're coming down now to the 500 metre mark, it is still a pretty close race at the front of the field. So crossing the line in almost a dead heat in the 500 metre at the 500 metre mark with the Melbourne and Lindisfarne composite crews, very close behind for Mosman and ANA Glebe, and once again very close to ANA Lindisfarne composite, the second Lindisfarne composite crew, Riverside, University of Queensland, and then Nelson. So it's very, very tight race coming through that 500, Michael.
That's right, Rob. Should be a cracker of a finish towards the end. 0.06 in it between Melbourne and Lindisfarne composite. Only 0.93 back to Mossman in third. So, you know, a little bit of a gap then to ANA and Glebe. So, the top three place getters are in the lead, and there's not much doubt about it. But question is, what colour are those medals going to be as we cross to the live stream, the umpires launch boat. Just we've got a crew there floating with the boys. So hopefully we have our boat race officials taking some corrective action by the looks of things.
It's always difficult when we've got the 3 leaders spread right across the course, so it's very hard to get a gauge of just how you're travelling, but clearly the Lindisfarne composite over in lane 6 and the Melbourne crew look to have about a length's lead over the Mosman crew over in lane 2. And we're into the last 100 metres because the red buoy, and certainly now the ratings coming up in both crews. Looks like the Melbourne crew might be doing just a little bit more, Michael, as they come into the line.
Here we go. It's going to be a tight finish indeed. Lindisfarne composite going head-to-head with Melbourne. Tasmania versus Victoria. Going to be really tight. Coming down to the final strokes on the surge. I think it's the Tasmanians who snatched the win. Lindisfarne composite. Second place to Melbourne Rowing Club in lane 4. Third place goes the way of Mossman in lane 2. And those are your place getters. Fourth place, G, is tight again, but it goes the way of ANA composite. Fifth place to lane 6, Lindisfarne composite. Riverside in 6th. 7th place to ANA in lane 8. And 9th place now to Nelson in lane 9.
Just confirming results of the Men's Masters D4 final. In first place, Lindisfarne composite. Michael Wilson, Mark Bonham, Patrick Bird and Tom Wilcox. In second place, Melbourne, Angus Reynolds, Dave McPherson, Roger Tobler and Matthew Harrison. And in third place, Mosman, Lachlan Evans, Jose Maria Seguela Aguirre and Robert Giblin and Andrew Hourigan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 217, the Women's Lightweight Masters D single scull. The medals are being presented by Sue Wannon, who's been a Masters rower since 1997 and is a past president and captain of North Shore Rowing Club in New South Wales. In third place, bronze medalist representing North Shore Rowing Club, Zita Briones. In second place, silver medalist Rachel Thompson from the University of Queensland. In first place, gold medalist and champion in 2023, Janine Reid from Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club. Please congratulate your champion and medalists in the Lightweight Women's Masters D single scull.
So on the course at this time, we have the Men's Masters D4 plus final. There seemed to be a little bit of a steering issue in the A&A crew. They were going at about 45 degrees angle to the finish at one stage, but certainly no problem for the Brisbane and GPS Toowong crew as they go through the 500 metre mark with a handy lead over the Yarra Yarra Corio Bay crew, about 5 seconds behind, and then the Hawthorn Composite very close tailing them, but a little way back to the A&A crew, so certainly have been affected by some steering issues early on in the race. But this Brisbane and GPS crew of Robert McPhee, Nicholas Ferros, Alex Adam, Hamish Dunbar with Asher Underhill as Cox and coached by Terry Mulligan, certainly have a commanding lead coming into that last 250 metres, Michael.
Yeah, that's right. Not much doubt about it. Brisbane and GPS and Toowong rowing clubs in the lead. The Queenslanders making the best of things. A&A next to them in lane... Well, A&A are a little bit back. They're in lane 6, but the Victorians from Yarra Yarra and Corio Bay in lane 5 are currently running second, but not far behind them, I would suggest, is Hawthorn, Carrum and Toowong Composite. That's a bit of a patchwork crew. But yeah, not much doubt. Brisbane and GPS in the lead. Probably 150 metres to travel in this race.
Yes, certainly all these three crews holding a straight down the middle of the course, which is always going to be your best and quickest way to the finish. But look, over in lane 4 and 5, the Hawthorn Composite and Yarra Composites are really going at it for this second and silver medal position.
Yeah, that's right, Rob. In first place, it is going to be Brisbane and GPS, but that silver medal is up for grabs, and it's between Hawthorn and Yarra Yarra Composite crews. It's going to be a win for Brisbane and GPS. Second place is really tight, stroke for stroke. Their coxswains are yelling at each other, I'm sure. Lane 5, lane 4, Yarra Yarra, Hawthorn Composite on the surge. It's really tight. Oh, gee, that's really close. I think lane 5 by the narrowest of margins, but we'll have to wait for the official results there. Really, really fantastic conclusion to that race, Rob.
Absolutely, and that's what we like to see. They were. It was all about the surge at the finish and who got the stroke in at that time, and yeah, it looked like Yarra Composite may have just squeezed in.
But I have to say we are almost precisely on the finish line, but not quite. So we are going to wait. I'm not going to call it for either crew there. We have a photo to be examined for that race, so we'll just wait.
And coming across the line now in the men's D4 plus is the A&A crew, crossing now to complete the field.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving now to the presentation of medals. For race 218, the men's Masters D Coxless 4. In third place, recipients of bronze medals, Mossman Rowing Club, Lachlan Evans, Jose Maria Segurola Aragui, Robert Giblin, and Andrew Horrigan. In second place, recipients of silver medals, Melbourne Rowing Club. Melbourne are represented by Angus Reynolds. Dave McPherson. Roger Tobler. And Matthew Harrison. In first place, recipients of gold medals and champions in 2023, Lindisfarne Composite. Michael Wilson. Mark Bonham. Patrick Bird. And Tom Wilcox. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your champions and medalists in the Men's Masters D Coxless 4.
On the course, we have the Women's Masters G pair final, and well into the race, and through the 500-metre mark, we have the Perth crew just in front of North Shore, Toowong, Sydney University, and ANA. So across the field, we have in lane 3, ANA Composite, Ronnie Cooper and Kay Jansen. In lane 4, Perth, Carol Fennell and Susan March. In lane 5, Sydney University, Lisa Cotty and Kerry Bigsworth. In lane 7, Toowong, Marion Elliott and Heather Warren. And in lane 8, Susan Walter and Julie Wass. So over in lane 4, the Perth crew of Carolyn Fennell and Susan March seems to have a lead over the crews over him from Toowong and North Shore over in lanes 7 and 8. A few steering issues, but they look to have straightened up now and have got it moving straight and fast towards the line. Although there's still a bit of some steering happening over in lane with the Toowong crew heading over to join the North Shore crew over in lane 8 at the moment, but once again straightening up. Looks like there's no problem at all for this Perth crew, looking very polished as they come through into the red boys for that last 100 metres run to the line.
Yeah, that's right, looking really strong. Perth Rowing Club, Carolyn Fennell and Susan March are looking all but certain now to claim the Women's Masters G Pair Championship of Australia. Just some steering difficulties, I think, floating with the boys over here in lane 8 is North Shore Rowing Club. Hopefully just straightening up in the final couple of strokes. Second place looking to be Toowong Rowing Club's Marion Elliott and Heather Warren. But it is going to be a win for Perth Rowing Club, the championship going back to Western Australia this year. Second place to Toowong Rowing Club. And third, looking to go to North Shore Rowing Club. Fourth place will go to Sydney University in lane 5. And to finalise the race, it'll be ANA Composite, Ronnie Cooper from the Curtin University Boat Club and Kay Jansen. So just while we're in a quick lull in proceedings, Rob, I will confirm we've had official results come through for the Men's Masters D Coxed 4, and you'll recall that it was an awfully tight race between Hawthorn and Yarra Yarra, and I can confirm that Yarra Yarra was the silver medal winner by 0.05, so the narrowest of margins.
And we're out on the course. We have race 221, the Men's Masters G Quad Final, and it is frantic out there as they come into the last 250 metres. It looks to be at this point that the crew in from Hawke's Bay Composite looks to have a slight lead over the Essendon crew over in lane 4, followed closely by the Murwillumbah right over on the other side. And on this side, the Melbourne University crew powering home as well. So it's going to be absolutely tight. Look, all the run at the moment is with the Essendon crew as they're overhauling this Hawke's Bay Composite. It is a great race for the line.
That's right, Hawke's Bay, Essendon, and I think it is Murwillumbah who are running third at this stage, but they're going head-to-head with Melbourne University, but it's really tight. I think Essendon are coming through to snatch the win off of the New Zealanders in the final 5 strokes or so. It's really close. Lane 4, I think, takes it. Essendon for the win. Second place to Hawke's Bay in lane 6. Third place now goes the way of Melbourne University. Fourth place to lane 2, Murwillumbah Rowing Club in Queensland. Fifth place is going to go to lane 5, Ngambie Composite. That's rowers from Canberra Rowing Club in that boat as well, so from the ACT. Sixth place goes the way of Penrith Composite in lane 7. Seventh place to lane 3's Union Composite. That's another New Zealand crew. And finally, finishing this race is Pine Rivers Rowing Club in lane 9.
Yep. Brisbane GPS.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 219, the Men's Masters D Coxed 4. In third place, recipients of bronze medals, Hawthorn, Carrum and Toowong Rowing Clubs. Simon Coker. Bob Law. Drew Holman. And Conrad Tullock. Hawthorn Composite coxed by Jessica Cuddy. In first place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, Brisbane and GPS and Toowong Rowing Clubs. Robert McPhee. Nicholas Ferros. Alex Adam. And Hamish Dunbar. Brisbane and GPS Composite are coxed by Asher Underhill and coached by Terry Mulligan. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in the Men's Masters D Coxed 4.
We have a start in race 222, the Men's Masters J2M 4-. We have 3 crews. The first one off go, Richmond Composite off go, Toowong Composite and North Shore off 15 seconds. So in the Richmond Composite in lane 4, Peter Anderson, John Mitchell, Derek Wilson and Ray Dennis. The Toowong Composite, Toowong, Manning River and Banks, James Mackay, Alan Swindon, Raymond Beaton and Peter Park. And in lane 6, North Shore, Len Walter, David Kay, Jeff Wannon and John James.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 220, the Women's Masters G pair. In third place and recipients of bronze medals, North Shore Rowing Club, Susan Walter and Julie Wass. North Shore are coached by Kim Rudder. In second place, recipients of silver medals, Toowong Rowing Club, Marion Elliott and Heather Warren. Toowong are coached by Angelina Ellis. In first place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, Perth Rowing Club, Carolyn Fennell and Susan March. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in the Women's Masters G pair.
So through the 500 metre mark in this in the J and K cruise in this J to M 4- final, we have the Richmond Banks crew coming through in with a still about a 12-second lead over the North Shore crew and the Toowong Composite. So it's once again they're holding on to that 12 seconds or 15 seconds that they got handicap, and at the moment the North Shore crew looks to be starting to wind them back in as they come down to the 250 metre mark. So coming down to the line now, we have that the Richmond Composite crew, Richmond Banks Composite crew, just holding on to a slender lead over the fast finishing North Shore crew. As they wind down towards the line, the ratings just come up a bit in the North Shore crew as they try to peel back this one or so lengths they got. But I think they're going to run out of room as they come down to the line. But no, they've gone for a final push, and it's going to be extremely close as they come to the line. But the Banks crew look like they've done enough to just hold on and cross the line in first place, closely followed by the North Shore. And back to the Toowong Composite crew.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 221, the Men's Masters G Quadruple Scull. The medals are being presented by Georgie Rowe, Australian rowing team member. In third place and recipients of bronze medals, Melbourne University, Sandy Marshall, Anthony Langford, Jeffrey Rees, and Peter Anthony. In second place, silver medalists, Hawke's Bay Composite, Alan Cleaver, Kerry Dombrowski, Gus Bergen, and Jerry Steenkamer. In first place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, Essendon and Mossman Rowing Clubs, Tim Jusefowitz, Mark Williams, Stuart Allsop, and Bill Nugent. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in the Men's Masters G Quadruple Scull.
And Michael, we're underway in the race 223, the Women's Masters B Double Scull, and through the 500 we had Mossman ANU Composite holding a slight lead over the Pine Rivers Composite with Richmond in third, but this ANU Composite crew of Zoe Lynham and Amy Clay look to have a battle lengths lead over the Pine Rivers crew, closely followed by Richmond and Glebe over in lane 7. But it's looks like they're untroubled at the moment, the crew of Zoe Lynham and Amy Clay. The real race at the moment is between second, third and fourth for this all-important silver and bronze medals, as the crew over here in the Glebe crew, is pushing home and in a ding-dong battle with the Richmond crew right beside them. And over in the Pine Rivers Composite with Commercial Composite, it's absolutely neck and neck between these crews. No problems out front for the Mossman Composite, but the real battle for this second and third position.
Here we go, as we're going right down the line. It's going to be a win for Mossman Composite. Second place, it's anyone's guess. It's going to be Richmond Rowing Club. A push in the last couple of strokes, and third place goes to Glebe. Fourth place, unfortunately having to settle for fourth, is Pine Rivers Composite. Fifth place goes the way of North Shore and Leichhardt in lane 4. Fifth place to Glebe Rowing Club's Belindy Rowe and Jacqueline Harris in lane 9. Sixth now to Shell Harbour Rowing Club in lane 8. And finalising this race is Nelson Rowing Club, Ivanka Clarice and Erin McNary in lane 2. Well, that was a really tight finish to that race, Rob.
Sure was, and that's like how we like to see them.
That's right.
Out of 200 metres out, the Pine Rivers had it fairly well covered, but we just rode over the top of that Richmond and Glebe crew, just really doing the big sprint and paying dividends for them at the end of the race.
Well, it really was anyone's race right until the last couple of strokes when Richmond just came through to snatch it off of Glebe Rowing Club. So a really fantastic race. On the course now, ladies and gentlemen, is race 224, the Men's Masters B8. This race has been contested by 5 crews. So in lane 3, it's a Toowong and Banks Rowing Club composite. Daniel Thomas, Michael Murphy, Dean Horder, Todd Clements, Henrik Venske, Jackson Price, and Jack Price. Simon Smart and Ethan Stokes is their cox. In lane 4, representing Glebe Rowing Club, is Rob Fullerton, Nick Galea, Henry Leaf, Balaz Hansel, Maximus Jones, Andrew Perrick and Tony Rogers. Ben Nagappa and Christopher Iredale is their cox. In lane 5, Toowong Composite, that's Toowong and University of Queensland, Gavin Cayley, Richard Powell, Andrew McIntosh, Stephen Hammer, David Hobart, James Manning, Tim Brugg and Matthew Colquhoun. Their cox is Lily Lunny. In lane 6, from North Shore Rowing Club, Quan Ewan, Andy Jeffries, Nick O'Brien, Joe Daly, Joshua Armstrong, Samuel Hay, Mark Worrell, Tom Payton. Their cox is Jane Kavanagh. And finally, in lane 7, representing the University of New South Wales, Chris Burns, Michael Pickford, Alexander Lazarou, Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, Ben Whalen, Andrew McEnroe, James Halliday, and their cox is Angela Zeng. How do you see this race unfolding, Rob?
Well, through the 500 metre mark, and we have the North Shore crew with going through in first place with a slight lead over the University of New South Wales crew. So 2 New South Wales crews that just holding off the rest of the field at the moment, with the Toowong Banks coming through about half a length down on those, followed by Glebe and North Shore.
Well, Rob, we've got an absolute pearl of a race on our hands. Toowong Composite ostensibly in the lead at this stage, but they are being pushed all the way by the University of New South Wales on the near side of the course, and then the Toowong Composite with Banks on the far side of the course. So predominantly Queensland rowers in this Men's Masters B8, and I think Toowong have just stretched out, and they might have even overtaken the University of New South Wales. Let's see how the angles look as they come down to the line. Toowong Composite lane 5. That's the Toowong Rowing Club and the University of Queensland Boat Club looking really, really strong into the final couple of strokes. The University of New South Wales lifting to respond. It's going to come down to the line. I think lane 5, Toowong Composite claims it on the line. It's a win for Toowong. Second place to the University of New South Wales. It was a valiant push, but not enough to knock Toowong off of the top spot. Third place also to the Toowong Composite in lane 3. Fourth place goes the way of Glebe Rowing Club in lane 4. And finally, lane 6, North Shore Rowing Club. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 222, the Men's Masters J to M Coxless 4. In second place, recipients of silver medals, North Shore Rowing Club, Len Walter, David Kay, Jeff Wannon, and John James. In first place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, Richmond and Banks Rowing Clubs, Peter Anderson, John Mitchell, Derek Wilson, and Ray Dennis. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your champions and medalists in the Men's Masters J2M Coxless 4 Championship of Australia.
Just watch that, boat's hanging a long way off.
So we've got race 225 on the water right now. It's the Women's Masters E Coxless 4. Now in lane 1 is Riverside Rowing Club. Anne Pennington, Claire Sweeney, Melanie Innes and Ilaria Pangani. In 2, Toowong Riverway Composite, Jacqueline de Jong, Julianne Kelly, Kate Dombrowski and Jenny Conn. Leichhardt in 3, Deanna Feckerty, Leslie Howard, Suzanne Huggett and Jane Hutchinson. In 4, Leichhardt Mossman Composite, Christine Foxton, Tiffany Hutchison, M. Barrack, Kathy Usick, and they are coached by Ashley Fitch and Steve Sherry. Murwillumbah Mossman Ulverston Composite, Sandra Wilson, Jenny Wilson, Michelle Johnson, Tamsin Brew. In 6, North Shore Rowing Club, Helen Byrne, Louise McCoach, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, coached by Kim Rudder. Uni of WA Composite, Fremantle and A&A. In 7, Ruth Dugovsky, Indra Sivakalunda, Michaela Main and Sarah Knight. In 8, North Shore from New Zealand, Alexandra Milbrat, Sharon Ducker, Rebecca Caro and Nikki Douglas. And then in 9, Joe Cook, Louise Street, Georgina Gardner and Andrea Connolly from Commercial Rowing Club, Rob. There's plenty in this race, and it is going right down to the wire. North Shore from New Zealand currently look to be ahead of the crew, which is currently in lane 6. Would you believe? It's a North Shore battle. It's North Shore from New Zealand up against North Shore from New South Wales, and the New Zealand crew are just going offline a little bit. They're going to have to get back into their lane with about 100 metres or so to travel.
So Ben, that crew from Toowong Composite over the other side of the course in lane 2 looks to have a head of steam on them at the moment, and they look to have taken a lead over these 2 North Shore crews as the North Shores battle it out. They certainly have pulled a big jump on the field in the last 10 or 15 strokes.
What a finish this is. So it's a brilliant finish from the Toowong Composite crew, but these North Shore crews on the near side, they're absolutely gunning for it as well. And what a performance this is from Toowong, who have produced a wonderful last 500 metres. They edge out the 2 North Shores, who get silver and bronze. It's the Aussies that get silver. The New Zealand North Shore crew get bronze. And then in 4th place, it will be the Leichhardt Mossman Composite, and then it's tight for 5th and 6th. 7th place will go to Riverside, 8th to Leichhardt, 9th place to University of WA Composite. Cracking race that, the Women's Masters E Coxless 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Women's Masters B Double Scull. And in 3rd position and bronze medalists, Glebe Rowing Club, Elizabeth Lester and Heidi Lindahl. And in 2nd position and silver medalists, Richmond Rowing Club, Helen Pearce and Kate DeBall, coached by Kate DeBall. And in 1st place and gold medalists, the Mossman ANU Composite of Zoe Lynham and Amy Clay. Please put your hands together and congratulate the medalists in the Women's Masters B Double Championship.
Alrighty, so Rob, we just had the Women's Masters E Coxless 4. Now we've got the Women's Masters E Coxed 4. So over in lane 2 is Drummoyne, Sky Smith, Yasmin Finnegan, Esther Tucker, Colleen Chapman, coxed by Rowena Stewart. In 3, Uni of Queensland, Catherine Rodmell, Annie McDonald, Rachel Kinnamonth, Margot Drayton, coxed by Lily Lunny and coached by Edward Drayton. In 4, Toowong Rowing Club, Frances O'Keefe, Tracy Evans, Jennifer Mills and Julie Byrne. And they are coxed by Asher Underhill and coached by Angelina Ellis. In 5, Manning River ANU North Shore Composite, Elaine Bissica, Sue Donahoe, Amanda Cavill and Joanne McPhellamy. They are coxed by Jennifer Pollock. North Shore Composite in 6, that is the Aussie North Shore with UTS Haberfield, Virginia Fabro, Jane O'Hanlon, Rachel Lash and Nicola Kennedy, coxed by Terry O'Hanlon. In 7, Melbourne Rowing Club, Emma Plowright, Louise Phillips, Jen Kilby and Angela Rice. They are coxed by Zena Marzi. And in 8, Toowong Rowing Club, Jenny Coates, Wendy Grady, Daniela Anderson, and Janelle Filkin, coxed by Svetlana Vikolov and coached by Angelina Ellis. And we're about to get those 500 metre split times here. And right now, it is the Uni of Queensland UTS Haberfield crew, currently sitting in first place from Toowong and then Melbourne Rowing Club. And Toowong, I can say, give a shout out to Frances O'Keefe, who's in that boat. She used to row out of our club in Newcastle, Rob, but she moved up to Brisbane for work, and now she's with Toowong Rowing Club. And it's always fantastic to see that even if you do move around, that you still keep in the sport. And wonderful to see Frances, an outstanding rower, and helping that Toowong crew, who are currently sitting nicely in second place, but they were just ahead of Melbourne, who were in third. Lane 3, though, were in front Uni of Queensland crew, which is coming up as a Uni of Queensland UTS Haberfield composite, so there may have been a late scratching. There's the crew from Manning River, ANU and North Shore. A couple of Manning sweep rowers in that boat. They're a little bit further back in the field, and out in front, Uni of Queensland. Pretty sure there's all Uni of Queensland in that boat. Can't see any UTS Sudi, so it's definitely Uni of Queensland, Toowong Rowing Club and Melbourne Rowing Club, who are all gunning for the gold medal, the Australian Championship here in the Women's Masters E Coxed 4. And they've got about 100 metres to travel. The dark red boys approach. Uni of Queensland, remember, they led at the 500, and they led from Toowong, who were half a second ahead of Melbourne Rowing Club. So the two Queensland crews, they were 1 and 2 at the 500. Can Toowong hang on here for silver? Because Uni of Queensland, they are powering away. Look at these strokes. They're getting some wonderful boat run with about 20 metres to travel. And that is brilliant rowing from the Uni of Queensland. They are going to claim the Australian Championship in the Masters E Coxed 4. Silver is going to go to Toowong Rowing Club, and then the bronze medal to Melbourne Rowing Club. Cracking race. North Shore Composite are going to finish in 4th, and then in 5th, Drummoyne. 6th place is that Manning ANU Composite with North Shore, and then coming home to finish off the field is Toowong Rowing Club.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Men's Masters B8. Presentation of medals for the Men's Masters B8. And in 3rd place and bronze medalist, Toowong Composite, Daniel Thomas, Michael Murphy, Dean Horder, Todd Clements, Heinrich Ventz, Jackson Price, Jack Price, Simon Smart, Ethan Stokes, coxswain, coached by Terry Marr. And in 2nd position and silver medalists, University of New South Wales, Also receiving a medal for being the fastest full club crew. Chris Burns. Michael Pickford. Alexander Lazarou. Nicholas Lazarou. George Lazarou. Ben Whalen. Andrew McEnroe. James Halliday and Cox Angela Zheng. And in first place, gold medalists and champions, Toowong University of Queensland composite of Garrett Keeley. Richard Powell. Andrew McIntosh. Stephen Hammer. David Hobart. James Manning. Tim Bugg. Matthew Cahoon. And Cox Lily Lunny. Please congratulate medalists in the Men's Masters B8.
And we've just got the final here in the Men's Masters E single. And Justin Negri from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, he was leading at the 500 and he is just easing his way over the finishing line because Richard Medway from Leichhardt, he's up the rating, but he's not going to catch the Victorian Justin Negri, who wins gold. Silver goes to Leichhardt, Richard Medway, and bronze is going to go to Ayrton Grandra Ramos from St George Rowing Club. Very tight for 4th, 5th and 6th. And that was Mark Whitaker, who came through in 4th place unofficially from Shoalhaven. David Hislop in 5th from Newcastle University. Chris Schlicht in 6th place from Powerhouse. Jack Shatzakumis, I should say, from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club. And then Peter Bowman rounds out the field in, Stuart Boyd rounds out the field in the Men's Masters E single. Now, Peter Bowman is in this next race, which is the lightweight edition of the Men's Masters E single scull. And in lane number 2 is David Hamilton from Griffith Unisurfers Paradise. In lane 3, Gregory Marshall from Mercy Rowing Club in Tasmania. In 4, it is Craig Huxtable from Perth Rowing Club. Wentworth District Rowing Club's Darren Howard in lane 5. Kenneth Major from Glebe in 6. Anthony Robert G from Murwillumbah in 7. And then Peter Bowman from Endeavour Rowing Club in lane number 8. So lightweight rowing, of course, restricted weight. So usually you get some close finishes because, of course, open age is varying categories. So you can get a little bit of more of a difference. But we know lightweight rowing, because it is restricted, usually means that we get some very, very tight finishes. So maybe one could be on the way here. Good depth of crews as well in the lightweight Men's Masters E single. I remember at Nationals, the open 4 was incredible. It was 6 crews, I think, in the final were all within maybe 2 or 3 seconds of each other. So it was amazing.
Yes, certainly, Ben. And you mentioned the depth of the field. This is great to have so many competitors for these lightweight events, and it really gives them a great opportunity to show their wares.
So we're about a minute 15 as the sun beats down here on day 3. It's not hot by Penrith standards by any stretch. We know how hot it can get in summer, but when you're out there on the course, it's certainly absolutely cooking on a beautiful winter's day here for the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Haven't we had some superb weather? We really have had it turned on for this regatta. And here we go. We're just about to get the 500 splits, and we were expecting it to be pretty tight. And guess what? We're getting exactly that. There's not going to be much separating these crews. Have a look at these split times. So it's just going to be Kenneth Major from Glebe ahead of Anthony Robert G from Wollumbar. David Hamilton about 2.5 seconds further back in third. Gregory Marshall in fourth. You cannot write off anyone in that top four. Darren Howard's 8 seconds further back in fifth. Going to be really difficult for him. But anyone in that top four, you just can't write them off based on what we've seen already today, Rob, especially in the A single. Odin McIntosh was in about third place, a few seconds back at the 500, and he absolutely monstered home and claimed gold. So you really can make up some time in the single.
Yeah, well, certainly in that coming through the 500, that's the time to make the move, because that is always when the it's really the hardest part of the race, and if you can make your jump then and get some time up, it's generally some fairly handy advantage you can put into the carry bag.
So here we go. They're coming into the last 100 metres. This is going to be a finish and a half. If you're anywhere near the grandstand, get around and watch this finish, because this is going to be painful for the two boys out there, Kenneth Major, Anthony Robert G. It is a drag race right to the finish here, and they are going stroke for stroke with 50 metres to travel. Wollumbar from Queensland versus Glebe from New South Wales. Who has the heart here in the last 20 metres? This is going to be outstanding. It's bow ball to bow ball. Wollumbar just in front. Anthony Robert G claims the Australian Masters title. That is one of the finishes of the regatta. And congratulations to the two men putting it in there, because that is not easy. Right at their limit. Anthony Robert G, it comes up unofficially as the winner of that race, the lightweight men's masters E single. Kenneth Major in second. Gee, you got a feel for him. What a performance. And David Hamilton gets bronze, Rob. How good was that? That was a fantastic race, and Ken held a ever so slight advantage going through that 500, but it just shows the big finish, and holding a little bit in reserve to bring it home has paid absolute dividends for Anthony Robert G. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for race 225, the Women's Masters E4-. And in third place, and bronze medalist, North Shore, New Zealand, Alexander Milbrat, Sharon Ducker, Rebecca Caro, and Nikki Douglas. And in second place, and silver medalist, North Shore, Helen Byrne. Louise McCoach. Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, Coach Kim Rudder. And in first place, gold medalists and champions, Tuong Riverway Composite, Jacqueline de Jong. Julianne Kelly, Kate Dombrowski, and Jenny Conn. Please put your hands together and congratulate the medalists in the Women's Masters E4-. So the Women's Masters H single now on the water, and Jeanette Pendleton is leading the way from North Shore Rowing Club. So I'll just go through the field here. Petra McCaskill in 3 from Abbotsford Rowing Club, coached by Charles Lloyd Jones. Jeanette Pendleton from North Shore in 5, Pamela Whiting from Melbourne Uni in 6, Judy Walsh from Canberra Rowing Club in 7, Anne Taylor from Mossman Rowing Club in 8, coached by Kyron Glynn. So Jeanette Pendleton leading the way at the 500, Judy Walsh from Canberra Rowing Club in 2nd, Pamela Whiting in 3rd, and she is from Melbourne University Rowing Club. So it's pretty tight in this Women's Masters H single, and it looks as though, so we've definitely had one scratching in this race. We may have had Anne Taylor from Mossman also scratch, because we've just got the 4 boats out there. So 4 boats for 3 medals here in this Women's Masters H single final.
And at this stage, Ben, the Jeanette Pendleton, the North Shore sculler, looks to have a little bit of a jump over the rest of the field. But over on this side, the Melbourne University and Canberra scullers are going head to head for that 2nd and 3rd position. But Jeanette Pendleton, it looks to be very comfortable out there at the moment. And as you're coming into about the last 200 metres of the race,
you're really putting in some long strokes here, Jeanette Pendleton, just upping the rating a little bit now, because she looks across the course and she sees Judy Walsh. And Judy Walsh is pulling back some ground here and really going to force the hand of Jeanette Pendleton. Pamela Whiting sitting there in the bronze medal position, and then Petra McCaskill from Abbotsford Rowing Club, who is back in 4th place. So right now, it looks as though the top 3 are in a safe position for the medals. It just depends which way they're going. And Jeanette Pendleton just was able to deal with that push from Judy Walsh, who really put it in with about 200 metres to travel. Jeanette Pendleton from North Shore Rowing Club just upped her rate, and she is now in some clear water for this Australian Championship. She wins gold in the Women's Masters H single. Judy Walsh from Canberra Rowing Club grabs silver, and then Pamela Whiting from Melbourne University grabs bronze, and it will be 4th place to Petra McCaskill from Abbotsford Rowing Club.
ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for the Women's Masters E4 Plus, or Coxon. In 3rd place and bronze medalists, Melbourne Rowing Club, Emma Plowright, Louise Phillips, Jen Kilby, Angela Rice, and coxswain Zena Marzi. And in 2nd place and silver medalist, Toowong Rowing Club, Frances O'Keefe, Tracy Evans, Jennifer Mills, Julie Bourne, Asha Underhill, and coach Angela Ellis. Please congratulate medalists in the Women's Masters E Coxed 4.
So on the water now, lightweight women's masters H single scull, and this is where Ann Taylor is from Mossman, who just dropped out of that last race. So we see that quite a bit where the lightweight scullers are told to enter the open weight division, and then if there's enough for the lightweight race, they can filter into that. So that's why Ann Taylor is in this race, the lightweight women's masters H single scull from Mossman. She's in lane 4. North Shore's Susan Walter is in 6. Gay Pullen from Manning River Rowing Club in lane 7. So because there's only 3 starting this race, it's going to be the top 2 getting medals in this one. So just gold and silver to be handed out. And, well, we always say this, and we said it before, Rob, lightweight sculling usually ensures it's fairly tight. And we're seeing that across this field, Ann Taylor from Mossman Rowing Club has just put about a 6-second gap into Susan Walter, but it's pretty tight for the silver medal between Susan Walter and Gay Pullen. So they're going to be absolutely going for it this last 500 metres to try and claim the silver medal. You can see Susan Walter there from North Shore on camera.
Yeah, Ben, she's already done a few races today, so following up a crew boats with a single scull, it's often a little bit tougher than it would have otherwise been. But certainly Ann Taylor has got a handy lead over Susan and Gay at the moment.
It never gets easy, does it? It's like doing chin-ups. It's one of those things that just never gets any easier, no matter how often you do it. It's like a 2K erg as well. 2K max erg always hurts. So, yeah, it's certainly a challenge, especially, well, I would say these conditions are pretty good. This is about as good as you get in racing conditions. Is warm for winter though, and Ann Taylor is making the most of this flat water here. Coached by Kyron Glynn, Ann Taylor from Mossman Rowing Club here in the lightweight women's masters H single scull. We're going to get a close finish for silver. And my CDRA bias might come in here, Rob, so you might have to ensure I don't get too excited, because Gay Pullen from Manning River Rowing Club looks to be maybe just ahead. There's a response coming from North Shore's Susan Walter. This is reminding me of that race we just saw moments ago. What was it, the H single in the men's race? It was a real neck-and-neck finish, and it looks as though we're going to get another one here for the silver medal in this lightweight women's masters H single scull. And once again, it's lightweight rowing, really making it interesting here, heading into the last 100 metres. But out in front, there's certainly no doubt about Ann Taylor. She is going to claim gold. And while we're not going to talk about it here because of a close finish, that doesn't take anything away from what an outstanding row that was from Ann Taylor. But all the interest here is on the silver medal. Who's going to claim it? Gay Pullen from Manning River up against Susan Walter from North Shore Rowing Club. Gay Pullen just able to nudge that bow ball. Now it's a canvas, and it will be Manning River just able to hold on there. Gay Pullen from Manning River Rowing Club gets silver. Susan Walter just edged out. She gets third. But congratulations to Ann Taylor, untroubled rowing from Mossman. She claims the Australian title in the lightweight women's masters H single scull.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for race 227, the men's masters E single scull. And in third position, and bronze medalist Ayrton Grania Ramos, coached by Bruce Williams. And in second place, and silver medalist Richard Medway from Leichhardt, coach Steve Sherry. And in first place, and gold medalist from the Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, Justin Negri. Please put your hands together and congratulate the medalists in the men's masters E single scull.
Men's Masters H Coxless 4 on the water right now. Quickly through the boats. Toowong Banks Composite in 1. ANU, Mossman, Melbourne Composite in 2, Abbotsford in 3, Melbourne Uni in 4, Uni of New South Wales in 5, Brisbane and GPS and Murwillumbah Composite in 6, Lake Macquarie in lane 7, Melbourne in 8, Phoenix Rowing Club from South Australia in lane 9. And Phoenix Rowing Club, they are in a great position. They've just got to straighten their line. They're right against the bank here on the grandstand side, and this is going to be tough for both crews that look to be out in front because they've got to look to the complete other side of the course, and it's the ANU Mossman Melbourne Composite in really pushing them. You can see Rodney Stewart from Melbourne Rowing Club in the bow seat, the two Mossman sweep rowers, Mark Williams and Brian Weir, and then Peter McCartney from ANU. He's sitting there in the stroke seat. So they are neck and neck here with the crew in lane 9, which is Phoenix Rowing Club out of South Australia. Lake Macquarie also pushing up. You can also see Melbourne University. They're keen on a medal. So too is the Melbourne Rowing Club crew in lane 8. But out in front, it looks to be that crew from ANU, Mossman and Melbourne. The composite crew, remember, there's still a battle for the fastest club as well. And Phoenix Rowing Club up against Melbourne Uni, who are producing a wonderful finish, but it's the ANU Composite who claim gold. Melbourne Uni have come home strong. It's going to be tight on the line. It's just Phoenix from Melbourne Uni, from Lake Macquarie and Melbourne Rowing Club. Great rowing in the Men's Masters H. Coxless for University of New South Wales. They will come through in 6th place. Brisbane and GPS Composite in 7th. And then in 8th place, it will be the Toowong Composite. And in 9th place, it's going to be Abbotsford Rowing Club out of New South Wales.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the men's lightweight E single scull. In 3rd place and bronze medalist, Griffith University Surfers Paradise, David Hamilton. In 2nd place and silver medalist from Glebe Rowing Club, Kenneth Major. And in 1st place and gold medalist from Murwillumbah Rowing Club, Anthony Robert G. Please put your hands together and congratulate medalists in the men's lightweight Masters E single. Ladies and gentlemen, moving straight on to the presentation of medals for race 229, the Women's Masters H single. And in 3rd place and bronze medalist, Melbourne University, Pamela Whiting. And in 2nd place and silver medalist from Canberra Rowing Club, Judy Walsh. And 1st place gold medalist and champion for 2023 from North Shore Rowing Club, Jeanette Pendleton. Who's joining congratulating the medal winners in the Women's Masters H Single Scull Championship of Australia.
Alrighty, just quickly, this race, well, there's only one crew in it. It's the Men's Masters H Coxed 4. And they're from Banks, Toowong and Mercantile. Nick Walrock from Toowong, Roger Gould from Toowong, Peter Gell from Toowong, Jim Lowe from Banks, Bill Webster is the Cox. So they're going to have a very nice row down the course. They're going to claim the Australian title. Doesn't get much better than that, does it? How good? And they're not going to be too fatigued as well, because I'm assuming they've probably got some other races today. So we'll put in a good row here and claim their gold medal. The only entry in this Men's Masters H Coxed 4.
It's a sort of race I like, Ben. It's a although they do look like they're still putting a bit in there to get over the courses, relatively quick time. So good for them for being the only crew in the race and still pushing it along.
And then straight after this one, we've got half an hour until lunch. So lunch break is at 12:45. Just so you're all aware, based on the change in the draw, it's been a bit all over the place in terms of the fog this morning with races cancelled, but it seems like we're all on the right track now. Congratulations to all the team working hard behind the scenes, trying to reorganise everything after the fog. It was pretty thick this morning, but it's burnt off to what is a stunning day here for day 3 of the Aussie Masters Rowing Championships. And you can see here, this is the Toowong Banks Composite. It does say that there is a mercantile element of this race. I'm just wondering whether that's the Cox Bill Webster. So we've got on the sheet in front of us, Nick Walrock from Toowong, Roger Gould from Toowong, Peter Gell from Toowong, and Jim Lowe from Banks, coxed by Bill Webster.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Lightweight Women's Masters H Single Scull. And in second place, and silver medalist from Manning River Rowing Club, Gay Pullen. And in first place, gold medalist and champion for 2023 from Mossman Rowing Club, Ann Taylor. Please congratulate medalists in the Lightweight Women's Masters H Single Scull.
And give these men a big cheer here. This is the Men's Masters H, coxed for the only entry in this event. Nick Walrock, Roger Gould, Peter Gell and Jim Lowe, coxed by Bill Webster. And they're just strokes away. They're powering towards the line here for the Australian title in the Men's Masters H, coxed for. Congratulations to the Banks Composite crew, 4:08.97, the unofficial time. All right, Women's Masters C, coxed 8, is just getting ready to come down the course. Now, Lane 2 North Shore Rowing Club, Angela Hudson, Elizabeth Lowe, Peter Blundell, Helen Byrne, Catherine Bolden, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Olivia Tonge, Jane Kavanagh is the cox, coached by Kim Rudder. In 3, Wendouree Ballarat, Melbourne, Ballarat City, Yarra Yarra, Carrum, Powerhouse, Composite crew. Catherine Carr, Zoe Ryan, Emily Harridge, Fiona Abbott, Linda Skidmore, Kathy Lloyd, Bea Klein Van Mollacom, Rebecca Gribble, coxed by Charlotte Lawrence, Carrum Rowing Club in 4, Helen Kelly, Anya Lloyd-Smith, Cindy Plowman, Angelique Everett, Morgan Dunham, Jackie Deeble, Jess Fishman and Sarah Haywood, and they are coxed by Jessica Cuddy. The Buckingham Tasmania Uni Black Mountain Mossman Composite in 5, Christine Foxton, Jane McGann, Jenny Simmons, Courtney Blythe, Jane Hilliard, Kathy Starling, Claire Vickers and Nicola Anderson, coxed by Olivia Walter. Uni of Queensland in 6, Catherine Rodmell, Nikki Hughes, Narelle Walters, Rachel Thompson, Amanda Rukawai, Carla Forbes, Rachel Kinnamonth, Anne McDonnell, and they are coxed by Lily Lunny, coached by Edward Drayton. In 7, Mossman ANU Composite, Sarah Hill, Lucy Stackpool-Moore, Sarah Ahern, Alexandra Walding, Kelly Ross, Christina Larson, Kim Laurie, and Carissa Kleiman, with Renee Domashens is the cox. And Glebe Rowing Club in 8, Emma Hutchinson, Kate Wareham, Anne Skilton, Cecile Fair, Micah Kelly, Julia Vic Koroskaya, Gemma Bassett and Elizabeth Dorian, and they are coxed by Ella Barnard. And we've just had Kath James from North Shore Rowing Club join us up here in the commentary box. Kath, you know this North Shore crew in lane 2 pretty well.
Good morning, everyone. This is a very exciting race. Some fantastic rowers coming down the course now. A lot of them in the state cruise that we'll see later this afternoon. So they're limited to one other race on a state day, I believe. Ben, they don't like to burn their legs out too fast.
I can tell you this course does burn your legs out pretty quickly. And look at this field. Look how tight it is with about 300 metres to travel. That Mossman Composite in a battle with Uni of Queensland, Buckingham, even the crews on that far side, Carrum, Wendouree, Ballarat, North Shore a little further back, so too Glebe.
They're really going to be fighting it out for the silver and bronze places in this regatta final.
Look at North Shore, they're lifting here, Kath.
I can't really comment on that too much, Ben, but they better hurry up because if they want to get a medal in this race, they're going to have to really push against that Mossman ANU, University of Queensland and Buckingham Composite crews.
Well, here they come. Sorry, Rob.
Yeah, I was going to say that the University of Queensland crew have just got a bit of a head of steam up, but will they have enough to bring back the Mossman crew, bring Mossman Composite back into line? It doesn't look like it at the moment, but it's certainly for second, third, fourth and fifth, it is a straight line across the field.
Well, how good is this, Rob? What a finish, and it's the Mossman ANU Composite. It's all Mossman in the boat, and Uni of Queensland sitting in the silver medal position. Bronze is going to be really tight. Mossman with only a few strokes to go, and it will be the New South Wales crew from Mossman just edging out the Uni of Queensland. Bronze is just going to go the way of the Buckingham, Tassie Uni, Black Mountain and Mossman Composite crew from Carrum, Wendouree, Ballarat Composite. North Shore come through in 6th and Glebe in 7th. Cracking race there in the Women's Masters C8s.
Oh, don't we love a quick, close eights race? They nothing like them as Glebe crosses the line to complete the field. Moving on to the medal presentation for race 231, the Men's Masters H4 Coxless. In third place and bronze medalists, Melbourne University, Paul Ferguson, Tom Wood, Mike Kerrin, and Greg Longden. And in second place and silver medalists, and also the fastest club crew, Phoenix Rowing Club, David Ellis, Mark Musared, John Lister, and Peter Hodson. And in first place, and champions ANU Composite of Rodney Stewart, Mark Williams, Brian Weir, and Peter McCartney. Please put your hands together and congratulate medalists in the Men's Masters H4.
And we'll cross over now, Rob, to race 234, which is the Men Masters C4 quad. I have to count the oars again. It's hard when they're on the run, Rob. And it looks like we've got the WARC Composite over in lane 1, Yarra Yarra Composite in lane 2, Newcastle Composite lane 3, the St George Composite in lane 4, Lindisfarne 5, ADF Rowing Composite in 6. And it looks like the WARC Composite in lane 1 has come in first at the 500 metre mark. Rob, are we there yet?
No, we're not quite there yet, Kath, but certainly the race is on. It looks like to be a fairly straight line across the field for the crews at the moment, but it appears to be the crews in lane 1, 4 and 7 have the have a little bit of a jump over the rest of the field, but certainly a close race as they come up towards the 500 metre mark. Oh, look, we're going across the 500 metre mark and there's nothing in it. There's actually Black Mountain Leichhardt crew crosses slightly ahead of the Western Australian Rowing Club Composite crew and St George Composite, but there was literally 0.38 and 0.25 of a second between second and third. A little bit back to Yarra Composite, Endeavour, Newcastle Composite and Glebe.
And it must be those WARC rowers from the Swan River in Western Australia. In the 1990s, they completely rebuilt their clubhouse by the members, and it's the last remaining floating boathouse in the world, those WARC rowers. We look to be in second position.
It's very close. The crew over on this side looks to be the Black Mountain Composite of Quan Gomeris, Henry Bridgewater, Michael Simmons and Ian Mongan that have just jumped up to a little bit of a lead over the crew in the middle of the field, which looks to be the St George Composite crew, and across to the Western Australian Rowing Club crew in lane 1. It's very, very tight at the moment. The crew in the middle is on the move is the St George Composite, St George Glebe and Mossman and Lake Macquarie Composite really pushing towards the line.
It looks like Black Mountain's really pushing hard to come in there. They're really challenging that lane for St George Composite Group. It's going to be very tight for second and third.
Yeah, I'm not sure the crew over here on this side, Black Mountain, are watching what's happening right over on the other side, but they'll need to get their keep a move on. But it's going to go right to the wire. But the Black Mountain Composite crew just crossing in front of the Western Australia Rowing Club crew and the St George Composite coming in third.
They should be very happy with that, Rob. Coming in Black Mountain and Leichhardt Composite, that's the crew of Juan Guamares, Henry Bridgewater, Michael Simmons and Ian Mongan. Congratulations, that was a hard-fought race in the end.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to find it.
So for race 2, 3, 4, Black Mountain Leichhardt in first, the West Australian Rowing Club Composite in second, and congratulations to St George Composite in third place.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the presentation of medals for race 232, the Men's Masters H4 Coxed. We have in first position and gold medalists and champions for 2023, Banks Toowong Mercantile Composite, Nick Walrock. Roger Gould. Peter Gell. Jim Lowe and coxswain Bill Webster. Please put your hands together and congratulate medalists in the Men's Masters H4.
So ladies and gentlemen, over to race 2, 3, 5, the Men's Masters F race. It's a Heat 1 in progress, and we've got in lane 2, Horowhenua Composite of Horowhenua and Whanganui Rowing Clubs from New Zealand, Bruce Tate and Kevin Horan. In lane 3, ANA, Ramshaw and Walters combination. In lane 4, the Riverside Composite of Riverside and St George. That's Glenn Shooter and Brian Glawson. Looks like a race at Murray Bridge Composite of South Australia's Murray Bridge and Riverside, Canberra in lane 6, Glebe in 7, Manning River in 8, and Drummoyne Rowing Club, Charles Hamilton, and Gabrielle Hathel-Thornthwaite in lane 9, closest to the grandstand.
Well, I see out in lane 7 the Glebe crew of Mark Tejan, who's a fellow commentator, and Ken Major. Well, Ken Major has only not long come down in the lightweight single scull, which he had a very, very tight finish. But certainly through the 500 metres, there's the Horowhenua Wanganui crew ahead of the Glebe crew, the Murray Bridge, Riverside following them through, A&A, Riverside, St George, then Canberra, Manning River and Drummoyne. But very, very close for those top 5-6 crews.
And of course in lane 5, Graham Hunt is the only member of the Murray Bridge Rowing Club at this regatta. He's an ex-dairy farmer and he's rowing out there at the Murray Bridge Rowing Club. So from where I'm looking up here, Rob, it looks like the Horowhenua and Union Whanganui Rowing Club over there in lane 2 have a slight lead on the rest of the crew. Rest of the crew's racing here, but it's again going to be quite tight for those middle medal positions.
Yeah, certainly the Murray Bridge crew and the A&A crew over in lanes 3 and 6, or 3 and 5, look to be really bringing it up at the moment. That this Wanganui and Horowhenua crew look like they just got to have done enough to go in there, but the real race is in for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place, with the Glebe crew coming back at them now, with the Murray Bridge Composite in the middle of the field and the A&A going head to head as they come down to the line. There is absolutely nothing in it. They've gone across the line, and the Drummoyne crew coming on with the head of stream. It is absolutely, it is way too close to call. It is way too close to call, with A&A, Murray Bridge and Glebe crews crossing the line almost together.
They're making this very, very difficult for the line callers down here at the end of the race. I think they must have their fingers on the red buttons within milliseconds of one another. We're waiting on the official results now to call in the men's Masters F double.
Moving on to the medal presentation for race 233, the Women's Masters C8. And in 3rd place, and bronze medalists, Buckingham, Tasmania University, Black Mountain and Mossman Composite of Christine Foxton. Jane McGann, Jenny Simmons, Courtney Blythe, Jane Hilliard, Kathy Starling, Claire Vickers, Nicola Anderson and coxswain Olivia Walter. And in 2nd position and silver medalists, University of Queensland, Catherine Rodmell, Nikki Hughes, Narelle Walters, Rachel Thompson, Amanda Rukawai, Carla Forbes, Rachel Kinnenmonth, Annie McDowell and coxswain Lily Lunny, coached by Edward Drayden. And in 1st place, gold medalists and champions for 2023, the Mossman ANU Composite of Sarah Hill. Lucy Stackpool-Moore. Sarah Hearn. Alexandra Walding. Kelly Ross. Christina Larson. Kim Laurie. Carissa Kleiman. And Renee Domachek Coxon, coached by James Taylor. Please put hands together and congratulate medalists in the Women's Masters C8.
I'll give you a very quick update on the race that's currently underway. It's race 236 at the 500 metre mark. Glebe, the combination of Robiliard and Fendel, had a fantastic time at 500 of 1.56, very closely followed by the Drummoyne team of Patterson and Stewart. And it looks like there's a good gap then until the Pine Rivers, John Velosa and Ian Flockhart.
Just going back to that previous race, and it was absolutely a crack of a race, and we can confirm now from the official results that Murray Bridge got across the line in second place, Glebe in third, and A&A in fourth.
Thanks for that, Rob. We've got a little shout out to the Goolwa crew who are rowing in this race. That's the combination of David England and Cam Wilson. They're a small club with a big heart out there on Hindmarsh Island in South Australia. And how are they going here, Rob? What can you see?
Well, at the moment, the crew's fairly well established. This is the first forward of the final. These are the heats. So there was a lot of effort in that last race over that last to get that fourth place, but it certainly won't be an issue here with the Glebe crew pretty comfortably coming in over the Nagambie beside them. Over on this side, the Pine Rivers crew and the Drummoyne crew bringing the rating right down, just going for those four final places, but pretty casual going over there, and the rating right down, and Glebe go across the line to take first place. Drummoyne in second, Nagambie in third, and Pine Rivers in fourth, and Riverside in fifth.
Well called there, Rob. That was quite a sneaky uptake by Drummoyne there at the end. Coming across the line now in lane 2, Shoalhaven, followed by Goolwa in lane 8.
With the conditions capped as calm as they are, there's really not a lot of advantage in speeding up or slowing down in heats to try to get a better lane. It's really, it'll be fast across the line, and we'll get that the fastest cruise in the middle and spanning out from there, but not a lot of advantage, or no advantage really, across the course. So I think that's probably a reflection on how the crews approach that finish.
And ladies and gentlemen, in the grandstand, if you look onto the winner's pontoon right now, you'll see a lady standing there, not in a Zudi at the moment. That's Sue Wannon from the North Shore. She's the world record holder in the heavyweight erg at 76 years of age. She pulled the best erg in the world recently. What a legend. And Sue's just lining up this fantastic podium of winners. Rob's going to call their names in a moment. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for the Men's Masters C Quad Scull. In third position, and bronze medalist, St George Composite of Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Alexander Doige from Mosman Rowing Club, Andy Wigan from Glebe Rowing Club, and Alan Robertson from St George Rowing Club, coached by Ken Major and Isfan Nemeth. In second place and silver medalist, the Western Australia A&A Swan River Composite of Morris Robson. James McGrath, Simon Wall, David Salisbury. And in first place, gold medalists and champions for 2023, Black Mountain Leichhardt Composite of Juan Guimarães, Henry Bridgewater, Michael Simmons, and Ian Mongan. Please put your hands together and congratulate medalists in the Men's Masters C4 Quad Scull.
And we're looking at race 237 on the course at the moment, the Men's Masters F pair. In first place currently, it's a double, I'm sorry. In first place currently is a North Shore crew of Nick Johnson and the current club president, Chris Walsh. In second place at the 500 was the Sydney Penrith combination of McDonald and Quitzu. And in third place, Drummoyne, Nicholas Brown and Richard Jones, followed by Mossman, Drummoyne, Mackay and Gulwa.
Yeah, certainly, Kath, the crews over in lane 2, 3 and the 5. So that's the Drummoyne crew of Nicholas Brown and Richard Jones, the Sydney composite of Hugh McDonald and Carl Quitzow, and the North Shore crew of Nick Johnson and Chris Walsh, holding a bit of a lead. But the Mossman crew certainly over in lane 8, really putting on a spurt now to make sure that they get into that final fourth position to move into the semi-final. But the rating is right down in the, particularly in the Sydney Penrith composite of Hugh McDonald and Carl Quitzow, and the North Shore composite, and they are just winding it down. It looks like the Drummoyne crew of Simon Glasgow and Jeff Canning will just leave their run a little bit too late as North Shore cross the line first. Drummoyne over in lane 2 cross second. Mossman and Sydney Composite going across the line to complete the positions into the semi-final. We'll just wait for that official positions.
And it looks like the Mackay crew have come in 6th, rowing up there on the Pioneer River at Plaistow. That's a 15 kilometre west of Mackay. And in 6th place, is lane 6, Gulwa, Brian Francis and Simon Burr.
Moving over to race 238, the heat number 4 of the men's F double. Well, certainly this is a very popular event, and with 4 heats and full heats at that. So in lane 2 we have Community Club of Paul Grayson and James Johnson. In lane 3 the Tablelands crew of Lachlan McDonald and Doug Rolfe. In lane 4 the Corio Bay crew of Peter Aberl and Richard Axe. In lane 5, the North Shore New Zealand, Richard Rennie and Mark Robinson. In lane 6, Toowong Composite of David Rafter and Robert Gunningham. In lane 7, the Murdoch University Composite of Gary March and Alan Barry. In lane 8, we have the Newcastle Composite of Timothy Bland and Anthony Stanley. And lane 9, Manning River has scratched.
And you know, that Tablelands Rowing Club crew, Rob, down from country Queensland out there at Yungaburra. Their clubhouse is found on the Tinnaburra Peninsula. I don't know what kinds of creatures they would have to deal with in the water up there. I wouldn't like to go out in a single up there on the Tinnaburra Peninsula. I'm sure that it would make me very nervous.
Yeah, well, the Tablelands seems to indicate that it's far north Queensland, so maybe the odd croc and the like would be prevalent in their waters. So it would keep you certainly on your toes and keep moving, I'd imagine.
Well, they say the best coach you'll ever have is a single scull, and I can vouch for that, definitely.
Okay, for those who are on live on the live stream, we're seeing great pictures once again from the umpire's boat, and as we can see the crews spread across the field and great views down back towards the Blue Mountains and the finish line, the flags at the finish line. So it's a glorious day for rowing, and across the 500 metre mark we go first with the Corio Bay crew slightly in front of Newcastle Glebe and the Tablelands crew coming through, followed closely by the Toowong Karam, Murdoch University, and then North Shore New Zealand crew, with just really in the last crew coming across the 500 metre now community. So it is a fairly close race at the front of the field, then a little bit of a gap for the other 3 or 4 crews. But remembering once again that it is the first 4 to the semi-final, so I'm sure that those that have got a bit of a jump at the moment will just be consolidating their lead, consolidating their effort, so they've got a little bit to save because they've got 2 more races if they want to make that final.
And it's the Corio Bay veteran, that was Jeff Sykes, Rob, in 1966, who built the very first racing scull. He still rows 3 times a week on the Barwon River there at Corio Bay. And he certainly has revolutionised the shells of these racing boats over the decades since the 60s when that first single scull came out.
Yeah, they certainly have the Sykes rowing shells, of course, are very prevalent this regatta. So this time we've got that Corio Bay crew look to have a handy lead over the Tablelands crew beside them to their right over in lane 3. Back over on this side, the Newcastle Composite of Timothy Bland and Anthony Stanley are certainly in the position. But we've got a real race on for that 4th and all very important position to get into the semi-final between the Toowong Composite, the Murdoch University Composite and the North Shore New Zealand crew. But at the moment I'm not sure that they actually realise there's another crew in front of them, because they look to be not bringing it up as much as one might expect as they're coming towards the line. But certainly the Toowong Composite at the moment looks to have it. But going across the line, the Corio Bay unchallenged to take the first place, Tablelands in second, the Newcastle Glebe crew in third, Toowong Composite in fourth, Murdoch University Composite in fifth, and North Shore New Zealand in sixth. And we've still got Community Club just coming over the last 4 or 5 strokes to cross the line in 7th position.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're on a well-deserved lunch break. It might be a little bit shorter than the usual, so pick yourselves up, go for a stroll, get the lactic acid that's built up in your legs over the last couple of hours of spectator viewing, get it moving, pumping around your body. Maybe go for a run on the 5-kilometre cycle and running track that circles these Penrith Lakes. And we'll join you back in the commentary box at 1:25. At 1:25 for an afternoon of fine racing, which includes, Rob, you'll note on your program, the state races.
Yeah, they're all looking forward to those interstate races this afternoon, and that's they are some of the biggest races for the regatta, and one we all look forward to, ensure to get the crowd involved. So we'll see you after the break for some more racing.
Getting ready for the start of racing for the afternoon session on day 3 of the 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. On the screen you can see the women's G single sculls. It's heat number 1, first, second, third and fourth to go through to the final. In lane 3 from Carrum Rowing Club we have Mary Hunter, coached by Drew Holman. In lane 4 from Melbourne Rowing Club, Val Dowd. In lane 5 from Melbourne University, Jennifer Bingham. In lane 6 from A&A Rowing Club, Sue Howard-Smith. Lane 7 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Kerry Thorne, coached by Frank Thorne. And lane 8 from Melbourne Rowing Club, Lynn Charge. So a couple of women's G single sculls to kick off proceedings for the afternoon session of racing. So we can see the crews out on the starts, the boat holders back out, all fed, all ready to go. Plenty of sunscreen as well, because the conditions after the fog this morning, the conditions have absolutely fined up. We've got temperature in the low 20s. It's absolute glass out there at the moment. There's only a little bit of breath of wind. And of course this afternoon we've got the interstate racing, the men's and women's PR3 single sculls, the men's and women's quad sculls and the men's and women's 8s to finish off racing here on day 3 of the Australian Masters Rowing Championship. So some great racing coming up as Michael McRae joins me in the commentary booth, and you'd be looking forward to the interstate racing, Michael, to see how New South Wales go?
Well, absolutely, Stu. Good afternoon to you, and you've hit it on the head. It is an immaculate afternoon for rowing out here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, and yes, absolutely, I cannot wait for the Interstate Regatta. It's one of the best days of the year. We only get 2 of them a year, mind you, here and at the Open National Championship, but of course, go New South Wales. But we will wait and see what happens. But we are underway in race 239, the Women's Masters G Single Scull.
So we can see footage there from the BR rowboats. As mentioned, we do have some cameras set up on the BR rowboats, and it's really a fantastic view of, in this case, the scullers heading down the course. You can see the flags off in the distance towards the finish line, and then the Blue Mountains off in the distance as well. So really giving a bit of an idea. Now, for those that aren't particularly familiar with rowing or haven't been in a boat, that looks quite easy, and I can guarantee you it is absolutely anything but. Those women will be out there really giving it a red-hot go. This is the G women's single sculls, so they are a little bit older, I believe in their 60s for the G category. So as we just see the crews going through the first 250 metres, it does look to be Jennifer Bingham from Melbourne University out in front at the moment. And then looking back across the course, they're coming up now towards the 500. So we've got Jennifer Bingham from Melbourne University leading A&A, Sue Howard-Smith. And then just looking across a bit, it does Melbourne's Lynn Charge over in lane number 8, doing quite well as well. So Melbourne's Val Dowd sitting nicely. So only 2 to miss out from this heat to go through to the final. So it's first, second, third and fourth will make it through. So Jennifer Bingham out in front at the moment, looking very comfortable. It looks like she's got a nice Clearwater lead between herself and the chasing pack, as we just see our leading sculler through the 500.
So coming into the final 250 metres of this race, Stuart, it remains Jennifer Bingham of the Melbourne University Boat Club in the lead, and she's got a pretty significant advantage ahead of the rest of the pack. Second and third at this stage, harder to call, but I would hazard a guess it is those scullers on the far side of the course in contention. Mary Hunter, hailing from the Carrum Rowing Club in Victoria, and also Val Dowell from Melbourne Rowing Club. And on this side of the course, chomping at their heels is A&A's Sue Howard-Smith, Leichhardt Rowing Club's Kerry Thorne, and Melbourne Rowing Club's Lynn Charge.
Yeah, and I think, Michael, we're going to have a really interesting battle here between Kerry Thorne and Lynn Charge. Fourth goes through to the final, fifth misses out, and at the moment, Kerry Thorne from Leichhardt just with their bow ball out in front, but they are now going into the last 200 metres or so. Sue Howard-Smith from A&A Rowing Club, just a little bit off the pace at the moment. It would take a massive effort over the last 250 metres to be able to go through.
Well, I can guarantee you that there will be no... Kerry Thorne will not be giving an inch, and she is an extremely passionate Leichhardt Rowing Club member and very competitive indeed. And I should know she coached me for a number of years, and so she'll be looking not to give an inch to Lynn Charge on the near side of the course, I should say, from Melbourne Rowing Club with those red blades. And she's just pressed out ahead now into fourth position.
So out in front, though, she's led from start to finish, Jennifer Bingham from Melbourne University. She'll go through and take a commanding win there. So a very strong win there for Jennifer Bingham from Melbourne University Boat Club in a time of 4:55.82. And then coming through in second place and also qualifying for the final will be Val Dowell from Melbourne Rowing Club. So it's Victoria 1 and 2 and now Victoria 3 with Carrum's Mary Hunter going through in third place. And then in that battle for fourth place, we can see Lynn Charge looking out to her right-hand side, but Kerry Thorne from Leichhardt has done enough. She'll hold off by a boat length and qualify for the final. So Leichhardt's Kerry Thorne finishing just ahead of Lynn Charge from Melbourne Rowing Club in fifth place, with A&A's Sue Howard-Smith coming through in sixth. So our second heat is coming down now. So we do have a scratching in lane number 6, so only one rower to miss out. So lane 3 from Endeavour Rowing Club in New South Wales, Chris Brennan. In lane 4 from Nelson Rowing Club in New Zealand, Maud O'Connell. Lane 5 from Perth Rowing Club, Carolyn Fennell, coached by Vanessa Grant. Scratching lane 6. Lane 7 from Abbotsford Rowing Club in New South Wales, Rosemary Hancock, coached by Charles Lloyd Jones. And in lane 8 from Riverside Rowing Club in South Australia, Claire Sweeney. And Maud O'Connell from Nelson Rowing Club out in front at the moment. And then she's been challenged on the far side, so the side closest to the grandstand, by Claire Sweeney from Riverside Rowing Club, sitting in second place at the moment. Third place looks to be Carolyn Fennell from Perth Rowing Club. And then there'll be a nice little battle going on here. Endeavour Rowing Club's Chris Brennan and Abbotsford's Rowing Club, Rosemary Hancock, battling it out for that final qualification position. I think, Michael, that Rosemary Hancock, as they come up towards the last 250 metres, may just have her bow ball out in front, but it's going to be an interesting finish.
Well, that's right, Stu, and I think you've hit the nail on the head in terms of those placings you mentioned before. It is certainly Maud O'Connell from the Nelson Rowing Club in New Zealand out in front, and yeah, Claire Sweeney of Riverside running second at this stage. Third is a little bit tighter to call, but having said that, as the rowers approach the business end of the park, it is Carolyn Fennell of Perth Rowing Club, I would suggest, in third place. I really couldn't say at this stage but whether it was Chris Brennan or Rosemary Hancock of Abbotsford. That'll be a tight race, I think, and I think we might be being deceived by the angles.
Yeah, it does look as though Chris Brennan from Endeavour Rowing Club just getting herself out in front of Rosemary Hancock from Abbotsford Rowing Club. You can hear the cheers starting to come through from the banks. People getting right into this afternoon session of the third day of racing here at the 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Maud O'Connell from Nelson Rowing Club, she's made the trip across the ditch and is looking very comfortable out in front. Just a nice low rating, plenty of oomph through the strokes, and certainly sitting very, very comfortably ahead of the sculler from Perth Rowing Club, Carolyn Fennell, and then Claire Sweeney from Riverside Rowing Club, just moving up into third. It's a very distinctive purple boat there. But we will see Maud O'Connell from Nelson Rowing Club in New Zealand. She'll go through, take the win, qualify for the final of the women's G single sculls. Coming through in second place in the aforementioned purple boat will be Claire Sweeney from Riverside Rowing Club in South Australia. And then going through in third place will be Carolyn Fennell from Perth Rowing Club. So she's qualified, as has Chris Brennan from Endeavour Rowing Club. Coming through in fourth with Rosemary Hancock from Abbotsford in fifth place. So a few gaps there, but certainly a comfortable win there for Maud O'Connell. So I think it'll be very much between Maud O'Connell from Nelson Rowing Club and Jennifer Bingham from Melbourne University as to who will, for the final of the Women's Masters G single sculls. Moving on to the semi-final, first semi-final for the Men's Masters F double sculls. They are underway and you can see that up on the screen at the moment. Lane 2 from Mossman Rowing Club, Harry Fine and Lawrence Nethery. In lane 3 from Newcastle and Glebe Rowing Clubs, Timothy Bland and Anthony Stanley. Lane 4 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Nicholas Brown and Richard Jones. Lane 5 from Glebe Rowing Club, Richard Robillard and Robert Fendell. In lane 6 from Horowhenua and Union Whanganui Rowing Clubs, Bruce Tate and Kevin Horan. In lane 7 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Andrew Patterson and Douglas Stewart. Lane 8 from Glebe Rowing Club, our co-commentator Mark Tetchin is joined by Kenneth Major. And then in lane 9 from Pine Rivers Rowing Club, John Velosa and Ian Flockhart.
Thank you, Stu. And our double scullers are approaching the halfway mark in this race. And I got to say, I couldn't pick it at this stage.
There is not a lot between any of those crews, and you can see there from the footage from the BR rowboat that it is very tight at the front. So we're just seeing them cross over the 500 metres mark now, and so let's have a look there. So we've got Horowhenua and Union Whanganui in the lead, just behind them, Glebe, and then the two Drummoyne crews. The second Glebe crew in lane 5, then Newcastle, Glebe, Mossman and Pine Rivers. Only about a second between each of our crews as they went through that first timing point. So certainly throw a blanket over them. First, second, third and fourth will go through to the final with the rest eliminated from this event. And I don't know that you could potentially the Pine Rivers crew just a little bit off the pace at the moment, and maybe the Mossman crew in lane 2, Harry Fine and Lawrence Nethery. Probably our only two that are sitting well off the pace.
Of course, Stu, we are looking for those all-important first four boats across the line, and it is Glebe Rowing Club's Richard Robillard and Robert Fendell in the hot seat at this stage, sitting in 5th place, and they'll be looking to snatch a qualifying spot off of Nicholas Brown and Richard Jones of the Drummoyne Rowing Club. But as you've alluded to, Stuart, it is very tight indeed, and a very, very deep event, I should say. I mean, this is the first of 2 semi-finals, which just indicates to you how many competitors we have in this event.
Yeah, there's plenty of class on display in the men's F double sculls. The New Zealand crew from Horowhenua and Union Whanganui out in front at the moment. A couple of ones across from them. Drummoyne Rowing Club's Nicholas Brown and Richard Jones sitting nicely in second place. Mark Titchin and Kenneth Major from Glebe. They're sitting in third, but they are being pushed. And I think we've got about 7 boats here, Michael, and with only 4 spots through to the final, the battle is on. It's the Kiwis out in front, though. It'll be the New Zealand boat with about 50 metres to go. Then we've got the Drummoyne Rowing Club, lane 4. They're sitting in second. Glebe sitting in third place at the moment. Lane number 8 being pushed by Drummoyne in lane number 7, just pulling ahead of the middle Glebe crew. It will be the Kiwis who'll come through and take the win. Second place will go to the Glebe Rowing Club crew in lane 8 ahead of lane number 4 from Drummoyne. And then the second Drummoyne crew in lane number 7 coming through in 4th place. They're our 4 qualifiers. So Bruce Tate, Kevin Horan, Mark Tetchin, Kenneth Major, Nicholas Brown, Richard Jones, and then Andrew Patterson and Douglas Stewart. Absolutely nothing in those ones. Then just missing out, we've got Richard Robillard and Robert Fendell from Glebe Rowing Club, Mossman's Harry Fine, Lawrence Nethery, Timothy Bland and Anthony Stanley from Newcastle and Glebe, and John Velosa and Ian Flockhart from Pine Rivers, making up our field. What a close finish that was.
That was an absolute humdinger, I should say.
A humdinger.
That was fantastic finish to that race, and we are waiting on a photo for a couple of those finishes, so we'll wait to bring you that. But for the moment, race 240 2 is underway, which is the second semi-final for the men's Masters F double scull. The progression remains 1, 2, 3, 4 through to the final at race 254. So in lane 2, representing Toowong and Carrum Rowing Clubs, David Rafter and Robert Gunningham. In lane 3, from Sydney Rowing Club and Penrith Rowing Club, Hugh McDonald and Carl Quitzow. In lane 4, from Tablelands Country Rowing Club in Queensland, Lachlan McDonald and Doug Rolfe. In lane 5, from North Shore Rowing Club in New South Wales, Nick Johnson and Chris Walsh. In lane 6, from Corio Bay Rowing Club in Victoria, Peter Eberl and Richard Axe. In lane 7, from Murray Bridge Composite and Riverside Rowing Clubs in South Australia, Mark Johnson and Graham Hunt. In lane 8, representing Ngambie Rowing Club in Victoria, Lee McIntyre and Andy Horsburgh. Finally, representing the ANA Rowing Club from Western Australia, Adam Ranshaw and John Walters.
And just on the Tablelands Rowing Club, they're up in the Atherton Tablelands, just west of Cairns, so they've come down a very long way. Actually doing really, really well. I only wish that the rugby league team from North Queensland was doing half as well as the guys from the Tablelands Country Rowing Club.
Well, you're showing your true colours here, Stu. They are shining through. I can see that maroon just behind your eyes a little bit.
Look, the red mist just descends and away you go.
Competing for the Australian Capital Territory today, ladies and gentlemen, I should point out, but...
I have only been a member of an ACT rowing club. I only learnt to row about 4 years ago. It's all been with ANU. So my state of origin for rowing is the Australian Capital Territory.
Fair enough.
But yes, I am.
Well, glad we got that cleared up before it got a bit awkward later on this afternoon.
I think everyone knows that I'm born and bred up north. Got a chip on both shoulders, so
fantastic.
Well-balanced human being.
That's right. So. Race 242 is barrelling down towards the 1750 metre mark on the competition lake. Of course, the 750 metre mark in the race.
But these times, Michael, just having a look at the times up on the screen at the moment. So North Shore, and then it was less than a second back to Corio Bay, 0.3 of a second to Sydney Penrith, 0.49 of a second to Murray Bridge Riverside, less than a second to ANA, less than a second back to Tablelands, and then Toowong, Carrum and Ngambie just at the back of the pack. We've got 6 boats coming down the course at the moment that are all in with the shot, 6-4 time into the last 250 metres. And if you could tip it from here with any great certainty, then you'd be doing extremely well indeed. We've got the Sydney Composite, the Sydney Penrith Composite, North Shore, Tablelands, Corio Bay, Murray Bridge Composite, ANA, all sitting within about a boat length of each other. This finish is going to be exciting, guys. If you're on the banks and your blokes are out there, cheer them home because this is going to be tight. We've got 6 crews, 4 spots for the final. You can hear the cheers start to go up now. We've got North Shore, Corio Bay. Are they just starting to pull ahead? The Sydney Penrith Composite have been sitting out in front, but now they're just being run down a little bit. We've got the Tablelands crew from Country Queensland, the Murray Bridge Riverside Composite as well. ANA just dropping off the pace a little bit. Out in front, Corio Bay. Bow ball out in front. They're going to go through and qualify. Second place will be lane 5, then 7, then 3 by the looks of things. And then ANA and Tablelands just missing out. What an exciting finish for that one. That was absolutely tight. So it looked to be Corio Bay, Peter Eberl and Richard Axe finishing just ahead of Hugh McDonald and Carl Quitzow in second place. And then back half a second, the North Shore crew of Nick Johnson and Chris Walsh finishing in third place. And then it looked to be the Murray Bridge Riverside crew of Mark Johnston and Graham Hunt coming through in fourth in that final qualification position. It was then less than a second back to the crew from Tablelands, Lachlan McDonald, Doug Rolfe, Adam Ramshaw, John Walters, not far behind them either, and then back a little bit to the Ngambie crew of Lee McIntyre, Andy Horsburgh, and then the Toowong Carrum double of David Rafter and Robert Gunningham. I need to lie down.
Take a breath after that one, Stu. That went down to the wire. It was so close in the final couple of strokes. It was still all up for grabs, but it does appear as though it'll be Corio Bay, North Shore, Murray Bridge Composite, and the Sydney Penrith Composite that advance. Yeah, that's right. So we'll wait on an official result, but those appear to be the qualifiers. So the final, the men's Masters F double, which will be an absolute pearler, you would think, later on this afternoon.
I am penciling that one in to have a bit of a look at because there was absolutely nothing between those crews in that semi-final. So certainly plenty of exciting racing to come. We're into heat number 1 of the Women's Masters A single sculls. So first, second and third through to the final. So this is our rowers. To be in the A category, you have to be, I think it's 27 through to 34. But if you are a little bit older and you're feeling enthusiastic, you can jump on in. Lane 2 from Gold Coast Masters rowers, we've got Viv Culverwell, and she's coached by Alan Bromley. In lane 3 from the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Emma Davey. Lane 4 from Commercial Rowing Club, Christine Taylor, coached by Charles Green and Philip Morgan. Lane 5 from Glebe Rowing Club, Elizabeth Lester. Lane 6 from Toowong Rowing Club, Kate Dombrowski, coached by Angelina Ellis. In lane 7 from Easter Rowing Club in Singapore, we have Kang Ju Jia, coached by Goken Sakamoto. And in lane 8 from Mossman Rowing Club, Jem Lambert. And again, that lovely footage from the BRO boats. You can see them there really putting on. It's a high quality race going through, going down at the moment. Over 1,000 metres. So there is that, I guess, that temptation there, Michael, to just put the foot down a little bit more and fly and die more than you would for a 2K.
Well, particularly in these A categories, Stu. I mean, I would suggest that many of these younger Masters scullers will have competed quite at a high level in their 20s at university and in clubs respectively. So yeah, as you say, it's a chance to put the foot down and stretch the legs for these scullers. So, and look, it's a fantastic afternoon to do so. The water is crystal clear. There is no breeze whatsoever, and any kind of breeze is blowing equally across the course. So we are in for a treat. Well, I should say these Masters women are in for a treat with the conditions this afternoon. But through the 500, Viv Culverwell through. She's representing the Gold Coast Masters Club in lane 2, followed by Kang Yu Jia in 2nd, Christine Taylor in 3rd, Elizabeth Lester in 4th, Kate Dombrowski in 5th, Emma Davey in 6th at this stage.
Yeah, and again, you can see the footage there. I believe the technical term for the conditions, Michael, is day for it.
Yes, that's right. It is a day for it.
So out in front, Viv Culverwell from Gold Coast Masters, leading and looking quite comfortable now. Again, very distinctive yellow or green and gold, I think is the correct way of putting it. Don't know if we can call it canary yellow, but certainly the green and gold boat. And then second place, Kang Yu Jia from Easter Rowing Club in Singapore. We saw one of their quads win a gold medal yesterday in the afternoon session. So certainly making the most of the trip over. Coming through them, behind them, we've again got a bit of a chasing pack. So we've got first, second and third going through to the final. And of that chasing pack, I would say that we've potentially got Toowong's Kate Dombrowski, Elizabeth Lester from Glebe Rowing Club and Christine Taylor from Commercial Rowing Club, all in with the shot. Jem Lambert from Mossman Rowing Club and Emma Davey from Lake Macquarie. Just a little bit off the pace at the moment. It would take a massive effort to be able to come through and qualify for the final as things stand. So you can just see there, that's the pink boat of, it looks to be Christine Taylor from Commercial Rowing Club.
Well, only 3 through to the final, Stu, in this event. So through the final at race 255, it does appear to be Culverwell from Gold Coast Masters, and then over to lane 7, Kang Yu Jia in 2nd place, and then 3rd is tight, but I think it's Liz Lester at this stage from the Glebe Rowing Club. Kudos to Christine Taylor. She's playing down a grade, as it were.
Couple of grades.
That's right. So, but there's no doubt about it. It is going to be a win for the Gold Coast Masters Rowers Club over there in lane 2. In Viv Culverwell, 2nd place goes to Easter Rowing Club in Singapore, 3rd, and seizing the final qualifying spot with a flurry over the line, Elizabeth Lester from Glebe Rowing Club. Narrowly missing out now is Kate Dombrowski from Toowong. Also missing out Christine Taylor from the Commercial Rowing Club. 6th place goes the way of Lake Macquarie's Emma Davey. 7th place, finally, Jen Lambert from the Mossman Rowing Club.
We are underway in the second heat of the Women's A single sculls. In lane number 2 from Nagambie Rowing Club in Victoria, Caitlin Johnson. In lane 3 from Glebe Rowing Club, Ella Barnard. In lane 4 from Buckingham Rowing Club in Tasmania, Courtney Blythe. Lane 5 from Carrum Rowing Club in Victoria, Morgan Dunham, coached by Drew Holman. In lane 6 from Easter Rowing Club in Singapore, Joan Poe, coached by Gokhan Sakamoto. In lane 7 from Glebe Rowing Club, Belindy Rowe. And in lane 8, also from Glebe Rowing Club, Louisa Zanginger. So a few younger rowers in this race. Again, the age category for A is 27 through to 34. So it's so we do get a few younger rowers, but again, we do have at least one rower rowing upper grade from B down to A, because you do have the opportunity to be able to do that, and a number of reasons why you might do so as well. But and also 3 scullers from Glebe Rowing Club, so certainly in with a shot of getting at least one of them through to the final later on tonight. As we just see our scullers going through the first 500 metres, and you can really see a lot of them really putting in a big effort. So our Easter sculler from Singapore, Joan Poe, out in front, looking very, very comfortable as she went through the first 500. We've then got Buckingham's Courtney Blythe, 4 seconds behind, less than about a quarter of a second back to Louisa Zanginger from Glebe, and then Carrum's Morgan Dunham, Ella Barnard from Glebe, Belindy Rowe from Glebe, and Caitlin Johnson making up our field. So the first 3 going through to the final in the women's A single sculls. This is the final heat, and then coming up after this one, we will head across. We'll have a little bit of a break in the program with a couple of the men's B double sculls heats cancelled. That's been consolidated into the one, and then we've got the men's A8s coming down the course after that. So that will be an exciting and a very fast race out there. But now with 250 metres to go, it is the sculler from the... this is the second heat, it is the sculler from Easter Rowing Club in Singapore, Joan Poe. She's out in front there in lane number 6, and then coming through next to her will be Courtney Blythe from Buckingham Rowing Club in second place at the moment. And then the battle for third, it does look to be the Carrum Rowing Club, Morgan Dunham, with those very distinctive high-vis green zooty. And then she's got some very pink oars as well. So there's a lot of high V. You would not lose that.
You wouldn't lose it on a dark night in those green colours. It is tightening up, Stu, as we come down to the business end of this race. Only 3 to qualify. In contention, as you've alluded to, is Joan Poe from the Easter Rowing Club, Morgan Dunham from Carrum, also in contention, Courtney Blythe from the Buckingham Rowing Club in Tasmania. So those 3 look poised to qualify for the final at race 255. It's all to do for Ella Barnard from the Glebe Rowing Club in lane 3, and also over here in lane 8, Louisa Zeininger, also from Glebe. But no doubt about it, it is going to be a win for Easter Rowing Club, Joan Poe, hailing from Singapore. Second place is going to go to Morgan Dunham from Carrum Rowing Club, and third now goes to Courtney Blythe from the Buckingham Rowing Club. Fourth place goes the way of Louisa Zeininger from Glebe. Fifth place to Ella Barnard from Glebe Rowing Club also. And then 2 to finish. It's going to be between Belindy Rowe from Glebe and Caitlin Johnson from Nagambie.
And Belindy Rowe just having a look out. The red mist descended, I guess, and managed to go through and finish in 6th place. So Joan Poe, Morgan Dunham and Courtney Blythe, our qualifiers from the second heat of the women's A single sculls. We just see them ready at the start of heat number 3.
That's right, Stu. Race 245 is the third heat of the Women's Masters A single scull. The progression is, of course, that the first 3 across the line will progress to the final at race 255, and the remainder will be eliminated. In lane 2, representing North Shore Rowing Club in New South Wales, is Olivia Tonge, coached by John Gouvenet. In lane 3, representing Ballarat City Rowing Club, is Ebony Ebenwaldner. In lane 4, from Richmond Rowing Club, is Kate Dybel. In lane 5 from Glebe Rowing Club is Julia Vishkovskaya. In lane 6, also from Glebe, is Heidi Lindahl. In lane 7 from Yarra Rowing Club is Sarah Sekfi. And finally, representing Newcastle University Boat Club is Chantel Lindsay in lane 8.
So just the footage there. So you can see the temporary start pontoons, or you could see the temporary start pontoons that have been set up for this event. Obviously the main pontoons are set up down at the 2,000 metre start, so the temporary pontoons. And a big shout out to the boat holders and all the volunteers that have helped make this event a success. There's a lot of people that are very much enjoying it. There's a great vibe around the boat park at the moment, and it's in no small part to the efforts of the volunteers and also the Rowing New South Wales and the Rowing Australia staff to help put this event together. Back to the footage now from the BRO boats, and again you can see that fantastic footage looking out over our scullers as we just see it pan towards the left there, so you can see Olivia Tung from North Shore Rowing Club just ahead, just sitting in behind or equal with Ebony Ebenwaldner from Ballarat City down in Victoria. Certainly Richmond Rowing Club's Kate Dybel well and truly in front there as they came through in that very distinctive Richmond colour with the yellow sash, same as the football club. Lane 7, Yarra Sarah Sekfi also doing quite well there as well, as we see them coming up towards the 500 metre mark, and I think Yarra Sarah Sekfi might just have a bow ball out in front through the 500. Nothing in it between those two.
Nothing.
Kate Dybel and Sarah Sekfi, our two leading scullers, and then Heidi Lindahl and Ebony Ebenwaldner battling it out for third place. Less than a second between third and fourth. Julia Vishkovskaya in fifth place, Chantel Lindsay in sixth, and then Olivia Tung in seventh place.
Well, the third and fourth is where the real battle is in this race, Stu. Heidi Lindahl and Ebony Ebenwaldner from Ballarat City Rowing Club. She's in the hot seat at the moment. How much does she have to give to knock Heidi Lindahl out of that third position?
It's a very good effort if you can knock Heidi Lindahl out. So it'll be interesting to see how these two scullers go. We're seeing there as well, just in the middle there, to see if people are able to go through, and Julia Vishkovskaya from Glebe Rowing Club, maybe just a little bit off the pace at the moment. So the battle certainly between Ebony Ebenwaldner and Heidi Lindahl from Glebe Rowing Club for that final qualification position. Kate Dybel from Richmond Rowing Club out in front, along with Sarah Sekfi from Yarra Rowing Club, so battling it out. So a battle for first and second, a battle for third and fourth. Only the first three going through to the final. It's in now to the last 200 metres.
Sarah Sekfi from Yarra Rowing Club really putting some pressure now on Kate Dybel from Richmond, and she's on not quite the near side, but pretty close to the grandstand in lane 7 in the Yarra Rowing Club colours. But now a push coming from Kate Dybel. Can she extend that lead? And of course, we're also looking at Heidi Lindahl and Ebony Ebenwaldner for that all-important third and final qualifying spot. I think Ebenwaldner in those green colours is pushing out a little bit ahead of Lindahl, so it's back in the courts of Glebe Rowing Club. We're coming down into the final 25 metres or so. It is going to be a win for Kate Dybel by all appearances out of Richmond Rowing Club in lane 4. A win for her. Second place is going to go the way of Sarah Sekfi from Yarra Rowing Club. And coming down to the final couple of strokes, it's really tight and deep between Glebe and Ballarat City. I can't quite tell who won that, Stu. I wouldn't be brave enough to call it, but really tight between those two. We'll wait for an official confirmation. Fifth place goes the way of Glebe Rowing Club's Julia Vishkovskaya. Sixth place now goes the way of Newcastle University's Chantel Lindsay. And seventh place to North Shore Rowing Club's Olivia Tonge.
Absolutely nothing in the battle for third place. Ebony Ebenwaldner was out in front, looking very good. The big push came from Heidi Lindahl from Glebe Rowing Club. I suspect, though, she may just have missed out. It looked like it's not going to be much more than a bow ball, but we'll wait for the final confirmation of those results from heat number 3.
Well, I'm sure we'll have a replay popping up for us in just a short moment, and you can be the judge, ladies and gentlemen, but it will be, unfortunately, one of those scullers missing out on the final, and they both thoroughly deserve to make the final, can I say, but there can only be one winner on the day.
So we do have the official results from that third heat of the women's A single sculls. So Kate Dybel from Richmond Rowing Club in first place, Sarah Sekfi from Yarra Yarra in second, and in third by 0.12 of a second, Ebony Ebenwaldner from Ballarat City, qualifying for the final by the barest of margins, 0.12 of a second.
Well, it was an absolutely brave assault there in the end from Heidi Linda, but just not enough in the end to sneak into the final. But fantastic, and congratulations to her and to Glebe Rowing Club on a stellar race.
Absolutely. Now, we do have a little bit of a break in the program. So the men's B double sculls, those two heats have been consolidated into a final. So we don't have heats for the men's B double sculls. So our next race is in about 8 minutes, and that will be the Big Boat Energy, the men's A8s coming down the course. There's 6 8s coming down. There's some big names that are going to be involved in that. Very much looking forward to that. So that will be in about 8 minutes' time.
So, Stu, we are going to have a start any moment in race 248, the men's Masters A8. So, one of the blue ribbon events of this afternoon's programs, ladies and gentlemen. So, we'll do the roll call quickly before we get underway. So, in lane 3, I should say, it's the University of Queensland, Melbourne University Boat Club, Commercial, Carrum, and Toowong Rowing Club composite boat. So, a veritable patchwork crew. So, Jeremy Lawrence, Toby Roberts, Rob Finch, Adam Bright, Drew Holman, Jack Armitage, Alistair Isherwood and Edward Drayden making up that crew. Their Cox, Michael Toon. In lane 4, representing the University of New South Wales Rowing Club, Chris Burns, Michael Pickford, Alexander Lazarou, Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, Ben Whalen, Andrew McEnroe, James Halliday, and their Cox is Angela Zeng. In lane 5, representing North Shore Rowing Club, Quan Nguyen, Andy Jeffries, Nick O'Brien, Joe Daly, Joshua Armstrong, Samuel Hay, Mark Worrell, Tom Payton. Their Cox is Jane Kavanagh, and their coaches are John Gouvenet, Susan Wan, and Susan Walter. In lane 6 is a pure Toowong Rowing Club boat. Robert McPhee, Nicholas Ferros, Daniel Thomas, Todd Clements, Dean Horder, Jackson Price, Jack Price, Simon Smart, and Asher Underhill as their Cox. Their coach is Terry Mulligan. Representing Glebe Rowing Club in lane 7 is Balaz Hansel, Robert Fullerton, Callum Steele, Maximus Jones, Henry Leaf, Andrew Perrick, Tony Rogers, Ben Nagappa, and their Cox, Christopher Iredale. Finally is a Mossman, Black Mountain and ANU composite. Mark Lawarn, Brenton Yates, Mark Partridge, Timothy Worth, Henry Bridgewater, Stephen McGlynn, Paul Williams, and Andrew Horrigan. Their Cox is none other than Renee Domachens.
Yeah, Renee Domachez, a very experienced coxswain, was with the Australian Paralympic coxed for at the Tokyo Paralympics.
Yeah, absolutely. A very well-decorated coxswain in Renee Domachens.
So we're just getting ready for the start of the men's A8. So that will be any moment now. You can see the crews starting to get ready. Fantastic view from the starting tower. And they're off and racing now. It's the big boat energy. It's the big eights heading down the course, the men's A8 plus. Now you can just see there the crews over on the far side, the Mossman Black Mountain Composite and Glebe Rowing Club, both off to a good start, as was the Toowong Rowing Club. As you mentioned before there, Michael, one of the few clubs, or two of the clubs are composites, and then 4 of them are single club events. So
Purebreds.
Purebred. Well, maybe not so much. Maybe not so much that, but certainly the Toowong Rowing Club crew looking very good right off the start line, coming down through the first 250 metres. And it was quite interesting actually earlier today being in the coxswain seats of a Brisbane and GPS crew, and a big shout out to those guys who were very friendly despite the fact that they had an extra sack of potatoes with their coxswain earlier this morning. But yeah, it's amazing how quickly that 1,000 metres goes in those big boats. It's you'd expect these guys to do a very low 3-minute time. Out in front, Toowong Rowing Club, it looks like certainly being pushed there by the University of New South Wales in lane number 4, and then the Mossman Black Mountain Composite in lane 8, Glebe in lane 7, and then North Shore and the University of Queensland, Melbourne University, Commercial, Carrum, and Toowong, Licorice, all sorts. Just off a little bit at the back of the pack, although they are ahead of that North Shore crew. Coming up through the 500 metre mark now, and there's not a lot between our leading 2 crews. It's a second between the University of New South Wales and Toowong. The University of Queensland Composite sitting in 3rd place, the Mossman Black Mountain Composite in 4th, and then Glebe sitting in 5th. And then back a little bit further now to the North Shore crew in 6th place. But you can just see there the only waves really at the moment, and better view here, the only waves that are on the course at the moment are the ones caused by the rowing boats themselves and also the BRO boats coming down as well. University of New South Wales, they're out in front. They managed to pull ahead every stroke, and they are leading that Toowong crew from Queensland in lane number 6. They're sitting in 2nd, and then the University of Queensland Composite sitting in 3rd place. Glebe and the Mossman Black Mountain ANU Composite in lane number 8. Just starting to make a little bit of a move now. Are they going to be able to make up a boat length and sneak in for a cheeky bronze here in the men's A8s at the 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Out in front, though, it is the University of New South Wales. They've looked good right from the start. They've managed to push through. They've got themselves about a boat length between them and the Toowong Rowing Club crew, and then the University of Queensland Composite sitting in third. They're starting to make their move up now, a little bit further back to the Black Mountain, Mossman Composite, Glebe, and also North Shore making up our field. Out towards the front, though, cutting through the glass, powering home, it will be the crew from the University of New South Wales who come home in first place. Second place with a big finish will be the Toowong Rowing Club, with third going to the University of Queensland Composite. Fourth will be the Black Mountain Mossman ANU Composite, with Glebe coming through in fifth and North Shore in sixth place. So a strong win there for the University of New South Wales. Second place going to Toowong. Third to the University of Queensland, Melbourne University Commercial, Carrum and Toowong Composite in lane number 3.
And just crossing the line now, it's going to be the North Shore crew to finalise that race. And what a fantastic race it was, Stu. That was a really dominant performance by the University of New South Wales Rowing Club. It looked as though they were being threatened by Toowong at various parts of that race. And of course, the University of Queensland Patchwork crew really chopping at the heels of both of those two race leaders, but wasn't to be, and the University of New South Wales thoroughly deserved that win.
Moving on now to the final of the women's G single sculls. So we've got our finalists up on the screen. It does look like we might just be missing a lane number 8. So in lane 2, we have Chris Brennan from Endeavour. Lane 3, Mary Hunter from Carrum Rowing Club. Lane 4 from Riverside, Claire Sweeney. In lane 5 from Melbourne University, Jennifer Bingham, who was the heat winner. Lane 6, also the other heat winner, Maud O'Connell from Nelson Rowing Club in New Zealand. Lane 7, Val Dow from Melbourne Rowing Club. Then we have Carolyn Fennell from Perth Rowing Club in lane 8, so not quite at the start just yet. And Kerry Thorne from Leichhardt in lane number 9. So our scullers getting ready. That winning time there was I said it was going to be in the low 3 minutes. 3 minutes 6 down the course. That was very, very quick there from the men's A8s. And we can just see there Carolyn Fennell from Perth Rowing Club just coming through and getting herself set up for the start of the women's G single scull. So there wasn't a big turnaround time for our scullers, but now just getting themselves ready to go. So we are underway now in race number 249. It's the women's G single sculls. And again, some fantastic footage coming off. You can see the sun glistening off the water at the moment as our scullers are coming down the course. And certainly during the heats, we saw quite a few of the scullers just maybe keeping the rate down a little bit just to make sure that they had enough energy. As I mentioned, it was a quick turnaround for our women's G single scullers. So back out on the course now and really just starting to put the foot down for this final. So we can see there over on the far side, Chris Brennan from Endeavour Rowing Club, and then a couple over from her, we've got Claire Sweeney from Riverside Rowing Club from South Australia. Very distinctive South Australian colours there with the bright red in the very purple boat. So through the first 250 metres, and you can just see there the racing just a little bit higher than what it was for the heats. No time like the present to put the foot down and really get that boat moving. coming into the 500 metre mark, and we can see our crews over in the middle, which is what you'd expect for the final. So Maud O'Connell from Nelson Rowing Club and also Jennifer Bingham from Melbourne University Boat Club, our two leaders at the moment. So lane 6, Maud O'Connell from Nelson Rowing Club out in front. We've seen a few internationals win races so far at the 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships, and Maud O'Connell from the Nelson Rowing Club certainly looking very strong out in front at the moment in the women's G single sculls. So through that first 500 metres, Maud O'Connell out in the lead, 3.5 seconds ahead of Jennifer Bingham. Claire Sweeney, another 3 seconds back from her. And then another 4 seconds back to Chris Brennan from Endeavour. Then Carolyn Fennell, Val Dowell, Mary Hunter and Kerry Thorne making up our field. So certainly a more spread out final than what we've seen in a few other ones. But that New Zealand sculler, Maud O'Connell, and it looks like she might just be starting to get pulled back a little bit here by Melbourne University's Jennifer Bingham.
Well, that's right, Stu. In the middle of the course is where the battle is at the moment. Jennifer Bingham, as you say, from the Melbourne University Boat Club, taking the fight to Maud O'Connell from Nelson Rowing Club in New Zealand. Third place is a little bit tighter, but I dare say it is Claire Sweeney out of the Riverside Rowing Club in South Australia, who is currently running third, but she is not... she's not home and free for that bronze medal. It's going to be between her and, of course, Carrum Rowing Club's Mary Hunter. Or I probably should say Chris Brennan from the Endeavour Rowing Club on that far side. But also pressing up is Carolyn Fennell from Perth Rowing Club in Western Australia in lane 8.
So we've got some good rowing coming. Jennifer Bingham in that third fight, 250 metres, Melbourne University. She's made a move. She's come up to Maud O'Connell. We're in now to the last 100 metres or so. Maud O'Connell from Nelson Rowing Club over in New Zealand, just starting to up her rate now. She can see the danger off to her right.
Here we
We're
go.
seeing a push from Jennifer Bingham from Melbourne University. Maud O'Connell into the last 25 metres or so. Still half a boat length. It's down to a quarter of a boat length, but it will be Maud O'Connell. Maud O'Connell will take the win from Nelson Rowing Club in New Zealand. Jennifer Bingham from Melbourne University, a big comeback in that second half of the race. She'll take the silver, and coming through with the bronze, it will be Riverside Rowing Club's Claire Sweeney. Fourth place going through to Carolyn Fennell from Perth Rowing Club, and then in fifth place will be the sculler from Endeavour, Chris Brennan, and then coming through in sixth will be Val Dowell from Melbourne Rowing Club. Seventh place going to Carrum's Mary Hunter, with Leichhardt's Kerry Thorne making up our field. So our race on the course at the moment, race 250, it's the lightweights women's G single sculls. Lane 4 from Nepean Rowing Club, Palmina Grady, coached by Daniel Waddell. Lane 5 from Mossman Rowing Club, Kathy Wood. We do have scratching in lane 6, and then lane 7 is Endeavour Rowing Club's Lindy Nisbet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Men's Masters A8. The medals will be presented by Tim Wainman, Rowing New South Wales boat race official. In second place, recipients of silver medals, Toowong Rowing Club, Robert McPhee. Nicholas Ferros. Daniel Thomas. Todd Clements. Dean Horder. Jackson Price. Jack Price. Simon Smart. Their cox is Asher Underhill, and their coach is Terry Mulligan. In first place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, the University of New South Wales.
So just coming up to the final stages of the lightweight women's G single sculls, we have Palmina Grady from Nepean Rowing Club out in front of Endeavour Rowing Club's Lindy Nisbet, and then Kathy Wood from Mossman Rowing Club making up our field. So pretty well spread out, but Nepean's Palmina Grady, coached by Daniel Waddell, she's only got about 20 metres or so to go, looking very comfortable out there in lane number 4. She'll go through and take the win. So it's a win for Nepean, Palmina Grady. Second place will go to Lindy Nisbet, with third going through to Kathy Wood from Mossman Rowing Club.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just to recommence the presentation of the Men's Masters A8, we've had a presentation for the University of Queensland Composite Boat. But in gold medal position, the University of New South Wales Rowing Club, and they're represented by Chris Burns, Michael Pickford, Alexander Lazarou, Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, Ben Whalen, Andrew McEnroe, James Halliday, and their coxswain is Angela Zeng. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your champions and medalists in the Men's Masters A8.
The Men's Masters I pairs coming down the course now in lane 4 from Toowong Rowing Club up in Queensland, Chris Gastine and Peter Park. In lane 5 from Murwillumbah Rowing Club, Murwillumbah being in New South Wales, but they are affiliated with Rowing Queensland, just south of the Tweed, Robin Blanche and Michael Mills. Lane 6 from Mossman Rowing Club, John Struick and John May, coached by Steve Gordon. And in lane 7, also from Mossman Rowing Club, John Hardy and Philip Titterton, and they're coached again by Steve Gordon. And it is those two Mossman Rowing Club crews that are out in front through the first 500 metres. You can see there the crew of John Struick and John May leading comfortably from their club mates John Hardy and Philip Titterton in second place, so in that silver medal position, and then back a little bit further to the Toowong Rowing Club crew of Chris Gastine and Peter Park, ahead of Murwillumbah's Robin Blanche and Michael Mills. presentation of medals for the women's G single sculls. In third place, representing Riverside Rowing Club, Claire Sweeney. In second place, and silver medalist, representing Melbourne University, Jennifer Bingham. And the winner and Australian champion for 2023, representing Nelson Rowing Club, Maud O'Connell. Please congratulate our 2023 champion and medalists.
Thank you, Stu. And back on the course, it is John Struick and John May who are in the lead in this men's Masters I pair. They are completely unchallenged, and no doubt they are going to claim the championship in 2023. Struick and May, they are being pursued by their club mates, John Hardy and Philip Titterton, who are in lane 7, and they look all now but certain to claim the silver medal over here in lane 7. Third place, this is a bit of a stretched out race, this one. Back to Toowong Rowing Clubs, Chris Gastine and Peter Park. And in fourth position at this stage, it is Murwillumbah Rowing Club's Robin Blanche and Michael Mills.
As we just see Toowong crossing over the line for the bronze medal in the men's I pairs. And then the race just about to get underway are the men's F coxless fours. So in lane number 2 from Toowong, Union, Whanganui and Clifton, we have women's masters, F coxless fours, Helen Wood, Kay Poynton, Jennifer Evans and Robin Herries. In lane 3 from Commercial Rowing Club, Louise Street, Maddie Martin, Sherelle Rowan and Joe Cook. Lane 4 from Perth Rowing Club, Deb Barry, Susan March, Catherine Kennedy and Kathy Ride. In lane 5 from Toowong, Riverway and the University of Queensland, Catherine Rodmell, Jacqueline De Jong, Julianne Kelly and Jenny Conn. In lane 6 from Commercial Rowing Club, Vicky Charles, Debbie Flynn, Lynette Parker and Sally Broadley. Lane 7 from North Shore Rowing Club, Sally Edwards, Mary Walsh, Janet Pendleton and Karen Knowles, coached by John Gourvenay. In lane 8 from Curtin University, Ronnie Cooper, Alison White, Pam Nichols and Sharon Ann Jones. And then lane 9 from A&A in WA, it's Kay Jansen, Indra Sivakalundu, Jenny Longman and Sandra Clark. And that race is now underway. Up on your screen, a minute into the women's F coxless fours finals, and our crews, they're out in the middle. It's a pretty nicely spread out race, this one, Michael. It's there's certainly no one completely out of it through that first 250 metres.
Well, that's right, but having said that, Stu, it looks as though we've got some steering difficulties occurring over the far side of the course. So hopefully that crew can just straighten up again. I think that's the crew of the Toowong composite boat over the far side. But certainly it looks as though on this close side of the course, the A&A crew over here in lane 9 doing quite well. But of course, we'll have some numbers for you in just a short moment.
So through the 1,500 metres, it is the Toowong composite out in front in lane number 5, being got a clear water gap between them and Perth Rowing Club in lane number 4, and then Commercial coming through in third ahead of North Shore, the second Commercial crew in lane number 3, and then back a little bit further to our crew from A&A, and then the second Toowong composite over in lane number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, just interrupting the coverage of that race to bring you the presentation of medals for the Women's Lightweight Masters G Single Scull. In second place, representing the Endeavour Rowing Club, Lindy Nesbitt. In first place, gold medalist and champion in 2023, Paulmina Grady from Nepean. Please congratulate your champion and medalist.
Back now to the racing. It's the women's F coxless fours, and it is the Toowong composite in lane number 5. So Toowong, Riverway and the University of Queensland getting themselves nicely out in front at the moment. Perth sitting in second place in lane number 4, and Commercial in lane number 6. But they are being challenged from lane 6 by North Shore in lane number 7, and also the other Commercial crew over in lane number 2 as well. And then back a little bit further, we do have the crews closest to the course, A&A, and leading Curtin University in the battle for WA bragging rights. Don't forget the Interstate Regatta kicking off at 4:30 today, and we will see full interstate bragging rights coming up. Out in front, though, it is the Queenslanders from the Toowong Composite, Riverway University of Queensland, looking very comfortable out in front at the moment. Perth Rowing Club, well, we speak about the battle for WA. Perth Rowing Club, they've got this one well and truly ahead of the other two WA crews. And then the battle for bronze, 2 commercial, a North Shore. Who's going to go through and take the bronze medal? We know who's going to get the gold. It's Toowong, Riverway and the University of Queensland. They've got the gold. Perth are going to go through and take the silver. In the bronzo, North Shore pushing hard. They've got their bow balls just out in front of the 2 commercial crews. It will be North Shore who'll go through and take the bronze, just ahead of the commercial crew in lane number 6 in 4th place, the second commercial crew in 5th place. And then we've got a little bit further back to our crew from A&A who'll row through and take that 6th position ahead of the Toowong Composite in lane number 2 in 7th, and then Curtin University making up our field. So Toowong, Riverway, University of Queensland first, Perth in 2nd. Big finish from the women from North Shore Rowing Club to take the bronze in the women's F Coxless Fours.
Well, ended up being pretty tight for that 3rd and final medal, Stu, between North Shore and Commercial, but North Shore too fast in the end. So race 253 is on the starting blocks, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Women's Masters F Coxed 4. So in lane 3, it's a Toowong, Rockhampton, Fitzroy and University of Queensland composite. They're represented by Rachel Kinninmonth, Kaiwan Fay, Julie Byrne and Jennifer Mills, and their cox is Ethan Stokes. In lane 4, representing the Melbourne Rowing Club, Jill Plummer, Irina Benjamin, Jen Kilby, Angela Rice, and their cox is Emma Plowright. In lane 5, representing the Bairnsdale, Perth and Murdoch University rowing clubs, Linda Pepple, Melinda Harpley, Adele Chapman, Lynn Broad, and their cox, Louise Avery. In lane 6 is a North Shore composite boat, and those rowers are being joined by rowers from Balmain and St George, Christine McCready, Renata Itmer, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. Their cox is Jane Kavanagh. And finally is a Manning River, ANU and North Shore composite, Elaine Bissica, Sue Edwards, Joanne McPhellamy and Prudence Deacon. Their cox, Kimberly Bellinger. The presentation of medals for the Men's Masters I pair. In 3rd place, Toowong Rowing Club, Chris Gastine and Peter Park. In 2nd place, recipients of silver medals, Mossman Rowing Club, John Hardy and Philip Titterton. In 1st place, recipients of gold medals and champions in 2023, Mossman Rowing Club, John Struick and John May. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in the Men's Masters I pair.
Heading back on the course, it's the women's F Coxed Fours, and we do have the crew from the Toowong, Rockhampton, Fitzroy and the University of Queensland out in front, but now here comes the North Shore composite. North Shore, Balmain and St George. They're moving up and they're moving up fast. Melbourne Rowing Club in lane number 4, sitting in 3rd place at the moment. Then back a little bit to the Manning River ANU North Shore Composite in lane number 7, and also the Bairnsdale Murdoch University in Perth Composite in lane number 5. So the battle's out in front. It's Queensland v New South Wales. We've heard that a bit this week, and we're
going to hear a bit more of it later on this afternoon as well, Stu. And it is a really, really tight race between this North Shore Composite boat and this Toowong Composite boat. As you say, Stu, they are Queensland and New South Wales crews. In 3rd place at this stage is an entirely Melbourne Rowing Club crew in lane 4, and they're just a little bit back, but pretty strongly in 3rd place. I think if I was to hazard a guess at this stage, it is Toowong Composite with their bow ball just in front, but don't write off this New South Wales crew. This is an extremely experienced crew. Christine McCready, Renata Ipman, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, and they are charging for the line. Question is, have they got enough in the tank to snatch it off of Toowong? You know what? I think they have. I think they've overtaken Toowong. North Shore and New South Wales in the lead, and they've stretched out a lead now. It's going to be a win for North Shore, Balmain and St George rowing clubs in an emphatic fashion. Congratulations to them. 2nd place goes to Toowong, Rockhampton Fitzroy and the University of Queensland. 3rd place back to Melbourne Rowing Club, Plummer, Benjamin Kilby and Rice and their Cox, Emma Plowright. 4th, I should say, is going to go the way of Bairnsdale, Perth and Murdoch University, Linda Pepple, Melissa Harpley, Adele Chapman, Lynn Broad and Louise Avery.
So a strong finish there from the North Shore, Balmain and St George Composite there, rowing through the Toowong Composite, Toowong for Rockhampton Fitzroy and University of Queensland Composite that were out in front at the 1,500 metre mark. They were able to go through and take the win in the women's Coxed Fours.
Race 254, ladies and gentlemen, on the starting block. It is the final of the men's Masters F double scull. Now, this is a fantastic event. This is a really deep event. We've had heats and semis, and this is going to be a real cracker of a final. So we will run through the crews. In lane 2, it's a Sydney Penrith Composite comprised of Hugh McDonald and Carl Quitzow. In lane 3 is Drummoyne Rowing Club, Nicholas Brown and Richard Jones. In lane 4 from North Shore is Nick Johnson and Chris Walsh. In lane 5 is a Horowhenua Composite, Bruce Tate and Kevin Horan. In lane 6 from Corio Bay Rowing Club is Peter Eberl and Richard Axe. In lane 7 from Glebe Rowing Club, Mark Tijan and Kenneth Major. In lane 8, Murray Bridge Composite, Mark Johnson and Graham Hunt. And finally in lane 9, Drummoyne Rowing Club's Andrew Patterson and Douglas Stewart.
Yeah, we saw with this event in the semi-finals, I think that second semi-final, there was absolutely nothing in it between those leading 4 crews. So certainly we are in for a very exciting finish. It's the men's F double sculls.
And already, just looking down the course, too, it is shaping up to be an absolute pearl of a race. There's nothing in it. And, you know, we had at the, 250 to go mark, just 5 crews in unison proceeding towards the line. So a couple of crews, unfortunate to miss out on the final here. But this is going to be a fantastic race coming down to the business end of the park.
And they're still in lockstep at the moment through that first 250 metres. I know that the guys from ADF Rowing will be sitting there and trying to take notes on how to get themselves in time with each other because this race coming down at the moment, particularly the crews closest to the grandstand. So Drummoyne, the Murray Bridge Riverside Composite, Glebe, Corio Bay, Horowhenua Rowing Club as well. But certainly North Shore, Drummoyne and Sydney Penrith over on the far side, not out of running by any stretch of the imagination. And we'll get a bit of an idea as they come up through the 500 metre mark as to exactly where our crews are sitting. So lane number 5, it's the Horowhenua Union Whanganui Composites. They're out in front by 3 seconds. Glebe sitting in second. North Shore a second and a half behind them. Less than half, it's about half a second between 3rd, 4th and 5th. Sydney Penrith sitting in 4th. Corio Bay in 5th. Drummoyne in 6th, a second behind. Another second, Murray Bridge Riverside. Another second, Drummoyne. There's only about, say 7 seconds between our 2nd through 8th as they're coming in to the last 500 metres or so.
Well, this one is going to go down to the wire, Stu. That bronze medal really is up for grabs from all of the crews that are that remain in this race. Horowhenua and Union, they're out in the lead and they've got a relatively comfortable margin ahead of Glebe Rowing Club's Kenneth Major and Mark Tijan. But after that, it really is anybody's game.
You could throw a blanket over our crews. We're now into the last 250 metres. It's the Kiwis out in front. Union Whanganui's Bruce Tate, Kevin Horan from Horowhenua. They're out in front, and they've got some nice clear water between themselves and the chasing pack. Mark Teachin, Kenneth Major from Glebe Rowing Club, sitting in second, being pushed hard by Hugh McDonald and Carl Quitzow from Penrith and Sydney Rowing Club. And then also Drummoyne pushing up next to them, as are North Shore, Murray Bridge, Riverside, Drummoyne. Look, you could just about say any crew, they're in with a shot of a medal into the last 200 metres. It's the Horowhenua Composite out in front at the moment. They're looking good. That's about the only thing that you could say is just about a guarantee into the last 200 metres.
The silver medal is now up for grabs now, Stu. It's the Kiwis out in the lead, but now all bets are off. The second medal is up for grabs. It's Glebe, it's North Shore, it's Drummoyne, it's Penrith and Sydney. It's Corio Bay as well.
It's 5 crews. We're into the last 50 metres or so. The Kiwis are going to go through the Horowhenua Composite. They're going to take the win. Glebe are pushing hard. Have they got themselves just out in front in lane 7? I think they have. It's going to be Glebe
so close.
just finishing ahead of Sydney and Penrith in 3rd place. And then our crews in the middle in lanes 6, 4 and 3 just missing out there. So we're going to check the photos. That is close. Horowhenua, Union Whanganui, they've got the win. I've got Mark Teachin and Kenneth Major coming through in 2nd place, just ahead of Sydney Rowing Club, Sydney and Penrith, Hugh McDonald and Carl Quitzow in 3rd. There's a photo officially for that one. North Shore coming in 4th, Drummoyne, Corio Bay, Drummoyne, and then Murray Bridge, Riverside. You can see here they're just going to the photo finish, and I do think it's just going to be our co-commentator taking home a silver medal in the bag. What an exciting finish in that race.
We called that one earlier on today, Stuart, and that did not fail to deliver. What a fantastic race. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 252, the Women's Masters F Coxless 4. In 3rd place, and recipients of bronze medals, North Shore Rowing Club, Sally Edwards, Mary Walsh, Janet Pendleton, Karen Knowles, North Shore coached by John Gouvenet. In 2nd place and recipients of silver medals, Perth Rowing Club, Deb Barry, Susan March, Catherine Kennedy, and Kathy Ride. Why don't you put your hands together for your medalists in the Women's Masters F Coxless 4.
Race coming down the course now is the women's A single sculls. So we saw the heats for that a little bit earlier on, and now it's time for the final. Lane 1 from Ballarat City, Emily Evan Waldner. In lane 2 from Glebe Rowing Club, Liz Lester. In lane 3 from Carrum Rowing Club, Morgan Dunham, coached by Drew Holman. In lane 4 from Gold Coast Masters Rowers, it's Viv Culverwell, coached by Alan Bromley. In lane 5 from Richmond Rowing Club, Kate Dyball. Lane 6 from Easter Rowing Club in Singapore, Joan Poe, coached by Gokun Sakamoto. Lane 7, also from Easter Rowing Club, Kangyu Jia, also coached by Gokun Sakamoto. In lane 8 from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, Sarah Sekfi. And in lane 9 from Buckingham Rowing Club in Tasmania, Courtney Blythe.
Well, this is shaping up to be another really good race, Stu. Just look at those numbers coming through the 500 metres. Kate Dyball in the lead of, she's from Richmond Rowing Club. 2nd place, Sarah Sefke from Yarra Yarra. Joan Poe of Easter in 3rd place. Viv Culverwell of Ballarat City after that. So it's going to be a really close race coming into the final 250 metres.
Yeah, less than 3 seconds between 1st and 4th, so some exciting racing still to come. Courtney Blythe sitting in 5th, Kang Yu Jia in 6th, Ebony Ebenwaldner in 7th, Morgan Dunham in 8th, and then Elizabeth Lester in 9th place. We saw in the heats Ebony Ebenwaldner just getting over the top of Heidi Lindahl by 0.12 of a second. So may just taken a little bit of fuel out of the tank for the sculler from Ballarat City over in lane number 1, although she is starting to make a little bit of a move now. But we saw in one of the heats, it was Kate Dybel from Richmond Rowing Club and Sarah Sekfi from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club who were the two battling it out. That's what they're doing again, and I dare say Sarah Sekfi from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club may just have a bow ball out in front. Viv Calverwell from the Gold Coast Masters Rowers has also started to make a bit of a move now as they're heading up into the Red Boys, marking the last 250 metres. We've got Richmond, we've got Yarra Yarra, Gold Coast Masters and Easter Rowing Club all battling it out for those top positions. I suspect that Joan Poe from Easter Rowing Club may just be dropping off the pace a little bit, so it's up to our leading 3. We've got Kate Dybel in the middle from Richmond Rowing Club, Yarra Yarra's Sarah Sekfi in the red Zuti in lane 8 closest to the grandstand, and then Viv Calverwell from Gold Coast Masters in the green and gold Skull. They're pushing up now. It's into the last 100 metres. It's Yarra Yarra leading Richmond and Gold Coast Masters. Sarah Sekfi, she got beaten in the heat. Kate Dybel's looking out. She's starting to push through. It's still Sarah Sekfi though. Has she got a bow ball out in front? She has. She's moving ahead. She's powering through. It's going to be a win. It's a win for Yarra Yarra. Sarah Sekfi takes the win. Kate Dybel from Richmond Rowing Club in 2nd. Viv Calverwell from the Gold Coast Masters Rowers in 3rd. 4th place going to Joan Poe from Easter. Morgan Dunham from Carrum in 5th place. 6th place going to Buckingham's Courtney Blythe ahead of Easter's Kang Yu Jia in 7th. And then we have Ballarat City's Ebony Ebenwaldner in 8th and Glebe's Elizabeth Lester in 9th place. A fantastic row there, Michael. Yarra Yarra's Sarah Sekfi was led at the 500, pushed through in that second 500 metres and has taken a very well-deserved win.
Well, what absolutely well-deserved and really gutsy row coming in from the Yarra Yarra sculler to snatch the win off of Kate Dybel from Richmond. And you said, Stu, she was beaten in the heat by that same sculler, so really fantastic row coming in from her. The presentation of medals, ladies and gentlemen, for race 254, the Men's Masters F Double. In 3rd place and recipients of bronze medals, Sydney Rowing Club and Penrith Rowing Club. Hugh McDonald and Carl Quitzow. In 2nd place and recipients of silver medals, Glebe Rowing Club. Mark Tejan and Kenneth Major. In 1st place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, Horowhenua Composite. Bruce Tate and Kevin Horan. Please put your hands together for your champions and medalists in the Men's Masters F Double Scull.
Moving on from the excitement of the women's A single sculls, we're on to the lightweight women's A single sculls. Lane number 3 from Toowong Rowing Club, Katrina Reynolds. Lane 4 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Wendy Miller. Lane 5 from Easter Rowing Club in Singapore, Sheridan Teng. In lane 6, also from Easter Rowing Club, Tiao Zi Zhuang. They're both coached by Gokin Sakamoto. In lane 7 from Newcastle University, Christy Hinton, coached by Odin McIntosh. And in lane 8 from Corio Bay Rowing Club, Fiona Wilds.
And so our sculls are coming up to the 500 metre mark, and just look at those bow balls all travelling in unison. Stu, we are in for another cracker down this end of the park. Christy Hinton, Fiona Wild, Tio Zishuan, there is nothing in it. Sheridan Teng really close. Wendy Miller on her coattails as well, and Katrina Reynolds coming up the rear at this stage, but really there is nothing in it, and not a lot of distance between our scullers. So come down to the grandstand for this one. It's going to get real spicy towards the end, I would suggest.
Yeah, 0.64 of a second between first and third. So absolutely nothing in. Only a couple of seconds back to fourth as well. So certainly nobody really out of the running at the moment. We've seen quite a few people head out early, go hard. You think it's 1,000 metres. You don't need to really have much of a. You still need to have a race plan for this scenario because you never know who's going to be able to push it back.
Well, particularly in the single sculls as well, a second, that's a lot less of a distance than in an 8 for example. So yeah, it's all bets are off. All scullers still very much in the running, but there's just negligible margins between Newcastle University, Corio Bay, and Easter in 1, 2, and 3 at this stage, and they're coming in towards the final 250 metres, Stu.
Yeah, Tio Zi Shuang from Easter Rowing Club. It looks like she's just got her bow ball out in front of Fiona Wild from Corio Bay and Christy Hinton from Newcastle University. And then the crews over on the far side. None of them, you can throw a blanket over those ones. Sheridan Teng, lane 5. Leichhardt's Wendy Miller, lane 4. Toowong's Katrina Reynolds over in lane number 3. Furthest away from the grandstand. Out in front, though, it is the sculler from Singapore, Tio Zi Shuang, who's managed to open up a nice little boat length lead over the chasing pack. We're seeing Fiona Wild from Corio Bay. She's now under a lot of pressure from Newcastle University's Christy Hinton over in lane number 7, the second Easter Rowing Club sculler. Sheridan Teng also starting to put her foot down a little bit, but out in front, Tio Zi Shuang from Easter Rowing Club in Singapore. She's only got about 50 metres or so to go. She's leading Fiona Wild from Corio Bay and Christy Hinton from Newcastle University with a couple of big strokes. It will be the Singapore sculler, Tio Zi Shuang, who'll come through and take the win. Second to Fiona Wild from Corio Bay. Third going through to Newcastle University's Christy Hinton. Fourth goes to Sheridan Teng from also from Easter Rowing Club, with fifth to Leichhardt's Wendy Miller and sixth to Katrina Reynolds from Toowong Rowing Club.
Well, that's a really tight finish to that race. You just had a flurry of hooters, and although our scullers opened up a little bit on each other, the margins kind of stayed the same. So a really gutsy row coming in from Tio Zi Shuang, and enough to dislodge Fiona Wild off of the head of that pack as well. So a really fantastic effort from her.
We are underway in the men's G8s. Lane 2, it's a University of New South Wales North Shore Composite. Lane 3, Leichhardt Rowing Club. Lane 4, North Shore. In lane 5, it's a Clifton, Mercer, Hawke's Bay, Nelson, North Shore, New Zealand, Sydney, Riverway, and Yarra Yarra Composite crew. The old licorice all sorts are out. Lane 6, Melbourne University. Lane 7, Banks, Murwillumbah, Toowong and Mercantile. Lane 8, ANU, Melbourne, Mossman, Essendon, Leichhardt. And then lane number 9, it's Corio Bay. So some big boat energy coming down the course. We've got 8 lanes. The men's G8 final.
I don't think there's 2 rowers who are from the same club in lane 5 from that Clifton composite boat. I think we have 8 clubs. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Women's Masters A Single Scull. In third place and recipients of the bronze medal, Gold Coast Masters, represented by Viv Culverwell. In second place, recipient of silver medal, Kate Dibble from Richmond Rowing Club. In first place and recipient of gold medal and champion in 2023, Sarah Sekfi from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club. Please congratulate your champion and medalist for the Women's Masters A Single.
Coming into the final stages of the men's G8s, and it was the ANU Composite in lane number 8, leading the Banks Composite lane 7, Melbourne University in lane number 6. The Clifton Composite, lane 5, Leichhardt, then North Shore, University of New South Wales and North Shore and Corio Bay making up our field. But again, there is absolutely nothing to pick between these crews. The ANU Composite, you can see them with the very distinctive blue blades of Melbourne Rowing Club. Peter McCartney from ANU sitting in the stroke seat of that, which is why we are calling it as the ANU Composite. They're under pressure though. The Banksma Willenbar Toowong Mercantile Composite right next to them in second place. They're into the last 150 metres or so. Then we've got Melbourne University in lane number 6 sitting in third. Clifton Composite in lane 5 in fourth, and then over a couple to Leichhardt in 6th. But the battle at the front now, it's between lanes 8 and 7. It's the ANU, Melbourne, Mossman, Essendon, Leichhardt, Composite, Banksma Willenbar, Toowong and Mercantile. Lane 8 and lane 7. ANU versus Banks. The ANU crew have got Composite, have their bow ball just up ahead, but there's absolutely nothing in it. It will be lane 8. It will be the ANU Composite who'll take the win ahead of the Banks Composite in second. Third going through to Melbourne University. The Clifton Composite in fourth place. Then coming through in fifth place will be that crew from Leichhardt, finishing ahead of North Shore in sixth. The University of New South Wales Composite in seventh, and Corio Bay in eighth place. That's winning crew there of Robert Smith, John Myberg, Tim Yusovitz, John Dollison, Brian Weir, Mark Williams, Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney, coxed by Sebastian Kladnick, just holding out that Banks Composite by just over the width of the bow number.
Well, have a look at the replay, ladies and gentlemen, on the Bont Rowing live stream. I tell you what, they did really well, that ANU Composite boat, just to press away ever so slightly in the last 100 metres. I thought Banks was going to come through and steal it from them, but they were gutsy enough just to hang on in the final 50 metres or so. So really fantastic row. Of course, Melbourne University, that's a pure Melbourne University boat, coming in third place for the bronze medal.
So the next race down the course are the women's B pairs. In lane number 3 from Riverside Rowing Club, Melanie Innes and Iliara Pangani. In lane 4 from North Shore Rowing Club, Elizabeth Lowe and Peter Blundell, coached by Kim Rudder. Lane 5 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga, coached by Steve Sherry. Lane 6 from Karen Rowing Club, Jess Fishman and Jackie Diebel, coached by Drew Holman. And in lane number 7 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchinson.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Lightweight Women's Masters A Single Scull. In third place, representing Newcastle University, Christy Hinton. In second place, and silver medalist from Corio Bay Rowing Club, Fiona Wild. In first place, gold medalist and champion in 2023 from Easter Rowing Club in Singapore, Teozi Zhuan. Please congratulate your champion and medalists in the Lightweight Women's Masters A Single Scull.
So coming down the course now, you can see lovely footage there of the North Shore pair of Elizabeth Lowe and Peter Blundell in the women's B coxless pairs finals. And again, that footage from the BRO boats, absolutely fantastic, giving you a bit of an idea. And it always, Michael, I always feel like it looks a lot easier when you're looking at it like that than what it actually is when you are the one huffing and puffing and trying to blow the house down out in front.
Well, that's right. Every time you take a step back from the sport, you think, oh, gosh, it wasn't that hard, was it? But it really is that hard. That North Shore crew in lane 4 making it look easy. Elizabeth Lowe and Peter Blundell hailing out of the North Shore Rowing Club on the Lane Cove River in Sydney, doing a really, really fantastic job.
But it is, I think, in the lead at this stage. It's the Carrum Rowing Club crew from Victoria over in lane 6. So one back into the course from this side of the grandstand, Stu.
Yeah, and that looks to be the yellow boat, Jess Fishman and Jackie Deeble, coached by Drew Holman. So they're looking quite comfortable out in front, leading that second Leichhardt crew of Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga. We've heard those names quite a few times for Leichhardt Rowing Club coming down the course. Sitting in third place are that crew from North Shore Rowing Club, Elizabeth Lowe and Peter Blundell. So they've got the bronze at the moment, but they are being challenged by the second Leichhardt crew of Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchinson over in lane 7. So the lane closest to us, and then a bit of a gap to the crew from South Australia, Melanie Innes and Iliara Pangani, sitting over in lane number 3. So furthest away from us, we just see them there. So again, fantastic footage, and a little bit, I'd like to say a little bit of a breeze, but I think any ripples in the water are pretty much being caused by the fact that we've had boats coming down every 5 minutes or so. Because the wind, if you have a look at the flags out there, the flags are absolutely just lying very lightly.
I'd suggest that you're right, Stu, and our officials setting a cracking pace proceedings this afternoon. But it is in the lead. Carrum Rowing Club from Victoria in lane 6. Close on their heels is Leichhardt Rowing Club's Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga. They are fierce competitors, and they are strongly in that second silver medal position. Third place is going to be tight. It's going to be between Leichhardt's Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchison on the one hand, and then North Shore's Elizabeth Lowe and Peter Blundell on the other. I think Leichhardt have just got a bow ball, maybe a seat advantage over them, but it is going to be a win for Carrum Rowing Club in lane 6 from Victoria. Second place is going to go the way of Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga from Leichhardt, claiming some more silverware for an extremely experienced and competent crew. Third place goes the way of Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchison, their clubmates from Leichhardt, who have got the jump ahead of North Shore's Elizabeth Lowe and Peter Blundell, who have to settle for 4th. And 5th place is going to go the way of Riverside Rowing Club, Melanie Innes and Ilaria Pagani in lane 3, Stu.
Yeah, fantastic row there from the pair from Carrum Rowing Club, Jess Fishman and Jackie Deeble, taking the gold medal in the women's B coxless pairs. Getting ready for the start of the men's B doubles. So we do have a scratching lane number 1. Lane 2 from Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Mark Thirlwell and Harry Davis. Lane 3 from Glebe and Commercial, Matthew Napper and Brad Smith. Lane 4 from Brisbane and GPS and Centenary, we've got Cody Elam Allen and Julian Wright. In lane 5 from Nepean and Leichhardt, Juan Griames and Jason Waddell. Lane 6 from Newcastle Rowing Club, John Olsen and Conrad Bond. In lane 7 from Newcastle and Newcastle University, David Hislop and Gareth Sulkields. In lane 8 from Manning River and Newcastle, Ben Homer and Rhett Patterson. And in lane 9 from Toowong Rowing Club, Michael Murphy and Jack Price.
Well, this is going to be an absolute cracker of a race. The men's Masters B double. Just a quick word about Toowong Rowing Club in lane 9. That's Michael Murphy and Jack Price. They're in a very experienced crew, Michael Murphy and Jack Price, out of the Toowong Rowing Club. Jack Price, I've spoken about him earlier today, incumbent member of the Queensland Penrith Cup crew. That's the open men's lightweight force, so very, very accomplished athlete. Has many, many medals to his name across about a decade of rowing in Queensland and around the rest of the country. So they will be very tough indeed.
And not only are they tough to beat, they're going to be tough to beat in this race as well, because it does look like they are the lane closest to the grandstand in lane number 9, and it does look like from a bit of a distance through the first 250 metres that they are potentially out in front. We do have the crew from Glebe and Commercial, Matthew Napper and Brad Smith, who are also looking quite nice, and then the Brisbane and GPS Centenary composite, Cody Elam Allen and Julian Wright doing quite well, but there's certainly not a lot to pick between our leading crews as they're coming up now towards the 500 metre mark, and we'll get a bit of an idea through the first timing hut, our only timing hut, as to where our crews are sitting.
They're just coming up now. It looks as though, yeah, that Glebe composite, Matthew Napper and Brad Smith are doing really well, but I think it is Toowong. No, so it is Glebe Commercial in first place, Toowong second at this stage, and Nepean Leichhardt. So as suspected, it is a really tight race. 0.56 the margin between Glebe and Toowong, and 0.50 the margin between Toowong and Nepean Leichhardt, Stu. So we've got an absolute cracker on our hands. Don't go anywhere, folks. This is going to go down to the wire.
First 3, all within a second through the 500 metres. Manning River, Newcastle sitting in 4th place. Newcastle University in 5th. Shoalhaven in 6th. Brisbane and GPS and Centenary in 7th, and Newcastle coming through in 8th. So certainly plenty of people from up the Hunter Way sitting involved in this particular race. Out in front though, it's Glebe Commercial, Toowong, Nepean Leichhardt. They're our 3 leading crews. There was a second between first, second and third through that first 500 metres into the last 250 metres, and I suspect if we had a timing hut that it'd be about the same between them all. It looks to be Toowong out in front. They're closest to us. In the middle of the field, we've got that Nepean Leichhardt composite, and then over on the far side, the Glebe Commercial composite, Matthew Napper and Brad Smith.
Well, I still wouldn't want to pick the winner of this, Stu. It's going to go really, really tight. Toowong, Nepean Leichhardt and Glebe Commercial. They're all going head-to-head. Toowong on the near side of the course in those yellow and blue Zooties. Leichhardt and Nepean in the middle, the colours of the red, white and blue of Leichhardt and the navy and light blue of Nepean. It's going to be really close. Brad Smith and Matthew Napper from the Glebe Composite crew on the far side are doing really well. Have they got their bow ball in front of Nepean Leichhardt? Toowong Rowing Club lifting on the far side. It's going to go down to the wire. Is it going to be a dead heat? I can't quite tell. Goodness me, that's got to be one of the closest finishes of the regatta. That is really, really tight.
There is absolutely nothing in that.
That was unbelievable. 4th place goes the way of Lane 8, Manning River, Newcastle. 5th place goes to Lane 7's Newcastle and Newcastle University. 6th place is going to be tight again, but it's going to be
6th. Shoalhaven in 6th. Brisbane GPS and Centenary in 7th, and then the Newcastle in 8th.
Well, just have a look at this replay, Stu. In the final surge of the boat, my money was on Toowong just on the last stroke.
I think you might be right there, Michael. I think Toowong may have just had it, but I wouldn't want to pick between 2nd and 3rd. Absolutely nothing in it. We'll head now for some presentations while we let the officials work out exactly who won the men's B double sculls.
The presentation of medals, ladies and gentlemen, for race 257, the Men's Masters G8. So in 3rd place, recipients of bronze medals, Melbourne University Boat Club. Paul Ferguson. Jeffrey Rees. John McKenzie. Greg Longdon. Anthony Langford. James Peters. Sandy Marshall. And Peter Anthony. Melbourne University are coxed by Graham Bushnell. In 1st place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, ANU, Melbourne, Mossman, Essendon and Leichhardt Rowing Clubs. Robert Smith. John Myburr. Tim Jusefowitz. John Dollison. Brian Weir. Mark Williams. Rodney Stewart. And Peter McCartney. ANU Composite are coxed by Sebastian Kladnig. Please put your hands together for your champion and medalists in the Men's Masters G8.
Coming down the course now is the women's H to M 8. So in lane number 4, we have a Toowong Melbourne composite. In lane 5, we have a Sydney University, Mossman, Canberra and North Shore composite. In lane 6, we have a Melbourne University composite. And then lane number 7, we have Manning River, Drummoyne, Lake Macquarie, Canberra, North Shore, and ANU Composites. So quite a few crews with the composites in the big boats heading down for the women's H to M 8s. We are waiting on the final confirmation of results. It's very tight, so we're going to wait for the official results before we announce. All we can tell you is that Toowong, Glebe Commercial, and Nepean Leichhardt, we're in the top 3. That's all I'm happy to say.
Well, that we knew, and that's all we know. So we will wait, as you said, Stu, for official confirmation of the colours of the medals in the Men's Masters B Double, one of the closest races of the regatta.
So out in the women's H to M 8s, we do have the Manning River Composite out in front over in lane number 7. There's not a lot between these crews as well. Every time you think, time to take a breath, time to calm it down a little bit. No, some more great racing coming down the course at the day 3 of the 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. It is the Manning River Composite in lane 7, leading the Melbourne Composite in lane number 6, Sydney University Composite and Toowong Composite. You know what, just about any of them could come second or third. It does look to be the Manning River Composite in lane 7, though, about half a boat length out in front as they're in now to the final stages of this race. Susan Walter, Judy Walsh, Ann Campbell, Alex Warner, Genevieve Dobbs, Amanda Cavill, Kay Pullen, Kay Smythe, Cox by Renee Domichez have themselves half a boat length out of the chasing pack. Then the Melbourne Composite, Sydney University, they're battling it out for third, just pulling away from the Toowong Composite. Out in front, it will be that Manning River Composite will go through and take the gold. Coming through in second place, about a boat length behind, will be lane number 6, the Melbourne University Composite. Sydney University, Mossman, Canberra, North Shore coming through in third place ahead of the Toowong Melbourne Composite in fourth place there. So a strong win there. Manning River, Drummoyne, Lake Macquarie, Canberra, North Shore and ANU. We have the official results of the men's B double sculls. In first place, Toowong Rowing Club. 0.27 of a second behind them, and then 0.01 seconds to third. In second place, Glebe Commercial. In third, Nepean Leichhardt. 0.01 of a second.
The narrowest of margins indeed. The presentation of medals now for the Women's Masters B pair. In third place, recipients of bronze medals, Leichhardt Rowing Club. Belinda Brigham. And Jane Hutchison. In second place, recipients of silver medals, Leichhardt Rowing Club. Daniela Borgert. And Jennifer Zonga. In first place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, Carrum Rowing Club. Jess Fishman. And Jackie Diebel. Carrum are coached by Drew Holman. Please put your hands together for your champions and medalists in the Women's Masters B pair.
The men's H quads on the screen at the moment. You can see them coming down the course. We've got full suites, almost a full suite of lanes here. Lane 2, we have an Abbotsford Penrith composite of Terry Barella, Steve Hill, Charles McCaskill and Michael Hayes. Lane 3 from Lake Macquarie, Bruce Sharp, Robert Wallace, Peter Armstrong and Peter Stevenard. In lane 4 from Bairnsdale, Union Whanganui, North Shore and Carrum, David Rafter, Chris Blomfield, Robert Evans and Ivan Knight. Lane 5 from Brisbane, GPS, Pine Rivers and Murwillumbah, John McDonald, Ian Russell, Ian Holzberger and Shane Wally. Lane 6 from Manning River and Lindisfarne, Raymond Beaton, Sam Mollard, Murray Doust and Rob Halliday. In lane 7 from Melbourne and Powerhouse, Ross Marcel, Doug McCanmy, Ray Young, Christopher Barton. Lane 8 from Melbourne Rowing Club, Terry Phillips, Stephen Mollard, Kel Boyton and Michael Dakic. And in lane 9 from Phoenix Rowing Club, Marks Mussered, Peter Hodson, David Ellis and John Lister. And it's our crew from Lake Macquarie, looks to be out in front at the moment, and very much a commanding lead there, 4 seconds through the first 500 metres. And then back to Melbourne, and then Phoenix battling it out with Manning Lindisfarne Composite, 0.09 of a second between third and fourth, but only 0.64 of a second between second and third. So again, another cracking finish coming up here, Michael.
Oh, spare a thought, the blood pressure's up here in the commentary box, that's for sure.
I'll be sparing a thought for the photo finish operators at the moment.
That's right, quite frankly.
Yeah. They are earning their pay right now. Lake Macquarie out in front at the moment. They're looking quite comfortable, and then here comes the chasing pack. We've got Phoenix, lane 9, Melbourne in lane number 8, and then a couple across from them, we've got the Manning River Lindisfarne Composite in lane number 6. There's 3 of them going for what seems to be 2 spaces.
That's right.
Lake Macquarie out in front, though, really looking comfortable and looking like they're going to go through and take the win in the men's H quad. But who's going to take second and third, Michael?
Well, it's really tight, Stu. It's going to be between Manning River and Lindisfarne, Melbourne and Powerhouse, and also this crew on the close side, I should say, in Phoenix. So it is a really, really tight finish. No doubt about the race winners. It's Lake Macquarie Rowing Club over there in lane 3. They claim the win, champions in 2023. Second place is going to be tight. It's lane 8, Melbourne Rowing Club, I think, making the best of things. They claim the silver medal. Third place is really close on the surge. I think it's lane 9, Phoenix, who claim third, just ahead of lane 6's Manning River Composite, who I think are going to have to settle for fourth. Really close finish in the end for that one. Fifth place is going to go the way of Bairnsdale, Union Wanganui, North Shore from New Zealand, and Carrum. Another patchwork crew there. Sixth place goes the way of lane 7's Melbourne and Powerhouse, and also a 7th place to Brisbane and GPS and Pine Rivers and Murwillumbah.
And then coming through in 8th will be that Abbotsford Penrith Composite over in lane number 2. So again, some strong finishes there. Less than a second between third and fourth. That battle out for that final medal position. Absolutely nothing in it. How many times have we said that this afternoon?
We have said that a number of times. We're going to be quoting ourselves in a moment. 0.97 the margin, so a really tight finish again. And speaking of close finishes, we are going to present the winners of race 259, the men's Masters B double. In first place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, Toowong, Michael Murphy, and Jack Price. The medals are being presented by Torque Murray, Rowing New South Wales Honorary Solicitor. Please congratulate your champions of Australia for 2023 in the men's Masters B double. So, ladies and gentlemen, race 262 is on the course. It's the men's Masters J to M quad, and this event is only being contested by one crew. It's a North Shore Rowing Club crew, and it's comprised of David Kay, Len Walter, Jim Hole, and John James. So this is a J category crew, and they're looking mighty fine out there on the course. probably 450 metres yet to row. So North Shore Rowing Club in the Masters J to M quad in the final 250 metres now. David Kay, Len Walter, Jim Hall and John James. So just as that North Shore crew crosses the line in the men's J to M quad, we'll move now to the presentation of medals for the women's Masters H to M8. In third place, recipients of bronze medals, Sydney University, Mossman, Canberra and North Shore Rowing Clubs. Kathy Finlay. Gillian College. Susan Laneka. Susan Wannon. Amanda Bryan. Margaret Small. Lisa Cotty and Kerry Bigsworth. Sydney University compositor coxed by Susie Edwards and coached by Kirsten Lilliquist and Philip Titterton. In first place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, Manning River, Drummoyne, Lake Macquarie, Canberra, North Shore and the Australian National University Boat Club. Susan Walter. Judy Walsh. Anne Campbell. Alex Warner. Genevieve Dobbs. Amanda Cavill. Kay Pullen. Kay Smythe. Manning River compositor Cox by Renee Domashens. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your champions and medalists in the Women's Masters H to M8. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have another change up here in the commentary tower. I'm rejoined by Rob Glendenning. Rob.
Yes, thanks, Michael. So we're moving on to race 263, the Mixed Masters A and B8. We have 2 crews in this event. In lane 5, Glebe Composite of Enya Hensbergen, Catherine Poulter, Alice Wilkinson, Elizabeth Carroll Shaw, Maximus Jones, Callum Steele, Balaz Hansel, Nicholas Galea, Sally Masperois Cox, and coached by Kim Mackney. And in lane 6, we have the ADF Defence Force crew of Lindsay Freeman, Sarah Leon, Virginia Haywood, Sorrel Woodward, Owen Hingston, Edward Stollery, Ben Farrell, Damien Heatbrink, and coxswain Alice Clayton.
Thanks, Rob. And just while we have a lull in the proceedings while waiting for race 263 to get underway, we have an announcement from the regatta organisers. So please be aware that any winners of any heavyweight single scull, or open weight single scull I should say, that would like to take part in the Champion of Champions race tomorrow, the handicap race, tomorrow afternoon, to please register your interest at Athlete Services. So that's if you have won a single sculling event in any age category in the open weight division, you are eligible to race in the Champion of Champions race tomorrow afternoon. So please do make yourself known to Athlete Services if that is you.
And Michael, they are away in the Mixed Masters A and B8, and it's very early stages, but the crew, the ADF crew, looks to have taken a little bit of a lead over the Glebe Composite crew. Perfect conditions out there this afternoon, and as we head into those interstate races in about an hour or so, it is looking just setting up for a prime afternoon of racing.
Well, that's right, Rob. Often at this regatta course, it can blow up in the afternoons, but particularly in the warmer months of the year. Now we're coming into winter. I think we are actually in winter. We're being treated to just immaculate conditions this afternoon, so we are really excited for a very flat and fair interstate regatta this afternoon. So we are awfully close to everyone pulling on their state and or territory colours and getting behind their state team crews.
Absolutely, and said the crews, I've seen a few crews around the park warming up, getting on the ergs even early on, just to make sure that they're set to go, and they're going to give it their all this afternoon. And through the 500 metre mark in this race, we have the ADF crew has gone through with about a 3-second lead over the Glebe Mossman crew, but it appears that they've the Glebe crew has pulled back a little bit of that 1 second handicap that they set off on. So we'd give it another couple of hundred metres, and this is going to get a lot closer than it is at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely right there, Rob. It's shaping up to be a closer finish than we initially suspected. ADF and Glebe Mossman. 2-horse Henley-style race coming down the course. 250 metres or so to travel.
Yes, loving those head-to-head races, Michael. This is certainly the case, and the Glebe Mossman crew has certainly got a bit of momentum now, and they're coming back at it. But the ADF crew's got the look on them, so they know that what they've got to do to try to stay in front. But it's extremely close as they coming down into that last 200 odd metres.
So the Australian Defence Force looking pretty strong, but Glebe and Mossman not willing to give them any more than they already have. The question is, Rob, on my lips, is it just a little bit too little too late for this Glebe crew to eat back that advantage they gave early to the Australian Defence Force Rowing Club crew? Of course, coming out of the ACT, that crew.
Yeah, look, plenty of effort going that ADF crew now. They've got the line in their sights, and certainly are not going to give it up easily. And they look like they'll go to the line with about a half-length advantage over this Glebe crew. Still fast finishing, but not going to quite get there in the end. And the ADF crew crossing the line now to take out the win in the AB Mixed 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 261, the Men's Masters H Quadruple Scull. In third place, recipients of bronze medals, Phoenix Rowing Club. Mark Musared. Peter Hodson. David Ellis. And John Lister. In second place, recipients of silver medals, Melbourne Rowing Club. Terry Phillips. Stephen Mollard. Kel Boynton. And Michael Dakich. Gold medalists and champions in 2023, Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. Bruce Sharp. Robert Wallace. Peter Armstrong. And Peter Stevenard. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your champions and medalists in the Men's Masters H Quadruple Scull.
In the starting blocks, we have race 264, the Mixed Masters D4, Coxed. In lane 4, we have the University of New South Wales composite of Christine McCready, Renata Ipmar, Ben Whalen, Andrew McEnroe, and Angela Zheng Coxed. In lane 5, we have Karam composite, Elizabeth Ritchie, Anya Lloyd-Smith, Douglas Peening, Simon Croker, and Jessica Cox. In lane 6, we have Toowong composite of Daniela Anderson, Tracy Capes, Daniel Thomas, Todd Clemens, and in the Coxon seat, Ethan Stokes. And in lane 7, ANA composite of Deb Barry, Catherine Kennedy, David Huang, Stuart Clark, and in the Coxon seat, Alison White. And we now have a start in that race.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Men's Masters J Quadruple Scull. Your winners, gold medalist in 2023, North Shore Rowing Club. North Shore represented by David Kay. Len Walter. Jim Hole. And John James. Please congratulate your gold medalists for 2023 in the Men's Masters J Quad.
Well, Michael, we're down to coming into the 500 metre mark in the Mixed Masters D Coxed 4, and at this point in time, the crew over in lane 4, the University of New South Wales composite, looks to have a little bit of a lead over the Toowong composite crew in lane 6 and ANA composite in lane 7. This is a race of the composites that would appear. But going through the 500 metre mark, yes, the University of New South Wales composite at about a length over the Toowong Dragons and 3rd ANA composite, and Karam Melbourne University crossing the 500 metre now.
Well, that's right, Rob. It is a bit of a stretched out race, this one. Bit of distance being enjoyed by the University of New South Wales composite ahead of the Toowong Dragons composite, the ANA composite, and the Karam Melbourne Uni composite in that order. So, University of New South Wales are in a strong position. They can't afford to be complacent, but certainly going their way at this stage.
Yes, Michael, I know a few of these rowers have raced within the last hour or so. I know Krista McCready and Renata Yipmar certainly have come out of I think it was the ERF Cox 4, so backing up for another medal, it would appear.
That's right, and I know that Angela Zeng's also been in a couple of Coxon seats this afternoon, so she's definitely earning dinner tonight.
As we come down to the last 150 metres, this crew from University of New South Wales Composite with Balmain and St George, Christine McCready, Renata Yipmar, Ben Whalen and Andrew McEnroe and Angela Zheng have a clear 3 lengths lead over the Toowong Composite crew in lane 6, and then back to the ANA and Carrum Composite crews that are having a little bit of a tussle for that 3rd position, but there's no troubling this crew. The composite crew from University of New South Wales crossing the line to take a very good win in the mixed D Cox 4. Coming across the line now, the Toowong Composite, but still tight with these last 2 crews, and certainly the ANA Composite have just a little bit of the jump over the Carrum Composite, but they're really pushing towards the line. But the ANA Composite will hold on to take 3rd position, with Carrum coming across in 4th.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 263, the Mixed Masters A and B 8. In first place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, the Australian Defence Force Rowing Club. Lindsay Freeman. Sarah Leon. Virginia Hayward. Sorrel Woodward. Owen Hingston. Edward Stollery. Ben Farrell. Damon Heatbrink. And their cox, Alice Clayton. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your gold medalists and champions in the Mixed Masters AB8 for 2023.
On the starting blocks now, we have the Mixed Masters FG8. There's a little bit of alignment issues at the moment. I see a crew not quite straight there. The crew from appears to be North Shore. Just having a little trouble getting into a little bit late coming into the blocks and then straightening up. But the crews are in lane 3, Sunshine Coast Mosman Composite, Kathy Wood, John May, Peter Mayo, Tiffany Hutchison, John Struick, Anne Taylor, Mark Conahan, and Susan Stewart in the coxswain seat, coached by Philip Titterton in the coxswain seat. In lane 4, we have Hawke's Bay, Clifton, Mercer, Horofanua, Union Wanganui, Perth and Toowong Composite of Helen Wood, Kay Poynton, Adele Chapman, Jennifer Evans, Kevin Horan, Alan Cleaver, Gus Bergen, Jerry Steenkamer, and Svetlana Vikolov is in the coxswain seat. And in lane 5 we have ANA Composite with Curtin University, Kay Jansen, Ronnie Cooper, Indra Sivakalundu, Jenny Longman, Phil Cockman, John Walters, Robert Boyland, Vincent Breen, Francis Conchi Stanley Cox. In lane 6 we have North Shore, Mary Walsh, Virginia Fabro, Sally Edwards, Jane O'Hanlon, Joe Daly, Mark Worrell, John Fabro, Stephanie Kerr, coxswain Jennifer Pollock. And in lane 7 we have the Banks Toowong Mercantile Composite of Heather Warren, Marion Elliott, Jennifer Mills, Julie Bourne, Peter Gell, Nick Walrock, Rodney Pillmore, Jim Lowe and coxswain Bill Webster. And in lane 8, Clifton Composite of Sally Broadley, Julianne Kelly, Jenny Conn, Kate Dombrowski, Andrew Jolly, Robert Evans, Bruce Tate, and Kerry Dombrowski in coxswain. And they're well underway now in this race, and it looks to be a fairly even start by everybody. There was two crews, the Banks Composite in lane 7 and the Sunshine Composite over in lane 3. Started off go, and the rest of the crews off 7 seconds. So looks like in the most part they've pulled back that 7-second handicap, and as they come down towards the 500, the crews over in this side, the Banks Composite and Clifton Composite, look to have the jump on the rest of the field. And that is right. So going through the 500 metre mark, the Banks Composite has gone through in first place, Clifton Composite just behind, Hawke's Bay Composite, Sunshine Coast, followed by ANA, Curtin University and North Shore. So all the work to do by the Clifton Composite to try to haul back the Banks Composite, who started off with that 7-second advantage. They've pulled after them, but haven't quite been able to get past them, Michael. This is a great tussle, and over in the Hawke's Bay Composite is also got the boat moving nicely as well.
Well, that's right, Rob. We're having a nice little battle on this side of the course between Clifton, Banks, and then over the far side, not quite the far side of the course, Hawke's Bay. So we've got a couple of patchwork crews out there. The Hawke's Bay Composite comprising Hawke's Bay, Clifton, Mercer, Orofanua, Union Whanganui, Perth and Toowong. So that is a relative patchwork crew. In lane 7, it's the Banks Toowong Mercantile Composite, and in Clifton, in lane 8, it's the Clifton Composite of Union Whanganui, Nelson, Toowong and Commercial. But it really is going to go right down to the wire. What colour are these medals going to be? In lane 8, they've probably got a bow ball ahead of lane 7. Clifton Composite, Banks Composite, I think they've got a lead over lane 4. They do. It's going to be a win for Clifton Composite in lane 8. Second place to Banks in lane 7. Third place goes the way of Hawke's Bay Composite in lane 4. A really tight finish in the end. Fourth place is now going to go the way of A&A Composite in lane 5. Fifth place to North Shore in lane 6. And seventh place to Sunshine Coast, Mossman in lane 3. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 264, the Mixed Masters D Coxed Quad. In third place, recipients of bronze medals, A&A, Perth and Curtin University Rowing Clubs. Deb Barry. Catherine Kennedy. David Huang. Stuart Clark. And their coxswain, Alison White. In second place, recipients of silver medals, Toowong Rowing Club and Dragons Rowing Club. Daniela Anderson. Tracy Capes. Daniel Thomas. Todd Clements. and their coxswain Ethan Stokes. In first place, recipients of gold medals and champions in 2023, the University of New South Wales Balmain and St George rowing clubs. Christine McCready, Renata Eatma, Ben Whalen, and Andrew McEnroe. UNSW Composite are coxed by Angela Zeng. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for your champions and medalists in the Mixed Masters D Coxed 4.
And out on the course we have the Mixed Masters C quad. And in lane 1, Nelson. In lane 2, Endeavour Composite. In lane 3, Commercial Composite. In lane 4, Riverside Composite. Scratched ADF in lane 5. Powerhouse Composite in lane 6. Leichhardt in lane 7. Black Mountain Composite in lane 8 and Black Mountain in 9. And it looks like the Black Mountain Composite crew in lane 8 has a lead at the moment over the Commercial Composite over in lane 3, and it's certainly pushing out to a good lead at the moment, with the crew from Powerhouse Composite holding on to 3, although the crew right over on the other side, the Nelson crew right over the other side, is coming up, but there's no trouble for this Black Mountain Composite crew. They're coming across the line with about a half-length lead over the crew from Commercial Composite. The Powerhouse Composite holding on to 3rd place, coming across the line. It's very, very tight for 4th and 5th place, but the Leichhardt crew will get 4th. The Nelson crew coming on the other side, coming in 5th. Riverside, Black Mountain, and Endeavour Composite.
So Rob, race 267 is now on the course. It's the Mixed Masters E Double, Division 1. So we've got a full 9 crew race, so it should be exciting, this one. In lane 2, representing Glebe Rowing Club, is Elizabeth Dorian and Kim Mackney. In lane 3, also from Glebe, is Emma Hutchinson and Mark Tejan. In lane 4, from Lake Macquarie and St George Rowing Club, Stephen Harrison and Michelle Druzel. In lane 5, from Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club, Michael Robertson and Jane Fitzpatrick. In lane 6, from Centenary Rowing Club in Queensland, Tanya Bremer and Peter Hayes. In lane 7, from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Gary Foster and Caroline Vernon. In lane 8, also from Drummoyne, Andrew Patterson and Marcella Cox. And in lane 9, from Endeavour Rowing Club, David Percival and Diane Trescott.
Yes, and Michael, those Drummoyne crews are both husband and wife combinations, so there'll be some interesting discussion between the crews and after the race, I am sure. But this is a extremely strong event. There's 5 divisions of 9 crews, so it's a lot of entries for this, a lot of interest in this E-mixed double.
Yeah, that's right, 5 divisions. Well, I've just flicked through the draw, and that is enormous interest in, of course, this very popular event. So look forward to the next couple of races of Mixed Masters double sculling.
So they're coming down to the 500 metre mark, and looks like the Drummoyne crew of Carolyn Vernon and Gary Foster will go through in first place, with the Lake Macquarie St George crew and the second Drummoyne crew coming through in third, followed by Glebe, Endeavour 2, Noosa and Centenary. So we've got a bit of a race happening out here with the Lake Macquarie Composite and the Drummoyne boat over here in lane 7. Look, they'll have a bit of a jump on the field, and the rating's up. There seems to be a fair bit of intent there. Steve Harrison and Michelle Duzel from Lake Macquarie St George Composite are big finishers. So as long as they can, Drummoyne can keep them at bay, but at this point in time, they look like they have just gone for a bit more of a push, that Drummoyne crew, and pulled up in front. The second Drummoyne crew now coming home as well, but it looks to be a clear lead at the moment. And here come the St George Lake Macquarie crew. They are winding up now. They have got the line on the side. I think they can do this. They can pull this back. So it's a ding-dong battle coming into the finish. The Drummoyne crew holding on.
That's right, Rob. You can just see Gary Foster look over his right shoulder, but I think he knows they've done enough to claim this first division of the Mixed Masters E-Double. It's a win for Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 7. Second place is going to go the way of lane 4's Lake Macquarie St George Composite. Third place now, it's going to go to another Drummoyne crew in lane 8, Andrew Patterson and Marcella Cox. Fourth place to Endeavour Rowing Club in lane 9. Fifth place goes the way of lane 3's Emma Hutchinson and Mark Tijan. Sixth place to lane 5's Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club, Michael Robertson and Jane Fitzpatrick. Seventh place to Centenary in lane 6. And finally, Elizabeth Dorian and Kim Mackney in 8th place. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Mixed Masters F to G8. In third place, recipients of bronze medals, Hawke's Bay, Clifton, Mercer, Horowhenua, Union Whanganui, Perth and Toowong rowing clubs. Helen Wood. Kay Poynton. Adele Chapman. Jennifer Evans. Kevin Horan. Alan Cleaver. Gus Bergen. And Jerry Steenkamer. Their cocks, Svetlana Viklov. In second place, recipients of the silver medal, Banks, Toowong and Mercantile Rowing Clubs. Heather Warren. Marion Elliott. Jennifer Mills. Julie Bourne. Peter Gell. Nick Walrock. Rodney Pillmore. And Jim Lowe. Their cox is Bill Webster. In first place, recipients of gold medals and champions in 2023, Clifton, Union Whanganui, Nelson Tuong and Commercial Rowing Clubs. Sally Broadley. Julianne Kelly. Jenny Conn. Kate Dombrowski. Andrew Jolly. Robert Evans. Bruce Tate. And Kerry Dombrowski. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in the Mixed Masters F to G8.
Thank you, Michael. And out on the course, we have the last following stages of the last 100 metres of the mixed E-double Division 2 with the Essendon crew got a great lead over the rest of the field, followed by the Murwillumbah crew of Anthony Robert G and Tamsin Brew. But this Essendon crew looking very polished, doing it easy at the moment, will cross the line with a great lead over the rest of the field. The Murwillumbah crew now pushing home. And right over on this side, the Riverway crew looks like they're going to sneak in and get that third place. I think all the others on the other side of the course were left a little bit napping, and they're bringing it home like a train and will take out that third position. Followed by the Ballarat City, the Mackay and Goolwa crews, Shoalhaven and Dragons. And coming down to the line now is the Ballarat City Carrum crew of David Rafter and Lisa Mentz. And they will cross the line to complete the field.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Mixed Masters C Quadruple Scull. In third place, recipients of bronze medals, Powerhouse and Ballarat City Rowing Clubs. Ebony Ebenwaldner. Lacinta Rodriguez. Alex Wilcox. And Chris Schlicht. In second place, silver medalists, Commercial Rowing Club and the University of Queensland Boat Club. Georgina Gardner. Nikki Hughes. Matthew Napper. and David Vandis. In first place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, Black Mountain, Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt Rowing Clubs. Jennifer Zonga, Kirsten Berry, Mark Partridge, and Ian Mongan. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your champions and medalists in the Mixed Masters C Quadruple Scull.
And we have on the course race 269, the Mixed Masters E Double, Division 3. And we have North Shore, New Zealand in lane 2, Nelson in lane 3, North Shore, New Zealand in lane 4, Wentworth in lane 5, Lake Macquarie in lane 6, Perth in lane 7, Toowong in lane 8, and Glebe in lane 9. And at this point, it looks like the North Shore crew and the Lake Macquarie crew have a little bit of a lead, and they're tussling out for that first position as they come into the last 250 metres.
Well, this is shaping up to a really, really tight finish to this race, Rob. It's you can throw a blanket over them, but it looks as though it is that Nelson crew, perhaps in lane 3, who is in the lead. Or no, yeah, it's North Shore, I think, in lane 4. I think you're right. But not very far behind them is North Shore in lane 2 as well. So those two Kiwi crews out in the lead. Third place, I would suggest at this stage, is that Lake Macquarie crew in lane 6. But not far behind them is Wentworth District Rowing Club in lane 5.
Yeah, that North Shore crew in lane 2 has come from a long way back, but the other North Shore New Zealand crew in lane 4 looks like they're going to hold on for the win, and Lake Macquarie have just ramped it up again and are racing towards the line, but we'll just miss out. So it's North Shore New Zealand in lane 4 taking out the first place. The second North Shore crew coming in second, Lake Macquarie third, Wentworth fourth, Toowong fifth, Perth sixth, Glebe 7th across the line, and Nelson across the line to complete the field.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 267, the first division of the Mixed Masters E Double Scull. In third place, representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, Andrew Patterson and Marcella Cox. In second place, recipients of silver medals, Lake Macquarie and St George Rowing Clubs, Stephen Harrison and Michelle Duzel. In first place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, Drummoyne Rowing Club, represented by Gary Foster and Caroline Vernon. Please put your hands together for your champions and medalists in the Mixed Masters E Double Scull Division 1.
And race 270 is on the course, Division 4 of the Mixed Masters E Double Scull. We have Shoalhaven in lane 2, Lake Macquarie in lane 3. In lane 4, Perth Composite. Lane 5, Canberra Composite. Lane 6, Nagambie. Lane 7, Pine Rivers. Lane 8, Drummoyne. And Lane 9, Endeavour. And as they come through the 500 metre mark, Perth A&A have got a little bit of a lead over the Drummoyne crew with Pine Rivers, Shoalhaven and Lake Macquarie coming through next with, and then Endeavour.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 268, the Mixed Masters E Double Scull Division 2. In third place and bronze medalists, Riverway Rowing Club. Jacqueline de Jong and Wayne Roy. In second place, Murwillumbah Rowing Club. Anthony Robert G and Tamsin Brew. In first place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, Essendon Rowing Club. Tim Jusefowitz and Christine Mitchell. Please put your hands together for your champions and medalists in the second division of the Mixed Masters E-Double.
Thank you, Michael. And the Division 4 of the Mixed Masters E-Doubles coming down to the line. And the crew, the Perth Composite, Perth A&A Composite of Adam Ramshaw and Kathy Ride have a length and a half lead over the fast finishing Drummoyne Composite, Drummoyne crew over here in lane 8. And they're really putting it on there, but the A&A Perth Composite will just get across the line, followed closely by the Drummoyne crew coming across the line in second. Over on the other side, the Shoalhaven in third, and Nagambie, Pine Rivers in fourth.
Fifth is a really tight race. I think, I couldn't tell you. I thought it was lane 3, Lake Macquarie, but it could well have been lane 9, Endeavour. Seventh place goes the way of Nagambie Rowing Club in lane 6. And finally, in 8th place, lane 5, Canberra and the Australian Defence Force Rowing Club.
We have on the course race 271, the Mixed Masters E-Double Scull Division 5. And in lane 2 we have the Glebe Composite of Phoebe Sanders and Timothy Bland. In lane 3 we have Lake Macquarie, Murray Brown and Greg Evans. In lane 4, Shoalhaven, Robin Wakefield and Joseph Basher. In lane 5, Drummoyne, Anthony Howarth and Colleen Chapman. In lane 6, Nelson, Maud O'Connell and Chris Brooks. In lane 7, Melbourne Composite, Julia Wood and Rodney Stewart. And in lane 8, Noosa, Joe Emerson and Jill Hosier.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 269, the third division of the Mixed Masters E-Double Scull. In third place, Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Stuart Boyd and Zana Yancey de Jong. In second place and silver medalists, North Shore Rowing Club, New Zealand, Alexandra Mealbrate and Richard Rennie. In first place and gold medalist champions in 2023, North Shore Rowing Club, New Zealand, Rebecca Caro and Martin Sharrock. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in the Mixed Masters E-Double Division 3.
And Michael, out on the course we have Division 5 of the Mixed Masters E-Double Scull, and as they come down into that 250 metres to go, it's a very tight battle between the Noosa crew over in lane 8, the crew beside them, the Melbourne Exeter composite of Julie Wood and Rod Stewart, and the Nelson crew battling out for that first, second and third place. And it looks like at the moment the Melbourne Exeter composite look like the bit between their teeth, and they are bringing it home like a train, and Noosa are trying to do all they can to stave off the impending attack. But it's a very, very close race, and it's coming down to the wire.
Well, Noosa have led from start to finish, but they are now being eaten away by Melbourne and Exeter. I think they might have just done enough to overtake them. It's coming into the final couple of strokes. Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club up against Melbourne and Exeter. It's going to be really, really tight. 2 strokes to go. It's going to be really tight. I think Melbourne and Exeter just snatch it from Noosa in the end. First place to Melbourne Composite, second place to Noosa, third place goes the way of lane 6. That's Nelson Rowing Club. A really tight conclusion to that race. Fourth place goes to Glebe and Newcastle. Fifth place to Lake Macquarie, and a very tight finish between lane 4 and lane 5. That's Shoalhaven Rowing Club and Drummoyne Rowing Club, so we'll wait to get confirmation on that. But certainly no doubt about the winners. Melbourne and Exeter Rowing Club. Second place was Noosa and third place was Nelson.
On the line, we have the Mixed Masters H2M Double Division 1. All the crews are in the H division, so no handicaps to be applied. In lane 2, Shell Harbour City, Howard Hilton and Magna Peters. In lane 3, Melbourne Rowing Club of Stephen Mollard and Anne Parbury. In lane 4, Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Nerida Clinton and Bruce Sharp. In lane 5, Murwillumbah 2, Janet Mills and Michael Mills. In lane 6, Gulwar, Diana Tebnev and David England. In lane 7, Abbotsford, Lillian Hayes and Michael Hayes. And in lane 8, Pine Rivers, Suzanne Hafner and Ian Russell.
Thank you, Rob, and we are underway in race 272. Still a fair distance to travel, and we'll have some numbers as they pass through the 500 metre mark. But of course, this is the first of several divisions, 3 divisions, I should say, of the Mixed Masters H2M Double. And then we move into the big leagues. It is the Interstate Regatta coming up very shortly, so don't go anywhere. One of the premier events in the Australian rowing calendar. So we are very much looking forward to bringing you the Interstate Regatta very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 270, the 4th division of the Mixed Masters E Double Scull. In 3rd place, Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Oliver Radich and Simone Jones. In 2nd place, silver medalists Drummoyne Rowing Club, Gabriel Haythornthwaite and Wendy Roncolato. In 1st place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, Perth and ANA Rowing Clubs, Adam Ramshaw and Kathy Ride. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in the Mixed Masters E Double Scull Division 4.
Thank you, Michael. And on the course, we have the Division 1 of the Mixed Masters H Double Scull. And going through the 500-metre mark, and it still appears to be the case, the Lake Macquarie crew of Nerida Clinton and Bruce Sharp holding a, not a comfortable lead, but a lead nonetheless over the Melbourne crew, who look to have picked up the game a little bit over the last 30 or 40 metres. Back over on this side, the Pine River crew, which were well back at the 500 metres, have also pulled a lot of that distance back in. And the
well, it's going to be a pretty tight conclusion in any event, Rob, between lane 4 and lane 3. Lake Macquarie and Melbourne Rowing Clubs. They're going stroke for stroke in the final 50 metres of this race. I think Lake Macquarie has the narrowest of advantages ahead of Melbourne Rowing Club. It is going to be Nerida Clinton and Bruce Sharp from the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club who snatched the win off of Melbourne. And a really fantastic and gutsy finish to that race from both of those crews, and they are to be congratulated. 3rd place goes the way of Pine Rivers Rowing Club in Queensland. 4th place to Lane 2, Shell Harbour City Rowing Club. 5th place now to Goulburn Rowing Club from South Australia. And 6th place is a little bit back to Lane 5, Murwillumbah Rowing Club from Queensland. And following them, it'll be Abbotsford Rowing Club from New South Wales.
Race 273 has just started, and once again they're all age group crews. In lane 3, Murwillumbah Composite of Gay Pullen and Gary Betts. In lane 4 we have Phoenix Rowing Club, Dave Ellis and Ann Ellis. In lane 5, Manning River, Kay Pullen and Roy Halliday. In lane 6, Perth Composite, Ken Price and Carolyn Fennell. In lane 7, Tablelands, Harmina Balch and Brian Kittler. In lane 8, we have Melbourne, Christopher Barton and Val Dowell.
Thanks, Robbie. At the second of 3 divisions of the Mixed Masters H to M double, before we head into the highly anticipated interstate regatta. So don't go anywhere. We're heading towards the pointy end of this afternoon's program. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 271, the 5th division of the Mixed Masters E Double Scull. In 3rd place, recipients of bronze medals, Nelson Rowing Club, Maud O'Connell and Chris Brooks. In 2nd place and silver medalists, Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club, Joe Emerson and Gil Hosier. In 1st place, champions and gold medalists, Melbourne and Exeter Rowing Clubs, Julia Wood and Rodney Stewart. please congratulate your champions and medalists in the Mixed Masters E Double Scull Division 5.
We have race 273 well underway, the Mixed Masters H Double Scull Division 2. Division 2, and through the halfway mark it was the Murwillumbah Composite crew, but it looks to be a very, very close race. Michael, across the field, the crews over on the other side, the Murwillumbah Composite looks to have a little bit of a lead, but the crew, the Perth Composite crew and the Melbourne crew over on the grandstand side are really hanging in there. It's a very, very close race.
Well, that's right, Rob. It is looking pretty tight. On the far side, yeah, that's right. Murwillumbah, Phoenix, Manning River, they are all pretty close, and I would suggest if I was to hazard a guess, I think those three crews are in the lead. But then again, it's pretty tight. I think there's Perth Composite, which is a Perth and Murdoch University boat, who might just have their bow balls in front of Manning River. But not much doubt. I think it is Murwillumbah Composite, Gai Pullen and Gary Betts, who have their probably about a length's advantage ahead of, I think, Manning River in lane 5 are pretty comfortably in second place at this stage, and lane 6, Perth Composite, I think they've just leapfrogged Phoenix Rowing Club. Those are the South Australians over there in lane 4. So I think they are poised for a win. Murwillumbah and Manning River Rowing Clubs over there in lane 3, they claim the second division of the Mixed Masters H Double Scull. Second place is so tight, and out of nowhere, Perth just almost snatching the second place off of Manning River, but Manning River do hold on. Third place to Perth and Murdoch University. Fourth place to Phoenix. Fifth place goes the way of Melbourne Rowing Club in lane 8. And finally, lane 7, Tablelands Country Rowing Club. And conditions are looking absolutely sublime for the commencement of the 2023 Interstate Regatta in just 10 minutes time or so. The sun is just about to dip below the Blue Mountains, you can see on the Bont Rowing live stream. If you are joining us online from all over the country, we are very, very excited to bring you the state against state races very shortly. But in the interim, we have the final race of the, I suppose, normal race of this afternoon's programs. The third division of the Mixed Masters 8-2M Double Scull. So in lane 3 is Bairnsdale Composite, Sue Howard-Smith from A&A and Ivan Knight from Bairnsdale. In lane 4 from Mossman is Margaret Small and John May. In lane 5 from Phoenix, Caroline Musared and Peter Hodson. In lane 6, representing Goolwa Rowing Club in South Australia, Jackie Woodhead and Brian Francis. In lane 7 from Tablelands Country Rowing Club is Renata Wendell and David Merrill. And finally, representing Tablelands Country Rowing Club is Kathy Robinson and Robin Odell. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 272, the first division of the Mixed Masters H Double Scull. In third place and bronze medalists, Pine Rivers Rowing Club from Queensland, Suzanne Hafner and Ian Russell. In second place, Melbourne Rowing Club, Stephen Mollard and Anne Parbury. In first place, gold medalists and Australian champions, Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Nerida Clinton and Bruce Sharp. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in Division 1 of the Mixed Masters H Double Scull.
And on the course we have race Division 3 of the Mixed Masters H2M double. And through the 500 metre mark, we had the Tablelands crew over in lane 7 that looked like a handy lead coming through, with Mossman in second place, second Tablelands crew in third, and Phoenix in fourth. And it looks like as we come down to the 250 metre mark, the Tablelands crew has extended its lead slightly over the Phoenix crew, the Mossman crew over in lane 4. And just a little way back to the second Tablelands crew and the Goolwa Phoenix crews and Phoenix crews. It looks like the Tablelands crews had a little bit of a miss-up, maybe have hit the boys and just lost their momentum, and it's allowed the Mossman crew of Margaret Small and John May to pounce, and they look like they've saw something happening over in the Tablelands boat and have really set about to take some advantage over it. But the Tablelands crew looks again like they've got their composure back and are heading towards the line, but no, there's no stopping this Mossman crew over in lane 4 of Margaret Small and John May, and they are cruising ahead now and look to have this race pretty well covered. So the Mossman crew of Margaret Small and John May coming up to take first place. In second place, just holding on, in lane 7, the Tablelands crew of Renata Wendell and David Merrill, followed by Goolwa, the A&A Bairnsdale, followed by the second Tablelands crew, and then back to the Phoenix crew.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 273, the second division of the Mixed Masters H Double Scull. In third place, recipients of bronze medals, Perth Rowing Club and Murdoch University Boat Club. Ken Price and Caroline Fennell. In second place and silver medalists, Manning River Rowing Club, Kay Pullen and Roy Halliday. In first place, gold medalists and champions, Mawillimbar Rowing Club and Manning River Rowing Club, Gay Pullen and Gary Betts. Please congratulate the medalists in the second division of the Mixed Masters H2M Double Scull.
And as we present the medals for the last race, the first of the interstate races is underway. Race 275, the interstate men's PR single scull. In lane 5, we have the New South Wales sculler of Kevin Wall. And in lane 6, the Australian Capital Territory rower of Stuart John. And the race is well and truly underway.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. The Interstate Regatta, it is here. It's race 275, the Interstate Men's PR3 Single Scull. As you've said, Rob, it is New South Wales up against the Australian Capital Territory, and it is a two-horse race. Stuart John, with whom I've had the pleasure of commentating this afternoon, has thrown on his adopted ACT colours in the yellow and navy blue colours of the territory, and he's up against Kevin Wall of New South Wales, and it does appear as though Wall has got out to a handy lead of a couple of boat lengths. He had to give Kevin Wall had to give Stuart John a couple of seconds. It looks as though he's made up that advantage relatively pain-free.
It sure does, but Stuart's not giving up with that. He's got the ACT colours on. He's going to do them proud, and it's coming down to that last 250 metres with Kevin just holding a slight lead. I don't think it's lengthened at all over the last 300 or 400 metres, and Stuart John really putting down a challenge at the moment to try to peg back that little bit of a break that Kevin has got on him with the New South Wales sculler in lane 4.
Well, that's right. Stuart John is holding on valiantly, and he's clasped onto Kevin Wall's heel, and he isn't giving him any more distance than he already has. And I would suggest that Stuart John has actually made up a little bit of distance on Kevin Wall, and he is fighting hard to stay in this race. But Kevin Wall of New South Wales in the lead in this first race of the Interstate Regatta.
And it's going to go down to the wire. Stuart is really bringing it home. The ACT sculler is actually throwing out the challenge, but it's the length of the course is going to not work for him, and it looks like Kevin Wall will hold on for the win. He's got the rating up, he's got the line in his sight, and he's going to carry that through to the finish line to take out the first of the interstate races, with Stuart John of ACT coming in now to take second position.
It's a win for New South Wales' Kevin Wall in the Interstate Men's PR3 Single Scull. Second place to Stuart John of the Australian Capital Territory. So on the starting blocks now, it's a second interstate race. Rob, it's race 276, the Interstate Women's PR3 Single Scull in lane 5. New South Wales is represented by Mika Kelly. His coach is Mark Tejan. And in lane 6 is the Australian Capital Territory, Sue Donohoe.
And Michael, you'll notice that Mika would normally have a coach's boat following her because of her eyesight issues, or she will have somebody following her, just giving her directions as we're going down the course, just to keep that curve safely within the lane. And Michael, the crowd is building on the bank in Redden to watch these interstate races coming down, and as said, well underway, and looking forward to going this series of racing this afternoon, which is going to be fast and furious.
Thank you, Rob. So we'll just move quickly to the presentation of medals for race 274, the third and final division of the Mixed Masters H2M Double Scull. The medals are being presented by Brian Weir, former Rowing New South Wales and Rowing Australia Director. In third place, recipients of bronze medals, Phoenix Rowing Club, Caroline Musared and Peter Hodson. In second place, silver medalists, Tablelands Country Rowing Club, Renata Wendell and David Merrill. In first place, gold medalists, Mossman Rowing Club, Margaret Small and John May. please congratulate your medalists in Division 3 of the Mixed Masters H2M Double Scull.
And out in the interstate women's PRC single, Sue Donahue from the ACT, Australian Capital Territory, has a handy lead over Mika Kelly going through the 500 and looks to have this race pretty well covered. But Mika, of course, is not going to let up. She's an experienced sculler and will carry that, bridge that gap as she comes down into that last 250, 300 metres.
Well, that's right, Rob. And we saw Sue Donohoe of the Australian Capital Territory take off really, really strongly, and she's just held that command that she's had on this race the entire way. She's got about 250 metres to row. Just as the wind starts to lift a little bit, it's a cross tail breeze, I would suggest, and looking as though it's affecting all of the lanes relatively equally, but for a slight advantage, I would suggest, over in the far two lanes. So just keep an eye on that as this interstate regatta progresses. But for the moment, it is all to play for the Australian Capital Territory and Sue Donohoe in this interstate women's PR3 single scull.
And if I'm not right, not wrong, Michael, that if Sue does get across in this race, it'll square it up on the point score.
Well, that's correct so far. It would be a 1-1 ACT New South Wales. So the ACT making the best of things. Sue Donohoe, 200 metres to row. Coming into the final 100 metres now. The boys have turned red, and it is going to be a win for Sue Donohoe, who have made the best of things in this race, ahead of Mika Kelly, representing New South Wales, who will claim second. It'll be a win for the Australian Capital Territory. And Mika Kelly of New South Wales making her way into the final 100 metres of this race. And do give her a cheer as she crosses the line for New South Wales. So with Mika Kelly's crossing the line, that concludes the Interstate Women's PR3 single scull, and we shall move to race 277, the men's Interstate Masters D quadruple scull, and we have a start, Rob. It's a very, very exciting race indeed. I will run through the roll call quickly. In lane 3, representing Western Australia, James McGrath, Morris Robson, Simon Wall and Daryl Salisbury. In lane 4, representing Tasmania, Tom Wilcox, Patrick Bird, Michael Wilson and Mark Bonham. In lane 5, representing Victoria, Nick Inglis, David Jacker, Justin Negri and Gareth McShay. In lane 6, representing New South Wales, Jeremy Smith, Alexander Deutsch, Andy Wigan and Alan Robertson. In lane 7, representing Queensland, David Hughes, Andy Menzies, Doug Cryer and Scott O'Reilly. So we just see the crowds flocking down towards the water's edge for this very exciting men's interstate quadruple scull. Of course, all these scullers are a D average age category. And it is difficult to tell at this stage. We should have some numbers in a moment, but it does appear as though Tasmania looking the goods over the far side of the course. They've got Western Australia to their right and Victoria to their left.
And certainly the Victorian, New South Wales and Queensland crews over in 5, 6 and 7 in a tough battle. But that is the Tasmanian crew with nearly a boat length lead over Western Australia as they came through the 500, further 2 seconds back to Victoria and then back to New South Wales. But there's nothing in it.
So you can just see that New South Wales boat, and they are going head to head with Queensland over here on the near side of the course, and it's all to play for. But at this stage, making the best of things, it is Tasmania and Western Australia on the far side of the course. They've probably about 600 metres to row, or 400 metres I should say. Here comes the big white T coming towards the finish tower. Is it going to be a win for Tasmania? Western Australia lifting their rate of striking in those Yellow Zooties with the swans on the back. New South Wales tussling with Queensland on this far side and Victoria in the middle with the big white V on the back. And New South Wales pressing up to take the fight to Queensland for the minor placings, but it is Tasmania in the lead and they are looking strong. They are into the final 200 metres of this race for the men's interstate Masters quadruple scull. And I think those other three crews have closed the gap on Western Australia for that second medal. And we are going to have some crews miss out here. This is going to be a fantastically close race. Tasmania in the lead, Western Australia second, New South Wales coming through to claim that third position at this stage. They are just trying to get their bow ball ahead of Queensland. I think Victoria have dropped back a bit. It's going to be a win for Tasmania. Second place is going to go to Western Australia, but Queensland are responding to take the fight to New South Wales. Second to Western Australia, third to Queensland. New South Wales settle for fourth. Fifth place to Victoria. Well, what a fantastic conclusion to that race, Rob. I think Queensland snatched it to the death from New South Wales, much like the State of Origin in the Rugby League this week.
Absolutely, Michael, and that was a cracker of a finish by the Queensland crew. They just got into that, they got that surge just to push New South Wales back to fourth position, but a great win by the Tasmanian crew and very, very convincing.
Well, wasn't that an absolute pearl of an interstate race, and that is what it's all about. Queensland, right at the death, the big white Q snatching the third bronze medal position off of New South Wales just on the surge in the final stroke. Really tight racing, but congratulations to Tasmania, who led from start to finish. Western Australia, whose lead was slowly eaten away at by Victoria, New South Wales and Queensland, but it was Queensland who made the best of things in the final couple of strokes, and it was ever so close.
Absolutely, and up on the, we have race 278, the Women's Interstate Masters D Quad. Ready to go. And in lane 3, we have Tasmania, Gina Anderson, Alison Kirkwood, Jane Hilliard, and Sandra Wilson. In lane 4, New South Wales, Jenny Wilson, Amy Clay, Trudy McDonald, and Daniela Bourget, coached by Lizzie Chapman and Angela Conry. In lane 5, we have Victoria, Fiona Milne, Leanne Martin, Helen Pearce, Tanya Nishibata. In lane 6, South Australia, Robin Gray Gardner, Gina Bell, Karen Farina, Belinda Jankowiak, and coached by Darren Potts. In lane 7, Queensland, Annette Quayle, Janine Reid, M. Schmider, Janelle Filkin, coached by Ray Smith. And in lane 8, Australian Capital Territory, Pamela Nash, Jane Clues, Dan Grant, and Zoe Lynham.
Thank you, Rob, and we are underway in race 278. It's another big one. It's the Women's Interstate Quad. And you just saw the crews on the Bont Rowing live stream get away a short while ago. The Australian Capital Territory on the near side of the course and Tasmania on the far side of the course. Now, can they equal the effort put down by their male counterparts? The Tasmanians in the quads looking very strong. We've seen a number of these scullers come down the course multiple times this regatta as well, Rob.
Yes, we have, and isn't it great to see this the full complement of states in this race? It's a fantastic sight to see.
Well, that's exactly right. It's what it's all about, getting out there and putting your state colours on. So the wind has just picked up a little bit. We've had immaculate conditions all afternoon, but you can just see some gusts blowing across. Well, I wouldn't call them gusts. They're just whispers of wind across the Sydney International Regatta Centre competition lake. And we are approaching the halfway mark in the Women's Interstate Quadruple Scull. Look, I couldn't tell the difference between any of the crews at this stage. We're going to have some clarification, and even on the live stream, you couldn't really say who's in the lead, and it is really close. We're getting the angle. It's the Australian Capital Territory in the lead at this stage. Victoria running second, Queensland in third, Tasmania in fourth, South Australia in fifth, and New South Wales in sixth. That was the way they travelled through the 500-metre mark. But have a look, ladies and gentlemen, at the margins. 0.2 to Victoria, 0.6 to Queensland, 0.9 to Tasmania, 0.79 to South Australia, and then 1 second back to New South Wales. So the margins are really tight, so we're going to have a cracker of a finish on our hands for this, the Interstate Women's Masters Quad.
Absolutely, Michael, and as they're coming down into that 300 or 400 metres to go, the ACT crew looks to be really bounding out in front, although the crew beside them, the Queensland crew, is coming back at a rate, and the Victorian crew in the middle of the field, they have really turned it on now.
Australian Capital Territory on the near side of the course, making the best of things as they went through the 500 metre mark. And I'm sure the placings have changed. We couldn't quite say. In the middle of the course, it looks as though Victoria stretching out. Tasmania and New South Wales on their right. Victoria opening a lead up ahead, and I think they might have even overtaken the Australian Capital Territory. Queensland in lane 7, still in it. South Australia in lane 6, chomping at their heels. Tasmania on the far side also battling for a place. It is the Victorians, I think, at this stage who are in the lead. In lane 5, on their right is South Australia in lane 6, not out of it yet. New South Wales a little bit back behind South Australia. It is Victoria, lane 5, Fiona Mill, Leanne Martin, Helen Pearson, Tanya Nishibata, who are in the lead, and they look all but certain now to take out the Women's Masters Interstate Quad. Second place looks as though it's going to go the way of the Australian Capital Territory over here in lane 8, and third place is going to be really tight. It's going to be between Queensland and Tasmania. Queensland claim the third. Fourth place goes to South Australia, fifth place to Tasmania, and sixth place to New South Wales.
Didn't Victoria turn it on over that last 400 metres?
Didn't they just? Well, what a fantastic effort by that Victorian quad just to stretch out. There was nothing in it whatsoever. You all saw the numbers coming through the 500 metre mark, but a fantastic lift by that Victorian Interstate Women's Quad in the final 500, 250 metres. And the Australian Capital Territory, well, you thought they were ahead and that they were going to hold it, but the experience and the grit of that Victorian crew shining through. So the ACT settled for second, and Queensland settling for third.
And just while we're waiting for this start, just a quick call out to Kathleen Hextall, who is the selector for the New South Wales State Cruise, who is currently in Vichy for the Virtus Games with Julia Story, and she's a stalwart of rowing and activity in New South Wales rowing, and it's great to see her efforts coming to fruition.
There's no doubt that Kath will be watching from France. So hello to you, Kath. And so we're underway now in race 279, the Men's Interstate Masters 8. So in lane 2 is South Australia, Rob Ellis, Bill Natt, Nicholas McDonald, Kevin Tankard, Damien Derlick, David McLeod, Alexander Sills, Ross Hamilton and their cocks, Bonnie White, and their coaches are Rob Cheeseman and John Bentley. In lane 3, representing New South Wales, Mark Bindner, David Raymond, Rob Koskar, Charles Buzzacott, Rob Giblin, Jose Maria Segurola Aragui, David Greenslade, Robert McNeil and their cocks, Ruth Kelly and their coach is Adrian Henning. In lane 5 is Tasmania, Marcel Brown, Matthew Pooley, Lloyd Osborne, Gregory Marshall, David Fisher, Simon Nowell, Aaron Migley, Stuart Doyle and their cocks is Emily Doyle, their coach is James Peary. In lane 7 is Victoria, Matthew Harrison, Roger Tobler, Dave McPherson, Marcus Tyrrell, Conrad Tullock, Andrew Gray, Heinrich Venske, Angus Reynolds and their cocks, Sam Lincoln. And finally on the near side of the course is Queensland, Gavin Keeley, Richard Powell, Andrew McIntosh, Stephen Hammer, David Hobart, James Manning, Tim Bugg, Matthew Colquhoun and their cocks is Lily Lunny, their coach is Marty Rabjohns. Just as the sun dips behind the Blue Mountains, the light is starting to fade and the wind is starting to lift a bit, Rob.
Yes, it's just coming in a bit, but the tailwind won't hurt them too much. It'll probably get them a little bit better time than they might have hoped for. But the Tasmanian crew was an E crew, Michael, so they set off 4 seconds in front of the rest. But going through the 500, it's New South Wales up by 1.28 seconds over South Australia. Queensland a further 2.5 seconds behind. Victoria another 2.4 seconds behind, and then back to Tasmania. So at this point in time, New South Wales have the bit between their teeth.
Well, it's an early lead for the locals. New South Wales ahead of South Australia and Queensland in third. It's a little bit more of a stretched out race than we saw in the Interstate Women's Quad a short while ago. New South Wales making the best of things, followed by Victoria in fourth and Tasmania in fifth. So missing, of course, a crew from the Australian Capital Territory. But New South Wales coming into the final 250 metres. Is it going to be a home ground advantage dream for the Welshmen?
But look at this South Australian crew over in lane 2 coming back at them. They are really pushing now. They are moving up on the New South Wales crew at a seat at a time, and it's pushing down in that last 250 metres.
And here come Queensland over in lane 8, pushing really hard at the early lead established by the New South Wales crew. South Australia pushing so hard to break the New South Wales spirit. over there in lane 2. On the far side of the course, it's a huge lift from South Australia. New South Wales, can they hang on? Have South Australia left it too late? Into the final 25 metres. South Australia, New South Wales, final couple of strokes. It's going to be South Australia who claim the win. Second place to New South Wales, third place to Queensland. Well, what a fantastic effort that was. Fourth place goes the way of Victoria. Fifth place to Tasmania. Can you believe it, Rob?
I cannot believe it. That finish by that South Australian crew at 250 metres, bet they were half a boat behind and have just rode over the top of the New South Wales crew in an amazing time of 2 minutes and 58 seconds.
I cannot believe it. You, in the final 5 strokes, you seemed certain that New South Wales were going to glide over the line, but you can see it clear as day on the live stream, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you by Pont Rowing. South Australia indeed snatched victory from the hands of the New South Welshmen, spoiling the party in Sydney tonight. Drama.
Drama indeed. What a race.
Right, well, we've got no time to breathe because we have the final race of this afternoon's programs. It is 4:53 and the sun is fading in this Sydney winter. It is the Masters Interstate Women's 8. So in lane 3, representing Victoria, Catherine Carr, Zoe Ryan, Emily Harridge, Fiona Abbott, Linda Skidmore, Geraldine Goss, B. Klein Van Mullicom, Rebecca Gribble, Charlotte Lawrence is their cox, their coaches are Sharon Waters and Sam Hutchison. In lane 4 is Tasmania, Mary Hansen, Jane McGann, Nerily Ellis, Belinda Schultz, Kathy Starling, Courtney Blythe, Claire Vickers, Nicola Anderson. Their cox is Olivia Walter and their coach is Alastair Chong. In lane 5, representing South Australia, Alison Smith, Simone Ellis, Tori Toogood, Emily El-Khoury, Joanne Malcolm, Christina Burstill, Susie Ross, Angie Francu, and their cox, Vicky Knight. Their coach is Darren Potts. In lane 6, representing Queensland, Michelle Holland, Frances O'Keefe, Tracy Evans, Andrea Painter, Amanda Rukawai, Andrea Connolly, Margot Drayden, Kathy Witt, and their cox, Edwina Luck. Queensland are coached by Philip Morgan and Angelina Ellis. In lane 7 is Western Australia, Orla Flecker, Renee Bravelli, Liz Warren, Alyssa Mansell, Mariana Marto, Sandra Clark, Caroline Foster, Alexandra Thornton. Their cox is Nicholas Rogers. Their coach is William Hines. In lane 8, representing New South Wales, Sarah Hill, Catherine Boland, M. Barrack, Louise McCoach, Nikki Lepresti, Belinda Brigham, Kim Laurie, and Carissa Kleiman. Their cox is Sebastian Kladnik, and their coaches are Kim Rudder and Steve Sherry.
And they're away, and there's nothing between the crews, and they've all had good starts, and it's looking very, very even. Although it's particularly hard to see up at the course now as it's getting quite dark.
So I think we're going to have to wait, Rob, until our crews approach the 500 metres for any kind of serious confirmation as to who's in the lead, but looking pretty tight at this stage. New South Wales with the home ground advantage, I guess, over this on the close side of the course, and there'll be ones to watch, but Victoria on the far side, but I would suggest that South Australia in lane 5 have got an early lead.
Yeah, they certainly look to have that early lead. They've been very quick out of the blocks and over that first 300 or 400 metres, and they look like they've got about a length up on the crews beside them.
Extremely impressive. Can they match the extraordinary effort put down by their male counterparts just a short moment ago in the Interstate Men's 8? And South Australia, yeah, they are in the lead.
Can they hold on to this? This is an impressive lead as they come up to the 500 metre mark in very, very dark conditions, I must say. But they're going to go through the 500 metre mark in a very quick time of 1:37. And they have clear water, Michael, over the rest of the crews.
Prolific effort by the South Australians. New South Wales running second at the moment, but there's nothing in it after that. South Australia, your clear race leaders, ladies and gentlemen. The South Australians, they are the 8 specialists at the moment. Victoria running 3rd, Queensland running 4th, Western Australia in 5th, and Tasmania in 6th.
This really is an impressive performance by this South Australian crew. If they can hold on, they are literally pulling away at the moment. I'd say they've gone out to a length and a half, 2 lengths lead at the moment, and come into the last 200 and 300 metres.
Well, if they can hold on, it will be a party and a half in Adelaide tonight. South Australia in the lead. Their leaders being chomped away at, I would suggest, a little bit by Victoria over the far side, but it is a very, very flattering margin indeed to make up. New South Wales through the 500, well, they were second at that stage, but look, it's pretty tight. Western Australia to their right-hand side are really coming home strong, as are Queensland in lane 6. But South Australia, well, they've made the best of things, and they are in the ascendancy. There can be no doubt about that. South Australia in lane 5, looking all but certain now to claim the Women's Interstate Masters 8. In Victoria in lane 3, they're looking as though they are probably in second place at this stage. It's too tight to say at this stage. South Australia, to be sure, they're in first place at this stage, but here come New South Wales on the near side. New South Wales taking the fight to Victoria. It's New South Wales and Victoria on the extremities. South Australia claim the win in lane 5. Second place is going to be really tight. New South Wales, Victoria. I think it's Victoria in lane 3 who are going to claim second by a narrow margin ahead of the New South Welsh women over here. Fourth place goes the way of Queensland in lane 6. Fifth place to Western Australia in lane 7, and sixth place to Tasmania. Well, Rob, wasn't that a fantastic row by the South Australians? And they are the undisputed champions of the Masters 8 tonight.
They certainly are. I think we should be testing the water. That was an amazing performance. Very fast out over the first 400 or 500 metres, and never took the foot off the pedal, and pulled away. And what an impressive win.
Well, they definitely pulled away, and New South Wales were running second at the halfway mark, but Victoria just ate up that lead. It was 0.77, so a titanic battle taking place for the silver medal, but New South Wales having to settle for third for the bronze medal. So spoiling the party tonight were the Victorians, and fourth place was Queensland. Fifth place was Western Australia, followed by Tasmania.
And Michael, hasn't this interstate racing been everything we hoped it would be?
And more, I would suggest. What a fantastic calibre of racing that we've been treated to this evening, Rob. As the sun is well and truly gone, everyone can head up to the bar and enjoy a drink and celebrate with the victors of the interstate races. So just recapping the results of the 2023 Australian Masters Interstate Regatta. Race 275, the Interstate Men's PR3 single. It was a win for Kevin Wool and New South Wales. Second place to the Australian Capital Territory and Stuart John. For race 276, it was a win for the Australian Capital Territory with Sue Donohoe, and second place to Mick Kelly of New South Wales in the Interstate Women's PR3 single. Race 277, the Interstate Men's Quadruple Scull. It was a win for Tasmania. Second place to Western Australia. Third place to Queensland. Fourth place New South Wales. Fifth place Victoria. Race 278, the Interstate Women's Quad. It was a win for Victoria. Second place to the Australian Capital Territory. Third place to Queensland. Fourth place to South Australia. Fifth place to Tasmania. And sixth place to New South Wales. In race 279, the Interstate Men's 8, well, it was an emphatic victory for South Australia ahead of New South Wales, who had to settle for second after leading the entire race. Third place to Queensland, fourth place to Victoria, fifth place to Tasmania. And finally, race 280, the Interstate Women's 8, won by South Australia from start to finish. Second place Victoria, third place New South Wales, fourth place Queensland, fifth place Western Australia, and sixth place Tasmania. Well, that was very stressful to watch, wasn't it, Rob?
It sure was, but as I said, it was everything we'd hoped out of an interstate racing series, and it is great to spend the time with you up here in the commentary tower, Michael.
Absolutely, and thank you, Rob, and congratulations to all the state crews and their coaches and their team managers. But ladies and gentlemen, do go and enjoy a drink or two at the bar, and thank you for your company this afternoon at the Interstate Regatta for the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. We will see you tomorrow.